Shit, did I say that song? Just use history. I am looking for... Here it is.
I ain't cut out for commitment. Bring a few niggas with me when I go, cause most of these people was talking that shit then. Niggas been stealing my flow, I'ma put them right up in that pit with a 7 like Big Ben. I was a kid then, bitch, I'm a man now. I lost focus, but I got a plan now. This my moment, this my year. We gon' turn up, I made that clear. Diamonds, they shining like a chandelier. You know that I'ma make it count while I'm here. Chase your dreams, I know you got it. Senior season, you know we wildin'. Moving in silence on your perfect timing. Up in the party, I want all the women to shake, shake, shake that, shake that, shake, shake, shake that, shake, 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 shake that, shake that, shake, shake, shake that, shake, 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 shake, shake that, shake, shake, shake that, shake, shake, shake that,
I mean,
shake, shake that, shake, 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 shake, shake that.
Baby girl, shake that shit. I love when you moving them hips. About time for a celebration party like a Haitian. Send a location and we did 100K without making that day. Smoking that hate pack ashtray. Get off from your seat. We gon' rock to the beat and shake, shake, shake that, shake that. Music video on the Maybach. You in a dish, just say that. Getting the money, I flip that. High of my dreams, yeah, I can't land. They making moves, going as planned. Pocket watching TV on demand. Big boy goes with that big boy band.
Big boy bands can't fit in my pants. I do this shit cause they said I can. Walked in the club and she know who I am. Walked in the club and they screaming, oh yeah. I'm in the woods, I'm yelling the song. This is my take, little baby, I'm flirting. She fuck with me cause she liking my aura. Hits on hits, nigga, cut a destroyer. God, you don't gotta do too much, just ride. I'm in the studio, I'm screaming like fire. Can't trust you, little baby, I'm not. Niggas is nothing, you niggas is buzz. I'm on a whole new level. Playing guitar and I turn up the treble. Feeling like rocks cause I ain't no rebel. I'm on the top and they'll throw you a pebble.
Shake, shake, shake that, shake that, shake, shake, shake that, shake.
I'm on media player, not in my fucking
Shake, shake, shake that, shake that, shake,
section.
You're listening to Radio Coon.
I'm over here stroking my... What? I got lotion on my...
Yeah! We make your eardrums bleed.
Sponsors for SinglePlayerCarl and Radio Coon are provided by Sloppy Top, Cajun Crackle Seasoning, making motherfuckers mad on the internet, and viewers and haters like you.
Fuck y'all, nigga.
All of which is provided by the United Negro Carl Fund, because remember, a Carl is a terrible thing to waste. And if you'd like to support Carl, consider leaving a wonderful donation at Ko-fi.com, Subscribestar.com, YouTube.com, and Twitch.com/SinglePlayerCarl. Make sure to support your nigga today, or you hate black people. Fuck you, YouTube! If you're cool enough to watch a new streamer this week, you're a big enough Chad to watch SinglePlayerCarl. Bad words, Carl's a breakdown. Memes! If you think you'll find a BreadTuber at SinglePlayerCarl's, you can kiss my aunt. It's our belief that if you're such a base mother lover, you watch this guy's stream. Guaranteed! If you don't find niggatry cool, you can shove it up your subscribe list. You heard us right. Shove it up your subscribe list. Bring your friends, bring your pets, bring your mom. We'll love your mom. That's right, we'll love your mom. At SinglePlayerCarl's, you'll kick 6 ways a Sunday. Take a hike to SinglePlayerCarl's, home of challenge laughing. That's right, challenge laughing. How does it work? If you can catch Carl being ignorant as fuck and not laugh once, you'll get nothing but shame. Don't wait, don't delay, don't fuck with us or you'll whip your weave off. Only at SinglePlayerCarl's, the only stream that tells you to fuck on. What are you waiting for? Go to SinglePlayerCarl's, New Orleans, Nappiest, an exclusive home to the meanest sons of Cajuns in the state of Georgia. Guaranteed! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, sports aficionados, motherfuckers that love jam, and people who are addicted to Taco Bell. It is once again time. Again, the boy, the kid, your host, the nappiest, raggedest, dumbest motherfucker who chooses to do his hair live on camera so he can fuck it up in a headband and a hoodie. I'm back. Your boy, Carl. Hello. Hi. We rejoin again on this Thursday evening to continue on the VsChat we had on Monday. Because first segments took a little bit too long. And this Rumble video was 4 hours of a VOD. Very long time to get through. So, we will continue from where we left off and finish with the rest of the content we have to discuss, because we got more shit to discuss. Also, more importantly, because I see that you're here, Alabaster, I had a question that I wanted to ask you, but I forgot what the question was about, and I swear I remembered before, but I can't remember now. It'll probably come back to me in the middle of the broadcast. But stay on your toes. Stay on your toes. Absolutely not this time on Power Rangers RPM. No, Time Force always. Fuck RPM. RPM sucked. Badly. Horribly. Horribly so. My burrito's cold. My burrito got cold. I will heat my burrito, and then the car will be right back. Feel free to come and enjoy niggatry with the rest of the chat room as I get my shit prepared.
You're listening to 148.8 The Coon. And now a word from one of our sponsors.
Now say, are you tired of having a dinner that is lacking flavor and makes your husband look at you funny? Are you looking for some kind of dinner that is able to serve up a good sense of jazz at the table? Take from me, James Bartholomew Crow, and my friends called Jim, and have all regular spice jambalaya, red beans, and rice. Plus, more flavor than the levies. If you want to be able to jazz up your table, choose Jim Crow's tonight.
You're listening to 148.8 The Coon.
And now, a word from our sponsors. Are you waking up in the morning, exhausted, tired, realizing that you serve zero purpose and should literally kill yourself right now? Do you go to the fridge, opening and closing the door while doom scrolling on social media, wondering what you're going to do with yourself? Do you feel that there's just something missing in your life to bring the joy and spark that you used to have when you were younger? Now introducing smart nigga brand Sloppy Toppy. Our specially trained service girls specialize in the means of goth girl, alternative rock, dummy mommy, and ooh-woo soft girls have been specially trained in the techniques of Gawk Gawk 9000, the Salt Shaker Poppy Toppy, and the Gawk Gawk Gulp Gulp. Suck you drier than your runs at Tombs of Amaciate. Smart nigga brand Sloppy Toppy. We'll get that nut out in you. I've returned. I swear to Christ, I'm gonna remember what it is towards the end of the broadcast or when Alabaster has stepped away. But god damn it, I know I remember explicitly saying as I was watching particular content that I wanted her opinion on something that had to do with sports because it was something to do with training. I can't remember. Why can't I remember? Anywho, we stopped at around about the 2-hour mark of this thread. I forgot what they were talking. No, I remember. They were having an argument about transgenderism. Oh, I remember now. Alabaster, I wanted to have you interject your opinion as a sports trainer and business owner. Specifically, what would you do if it was made a ruling that now, for legality purposes, if transgenders were to behave and participate in sports, but it was decreed that they had to participate in sports in entirely separate unions and divisions, just like that of the kind of weight classes that exist in wrestling, boxing, and MMA. What actual amount of precipitated downfall would that have on the sports business sector? And how would that affect things going forward if it was decided that all of the current existing Olympic restrictions, as it goes to male to female and female to male transgenders, was to be lifted and they could compete as Olympic athletes? What would happen and what would you do in that situation should it be decided? That's what I wanted to ask you, specifically in that order. First, that it was ruled that they could participate in sports. All the stigma that exists right now goes away. All the stigma, every single bit of the stigma, with the exception of let's not have somebody who's got a bigger muscle mass but says that they are a woman now, either if they got the clip or the snip, beat the shit out of someone who they are clearly a stronger foe than. Exception of that social stigma, every other medical stigma was to be swept away. What the fuck would happen and what would you do about it? Go. Take your time. As I energize myself with this shitty ass Cinnabon coffee. I asked for hot, they gave me cold. Your DMs are open. See, I remembered because I wanted to hope that you would have come. It would be much better if it had been for a conversation like that. But you are here now. So. You type out whatever that answer is. We'll continue on from there. Uhuru chat.
Him, but it's not enough people to study, and it's not extensive, and et cetera, et cetera. So I'm not accepting it, but I'm just saying these are facts and you can actually research this.
And I mean I try to take in content from both sides, both political sides, whatever. I know people might say, oh, this woman's being a TERP. I'm really not trying to do that, but biological women have worked so hard, and for someone to unfortunately be suffering with gender dysphoria, I get that's difficult, but like, come on, man, you can't.
Honey, like I say put their ass in their own category.
They are in their own category.
Hold on, go ahead, Nick. Go ahead.
At the end of the day, what makes men men and women women is that guys have the fertilizer, women have the eggs. Biological men will never be able to have kids. Biological women will never be able to read. So at the end of the day, you can't. That's a joke. That's a joke, of course.
So
at the end of the day,
I was with you until that.
just at the end of the day, they will never have the same reproductive faculties, and that's why they're always going to be essentially different. It just goes back to, and you mentioned what is a woman. You have to talk about what is a man, what is a woman, what are these definitions, what distinguishes them. And the thing that distinguishes them is the complementary role, parts, all those things.
If there are separate trans categories. So men's, women's, transgender men, transgender women. New athletic categories in all sports. Hello, Ebony. Also, my background music's not playing. There we go.
And so dressing it up and it, like you called it, a treatment for a mental illness, it's just that. It's just sort of playing into this fiction. And, you know, the solution for people is reality.
Mental illness is not fiction.
I was just about to say, so mental illness
it's the fiction that they're a woman, you know, or they're a man or something.
Well, that's an opinion.
I mean, realistically speaking, men are superior to women in almost every regard, especially from the physicality standpoint. So even when a man is suppressed with hormone suppressors, etc., they still dominate and destroy women in every competition.
Okay, so I actually competed against a transgender woman in flag football.
You got smacked.
It's unfair. No. What actually happened was she was wildly uncoordinated, and my team happened to beat her team.
But that's one instance where you
That was
won.
one instance.
I mean, but also, just to go against you guys' points as far as that, what essentially makes a man and a woman. There's literally a transgender man pregnant right now.
I see.
That baby's gonna come out fucked up.
What do they do?
She's I don't know what the fuck happened.
She's a woman.
I just know that it was a man who became a woman, and that.
Read. I would absolutely be on board with this. It would save women's sports. In fact, I'd get specially certified in training them. It would be a lucrative new niche in sports training at the point. That's exactly what I thought you would say. Now, I have a slight follow-up question to that. Why do you think in your words, Wheezy, why do you think in your words that there are people who are refusing to do that? Why are they refusing to make forth the opportunity to create those two new divisions for every single sports category? Because it's not just like, oh, a new sports category for women's track and field, new sports category for swimming. All sports, anything that can be described as an Olympic sport, which also includes that sex competition that I believe has been done in the Netherlands, where they're having competitive sex now, unironically. Every single sport gets a transgender male and female division where it makes sense and applicable. So tennis, you don't need a transgender separation there between men's and women's. Honestly, personally, my opinion, just my opinion, in sports where it is more about endurance with set rules and not, say, contact, I don't think there would be a necessary need for the male and female division. That must be the other therapist. 1 second. Indeed, the other medical specialist. It is my opinion, for things like tennis, that you could make possible chance where you would not need to have a transgender or separate goal system for them. You would not need to have those separate divisions. You could still have male and female. Me personally, you could do something like experimenting for one season, specifically just one season. All transgender athletes are able to compete co-ed style and see what happens. Like, every medical official says, let's see what happens. Everybody's saying it doesn't make a difference, it doesn't make a difference. Let's see what happens. The only caveat is, every single one of those events is televised. And if something accidental happens, keep the fucking cameras rolling. So, if Becky Bradshaw from Tennessee, Connecticut decides to get into the ring with transgender activist 569 on Twitter, insisting that there is no political difference and there's no physical difference and there is no medical difference, they decide to get into female MMA. If they go ahead and get in the ring with somebody who's got a build like Floyd Money Mayweather and they get knocked the fuck out, don't cut the camera. Keep that bitch rolling. Keep that bitch rolling. Keep it rolling. Also, I agree with not applicable. Tennis is actually a good example. Men hit the balls so much harder that women stand no chance. I have actually not considered that. However, this would explain the reason why one of the fucking Williams sisters ran away from that challenge when she was challenged by the male competitor while she was pregnant by her husband, 1/3 of the original Reddit CEOs. In my personal view, I would think that for most people, they would really consider it to be something that it's not even, like, necessary. Because in a sport like golf, you don't need to have a male and female division. Not necessarily. So, it would start with, like, the soft sports. I say soft, but really what I mean is, you're not likely to see this being watched inside of a sports bar like Twin Peaks. Or, excuse me, not Twin Peaks. Double Pines? The restaurant that specifically has all of their fucking staff dressed up in black lingerie. That restaurant. You know, if there's a likelihood that your sport would not be playing during primetime game night on like Monday, Sunday, or Saturday afternoon, you know, is it SEC, NCAA, D1, D2, D3? One of the things that that two of these girls were involved in. It's like a division that is underneath. I remember it from when we were watching it last time. It was like a little blooper that ran across in one of the fucking comments where they were explaining that it was on the same level as D1 and D2. I forgot what they called it. NL something. NFL, NHL, you know, any of the national leagues, NBA, WNBA. If your sport is not likely to be on a sports bar screen on a primetime night for viewing, let that be the first wave. But for everything else, let it trickle in through like the rest of the season, and then let have the test leagues. See what happens. Have a test league for male transgenders, have a test league for female transgenders. Then have one co-ed league, but let it be like the same way that we treat the divisions in WNBA. Like, some of the teams that you know would get their ass fucking washed and relegated. Then, only then, after the first year of training, do we bring it to the big leagues. But this would probably never be done for football. This could never be done for football. Because I don't see a reason why, other than for a monetary benefit, that there are not individuals who would be on their shits being like, let's make money today. Because I can tell you from a position of syndication, if somebody were to tell me, oh, this couldn't be done, this couldn't be done, this couldn't be done, I would walk into a fucking room with a bunch of board executives and tell them, let me tell you why we should be not only taking up this opportunity, but we should get streaming rights on Twitter. We would make so much fucking money. Not just in the training. Not just in the training. Oh, that's nice. I did not know that. Thank you, Alabaster. Not just in the training, but also in the presentation of the sporting event. There would be no fucking way that there is not a fucking businessman behind the scenes that is saying, let me have a fucking shot, bro. Let me fucking make that deal. There has to be some kind of campaigner that, in terms of activism, wants to destroy female sports league. Because this only ever happens with the females. And I know the answer why. Because the transgender male to females know that if it were just the women, they could be able to push and bully. But the female to males know that the men would never fucking accept it. Regardless of the opinion that many people would probably have, men know, and the transgender female to males know, that men will not fucking... They will not accept it. Flat out. We will say, no, fuck you. We're not accepting it. We will not do this. Because the men won't take it. Because they know we won't stand for the bullshit. Not just because we're going to be the ones held responsible if something happens. Not just because it's dangerous. Not just because we're smart enough to understand that if you truly want to have the experience, you're going to respect every single part of it, but simply because they know for a fact they're not going to compete against men. And they can't. For the same reason I said on the last stream, the fact that we are a sexually dimorphic species, and because our biological differences in terms of how we grow our muscles and our bones and how they're positioned, how our limbic system, our respiratory system, our cardiovascular system, our lymph node system, I'm pretty sure that's just the limbic. I might be repeating myself. Son of a doctor, by the way. How the majority of how we carry our blood, how our muscle mass is carried on our bodies, how our bones are able to support our structure, and whether the endurance, how we heal, how we recover, the actual intensity at which men train. There's no fucking way that this would ever happen to men's sports, and that's why it hasn't. Plus, there's way too much money in it. So, the activists wouldn't even be able to get over the hurdle of all the shadow corporations that would be responsible in it. It'd be like trying to convince Raytheon to stop selling guns. And why aren't I in charge of most things? Because bitches don't like me. But hoes love me. AGPs. What is AGP, Alabaster? I don't recognize that acronym.
That motherfucker's pregnant.
No.
Wait, a man?
That don't sound right.
Can somebody
You know,
Google this one of y'all who got your phone, please? Y'all think that I'm just pulling shit out my ass at this point. Like,
Who would want to be born that way? Who would want to be born out of like a guy's butt?
No,
they
That's your
actually do
birth?
C-sections.
Yeah, they're gonna cut it out of
they
them.
do
But
C-sections.
at the same time,
I'm only this informed because I'm super fucking against it.
Let me
So
ask
I
you
know what
guys
I'm
this.
talking about.
Do you guys think, like, do you guys not see the clown world that we're in? I think that this is all problematic. That we
Absolutely.
have men wanting to be women, and there's a reason why so many guys want to transition over to women and not the other way around, because a woman's life was way easier than a man's life in 2023. That's a whole other thing. But guys trying to have kids, like, this is all a problem. Like, I think this is a big issue. And at the end of the day, it's the women that are taking the L's because the guys are transitioning over to women.
but women are transitioning
So y'all are the ones losing
Oh, yes.
Y'all are the ones getting smacked down.
I forgot. Agenophiles. I forgot about that word.
women transition into men.
But it's never talked
Rarely.
about. It's never
Rarely.
talked about.
Definitely rarely. Astronomically low levels, though.
Yo,
Exactly.
for sure. Hold on. This is the thing that no one wants to admit. The reality is most men transition to women because there's more opportunities and more benefits transitioning from a man to a woman. By far, a man's life is way harder than a woman's life in 2023.
So you think they transitioning because they think the life of a woman is better?
Yes, it is.
Well, it's half that. On one hand, you have the agenophiles that really love the mental image of themselves being dick girls and do it for the aesthetics. And you have those that do it Because if they're not specifically wanting to live a transgender lifestyle choice as an alternate lifestyle, they want the benefits that you keep trying to push for in terms of supremacy. Because regardless of how many times people are going to scream that the society of something like America, or just the Western civilization upon which most of our foundings are based upon, as much as they would like to say that it's a patriarchy and a curiarchy, it is actually a patriarchy ruled by women, because we are gynocentric. It's not that there is an altruistic evil shadow corporation of a benevolent sexist male or benevolent sexist men who give you versions of information that you will be happy with. It is much more likely that, as we've always said, it is a man that has a woman standing behind him with another man standing behind her, telling that woman what that man's going to say and him repeating it. So, let's say if you wanted to go with the malapropped George Soros angle of Vanguard, BlackRock, whatever. You have a man in power who's supposedly a top CEO who is doing things because he's being yelled at an activist to do them. And that activist is taking orders from the person who's responsible for the worldwide global network of those activists, repeating the talking points across the board because they work in tandem. It is much more likely to be those two things. And it is what it's what ends up delegitimizing the viewpoint of those who want to just simply transition and be left the fuck alone. Because they get lumped in with those individuals, and with those individuals, and they get called false flags, as well as fake men and fake women. It's fucked up for everybody. Not enough people take accountability on that. And they refuse to take accountability on that because nobody wants to stand next to that. Because imagine trying to explain what I was able to fluently explain in the heat of an argument. God damn it, the milk is starting to get to the back of my throat. Pause! Trying to explain that in the middle of a heated debate with somebody who is desperate in ensuring that they misunderstand you because their viewpoint requires them to say that they don't understand what you're saying with very clear language is part of the reason why it's such a goddamn issue. I don't think there will be a time where somebody is going to be held to an account to tell the truth. Because half the time when we try to tell the truth to them, we try to talk to them, I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. And part of that is because it's way too fucking easy to scream transphobic. Yeah. It's way too easy to scream transphobic because it's the easiest word to shut down the argument. The thought-terminating cliches are half the reason why they tend to fucking win. And it's not good. Now, we're getting to the point where people are getting over it. We're getting to the point where people are just outright ignoring that and being like, no, fuck you. But we don't say that enough. We don't do that enough. There's not enough Carls in the world. There's not enough Carls in the world. It's time we're gonna need to fuck some bitches and ask some more. Let's get to it.
Easier.
It is easier.
I don't think that's why they're transitioning. I think it's because they're uncomfortable in their own bodies and they feel like they're supposed to be a woman. That's a lot of them are transitioning because they're like, oh, I'm a woman, I'm gonna go get all this stuff for free. Like, that's not it.
It doesn't, putting on makeup and dressing up is not being a woman. That's not being a woman.
That's transphobic. If I feel I'm a woman and I dress like a woman, then I am a woman. That's all it took. That's what you allowed them to say. That's the standard you allowed them to go with. You could get canceled for saying that, ma'am.
At all.
Women have easier lives in 2023 than men do.
I get modality. We can say that. Modality.
This entire conversation is just so interesting because these people make up like less than 0.5% of the U.S. population, and they have caused so much of a stir. And it takes these issues. Not that they're not important, but like we could talk about how this country treats veterans, or like education, or access to food, or like gas prices, and it's like we're talking about who gets to use what restroom. Come on.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, but here's why.
I agree.
But here's why it's
Still.
super important because it's the same thing with homosexuals. Homosexuals are 3%.
I don't keep forgetting that Nick is specifically serving as a fucking instigator in this argument. Whip crack that motherfucker, goddammit. Whip crack that motherfucker, goddammit. I keep forgetting that Nick is intelligent enough to have the ability to fucking contribute to the conversation, but every single time he opens his mouth, he just starts with probably one of the hardest baits you could ever fucking say. And I have to remind myself, Carl, he's not a real fucking political agent.
Of the population, but the gay marriage debate captured the nation. Why? Because it was about fundamentally redefining sexual morality based around consent, voluntarism, rather than based on marriage. So even though it was something that only applied to a small portion of the population, it was about, is marriage an indissoluble bond between a husband, wife, father, and mother? Or is it you like who you like, it's like an exclusive sex partner? And the same is true with transgender. The bathroom, sports debate, this is just where they're implementing this radical new ideology that man and woman are not meaningful categories when they say that it's totally arbitrary, we can change it. And these just happen to be the points where it contacts society, where it's like, what do you do at the bathroom when it's genitals? What do you do in sports when it's hormones? And so it's super fundamental. Are guys going to be guys? Are they going to be Trump, Clint Eastwood? Or are they going to be pussies, you know?
Nick, I got a question for you. I got a question for you on the transgenderism and the lack of gender identity.
Ironically enough, everything that Nick just said was probably the most eloquent way he could have put it without trying to be a fucking edgelord. Dev actually released a video yesterday. I believe it was one of his solo videos, not for TikTok Tuesday, where the understanding that you have to have and understanding how the activists move is activists take the goodwill that was originally started with wanting to live a alternative lifestyle choice and simply enter into the same marriage license to the state as anyone else would to officiate a marriage, so they could be able to declare each other on taxes, to go be able to do things that people would do as a married couple, and then simply just snake their way underneath the subterfuge of culture, to the point that when they finally grasped onto that power and started ramming everything down everyone's throat, they have eroded all of that goodwill to the point that the only thing they have left to fight for is the continued erosion of that goodwill. They got to the point where they were happy being able to backline themselves into the conversations and say, if you don't talk about this, you're not really doing us a service, to the point that now that discussion can't really be had in a truthful sense with any particular single activist unless you're willing to have them, and they are willing to be held down on a particular point, because they spend so much time running around on topics saying that everything is transphobia unless it's done from the viewpoint of somebody who is like me. They try to do that to shut down the conversation. Then, once they shut down the conversation, they try to get their hands in at the backroom deals where then discussions can be had. That's why companies like GLAAD exist. It's so that you can constantly do exactly what I described before Feminist Frequency did when it came to video games, because they'd use the exact same tactic. You go into the back rooms and you use the data about up-and-coming concepts, titles, media, creativity, and franchises to try and justify your existence. By saying something like what an Easer would have said through the mouth of John McIntosh, there's not enough female protagonists in modern video games, we must have more, leading to the creation of something like Horizon Zero Dawn. Then, people trying to use the opinions that they see on conversations, leading from debates and arguments when people are sparked into revolt because V had an opinion about not wanting to see women who look like feet in video games, that you take beautiful women who are models and actresses and you ugly them up because your ideology tells you that anything that is ever viewed from the position point of attraction for a customer is the male gaze. And the male gaze is objectifying women to the point of pure objectification of body parts. So you make them disgusting and uglify them, not just to piss those people off, so you can try to force them out, because it's a two-pronged plan. You force them out so that you can take it for yourself, in the perpetual cycle of wanting to create a safe space by getting rid of all the toxic elements until you have a nice, sanitized, clean space that's devoid of anybody who has interest in it, and the only people who are left are those who use it to increase their branding rights. Then you have the other side of it, where they use that to then justify harassing someone else as a giant cursed sword that they use to say, are you gonna do what I want, or am I have to get the sword? You know what I did to somebody when I grabbed that the last time? You want that to be you? But we've gotten to the point where that cursed sword, which in this case would be calling somebody a Nazi, calling somebody a bigot, calling somebody transphobic, no longer works. We don't give a fuck if you call us transphobic. We're getting to the point where we're going to say yes and then some. Before it was just yes and. Like, yeah, I'm transphobic, what of it? Now it's, yeah, I'm transphobic, but I love the fucking gay boys that look like they have no muscle tone. I love the ones that are scrawny as fuck and go to the gym and look like I could breed press them. It's not working the way that they want to anymore. So now, all of the activists have just simply gotten to, I'm gonna piss you off as much as I possibly can, to where last night, there were people upset about the fact, both across the field, because it was wild, both across the conversation of heterosexual dating, but also on the topic of just alternative lifestyle choices dating, that a bunch of people came out of the woodwork to say, if you like going on an ice cream date, that means that you are basic and don't have standards. When the entire idea behind it, because it was proposed by my mutual Tina, that was to help you actually figure out who's worth the dating time, because low effort, well, I wouldn't say low effort dates, I would say low risk date, because there's no such thing as low effort when you're talking about you interacting with another human being. Low risk or low financial value dates where you're going to ice cream parlors or you're having sit-in dates at a car with fast food are a lot more meaningful because of the intimacy factor, where if you think that value and worth in your dating situation or just in interaction in society is based on the monetary value of what's being spent, you are not thinking in terms of value of what that person appreciates. And if you're not willing to go on that kind of a date because you believe that it's beneath you, you're demonstrating that you're not worth that. That entire line of discussion filters all the way back through this topic to the very clear basis point of, if this person wants to do this, they want to be in sports, they're going to respect the idea, they're going to respect the sport, they're going to respect the process. They're going to respect the process. They're going to do the work, they're going to put in the time. They're not going to treat things improperly, and they're going to do it all correctly from the start, from jump, when they walk into the fucking gym. 1 second. What? Remember what I was saying? They would come into the gym, day one. They would understand their limitations, they'd be willing to put in the effort, but they have an open mind. They would do the effort, they would do the time, they would not try to argue about what they should or shouldn't do, they would not bring up politics in the shit, because realistically, politics has nothing to do with your fucking physical health and ensuring that your body's able to handle what it can handle. I gotta get up again, because what if that's probably the person she just called me to get this box for? 1 second. What? They would come into the gym space, and they would put in the time, the grind, and the work. If this was the personality type, that was the type of person who wanted to get into sports, and they happened to be transgender, there would be little argument against it. Because we've heard and we've seen the news stories about, like, the transgender fighter in boxing that specifically only boxes against men, right? They transitioned as a man to a woman, but they refuse to box the women because they do not agree with the fact that they should be competing against them, so they specifically compete against biological men. That is not the viewpoint that America has, and it's because we have a sensitivity towards the idea of the weak being bullied by the strong. To the point that it's written into our fucking patriotic DNA. It is written into the understanding of how we view politics. We love to see the cry of the underdog. We do not like hearing and actively despise those who cheer for the howl of the overdog. And the activists and how they view the topic, specifically view the topic as they will cheer for the winning team, and the winning team in this context is the howl of the overdog. It is the activists bragging about the fact that they've been able to get into the position that they were through bullying people, that the bullying no longer works. And now they're getting pernicious and they're getting vindictive. The vindication is going to backfire on them, but there are going to be eventually a cycle where you're going to need somebody, if you wanted to save it, if you wanted to be able to save this horrible narrative for the villains, you'd need to have somebody who's willing to give a concession and say, listen, we have to say this is too far. There has to be a line. We have to cut the fucking line off. And unfortunately, we haven't gotten to that point yet. Which is to say, fortunately, we haven't gotten to that point yet. But eventually, there will be a discussion that will be had about this in the history books. Years on past this. Years on past this. Plus, dates are expensive as fuck, bro. Let's be serious and honest. Dates are expensive as fuck. Let's not even just talk about drinks. Drinks at the bar, drinks at a club, a clean 20 plus gratuity. I buy several of those for a table. A group of women want to play on the idea of, well, you're supposed to bring one for all of us. So now $20 turns into 80 for a table of 4 bitches. And all I want to do is holler at one. And not the pretty one. The one that they don't ever let have any kind of playtime. So now they're worried about whether or not they should let me take her home. That kind of...
What's the highest you spent on a date, Carl?
$1,000.50.
Damn.
You don't want to know how it broke down?
Yeah, give it to me.
Let's see here. The date itself was done on a vacation, so we were flying somewhere, so that's the wrap. That was a cool $500 for both of us. There's another $200 for the entire meal in question, specifically because it was on their birthday. That's $700 right there. Gift was about $100 itself. That's $800. I'm not going to tell you what the other $200 were specifically spent on, but it was money well spent. And $50 for 2 gumballs. There's 50 cents for 2 gumballs. 25 cents each.
Nice.
I will not tell you what I will not tell you what I did with those gumballs.
I was gonna say you chewed them, or you use them like those little stress balls that you would turn around in your hands.
I will not tell you what I did with those gumballs. I will not tell you what I did with them gumballs.
You don't have to.
I refuse to. I don't want to discuss the members of the audience. Use your imagination. I would like to say.
Oh, so you went the.
No. Don't even put ideas in their head. Let them use their own imaginations. Y'all are creative. You're my audience. I would say, in terms of a date, there are different amounts that a date can entail, because dates don't just stop once you're with someone. Date night is probably one of the most important near religious experiences you need to have in a relationship. It shouldn't feel like it's a religion, but it's like a religious holiday. There needs to be a day out of every fortnight that you're spending time with someone that you are in a relationship with that is dedicated specifically and solely to them and that activity that is not just sex.
Exactly.
Now, in terms of
like
just
a time to get intimate with each other doesn't have to be expensive that day night.
Yes. Just in terms of like dating in the dating scene casually, if you're on that value, the context of a cheap date depends, because there's a difference with being a bum and there's a difference with a baller on a budget, and it specifically begins with their intentions. A lot of people that had something nasty to say to Tina and the rest of us defending Tina, they were fucking bums. Like bums, dead ass bums. Well, who do you think I am? I'm not gonna go on this shit. What am I, 13? I don't want to go down to Stone Cold Creamery for a fucking scoop. Listen, bitch, I'm a slut for daiquiri ice. You come show up to my door with a fucking quart of daiquiri ice, my legs are opening. My legs are opening. Whatever you want. Amazon press me. Whatever you want. That shit's delicious. It's delicious. Ice cream is delicious. A fucking Waffle House date where I don't have a plate thrown in my head and you bought me a patty melt? Delicious. Red Robins with a fucking original recipe for a Loco in the backseat of a trunk? Delicious. Don't ask, but delicious. It was a spacious trunk. It was like a fucking SUV mom-mobile. Still, it was the trunk of their car. But delicious! A lot of people just feel that it's not worth their time if they don't feel like there's a large beneficial amount involved. But having an amount tied to the value of the date is what cheapens the experience. If you refuse to go on a date because you say, oh, I don't want to go on a date that spends less than $50 on me. Bitch, what the fuck made you think it was worth $50? First off, that's just off riff. And that only comes into context with particular people who act that way. If they say something that makes you think they have that perception, the correct response is, oh, you thought you were going to go on a $100 date? Why are you worth $100? Go. If they can't give you a reason why, and if the reasons purely have to be, I'm gonna suck you dry, they ain't worth it. The $100 head, it reveals its gawk potential when you give them $5 worth of food.
That's it right there.
Bars. Chocolate bars. Mars bars, chocolate bars in a blended shake. Sprinkles, bitch. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Sprinkle, sprinkle. People hate
sprinkle, my ginger.
I can tell you exactly what it is, Frugalite. There are some people who perceive Red Robin's to be a fucking boring ass restaurant when it probably has some of the bombest gourmet burgers. It's just semi-expensive if you don't have like a regular paying job that would pay somewhere over like between $500 to $1,000 a month. Because a simple Red Robin meal is not a simple Red Robin meal. It's like a normal sit-down restaurant. They have to-go options, but the to-go options and the in-house eating options feel like they spend and cost the exact same. You know? It's like, the comparative idea I could give you is like, imagine buying burgers on a delivery app, then imagine buying burgers without a coupon at a place like Wendy's or Burger King for the premier new menu items. Not like the classic menu items on the value menu. The premier new items, like that fucking spicy chicken they keep fucking pushing. And then imagine what you bought for IHOP on their lunch menu or from their burger and omelet menu, and then compare that to like a regular plate or a burger at like one of those restaurants I was describing earlier, or at Red Robin's. Red Robin's is going to be closer to the kind of meal that you would get at an IHOP than what you're going to get at Burger King. It's not fast food in any shape. It is specifically made fresh. With fixins. So you have the burger and sides and toppings. That's probably on its own, the burger itself for the full plate on a menu option, I'm going to say between $9 to $15 clean for the burger itself. Sides and extras, if you're asking for a substitution, extra $2. Easy. If you're getting just water with that, that's a whole $20 by itself. That's what they mean when they say gourmet. It means made in a kitchen fresh. And it's not no bullshit meat either.
Yeah, I thought gourmet meant you pay us extra for the same thing.
Realistically, you could argue that, but realistically, the difference between fast food meat and gourmet meat is that gourmet meat is specifically bought from the local grocers where they will get their supply chains from, because it's going to be used in an upscale restaurant rather than the kind of shipments that you would get on a regular basis to a place like a burger restaurant. The only places where this does not apply is mom and pop shops and chicken stores. Chicken stores get all of their meat from the same suppliers because they're getting them directly from the fucking farmers who are farming the meat themselves. That's why whenever there's a chicken shortage that goes around an area, it hits all the stores, because all of the stores use the same cuts of meat. They might be the same pieces of meat prepared and seasoned and marinated differently, but it's all the same fucking chicken meat coming from the same place, if it's not coming directly from a local plant like we do in Columbus. Because all of that meat comes from, what is that fucking place at? God damn it, I'm trying to remember. It's not West Point. But, there's a particular plant, just like the Kia plant that is in town, or the Nissan, or shit, the fucking Lance, food snack factory, where all of that meat's gonna come down the line, and they have particular machines that cut the meat particular ways for specific stores. Like, if something happens to the chicken, it's gonna affect all the stores. But the way this doesn't affect them is that even if they might get that same kind of chicken, the beef comes from a different place. And that shit's regularly shipped out and packaged on a regular shipment style, depending on the company that handles it. So like, Domino's, for example, they have giant fucking truck freighters that go from store to store in a district, sending out all of the necessary materials, including the dough, because they don't make their dough themselves. It gets prepared for you, and then it's brought in on a fucking tray, that in giant fucking tall, high stacks, from the smalls to the mediums to the largest to the extra larges. Well, technically, larges because you stretch them into the extra large, but then the cookie cutter sheet, smalls and mediums and larges, all of that shit has to be delivered on time. Imagine that kind of shipment, but that's for all of the chain restaurants for places like Red Robin's, Ruben Tuesdays, IHOP, etc. But they have all of that meat designed the exact same way, prepared the exact same way to get a consistent burger that is tested in a food kitchen. It's 2 steps away from being Michelin rated. That's what they mean when they say gourmet. Realistically, if it's gourmet, it has been tested in a food kitchen and has been signed off on by probably a celebrity chef, nonetheless. Fast food, they have the same kind of test kitchens, but it's much more like the Taco Bell or the fucking Smoothie King test kitchens and test stores, right? It's gonna be a store that's nearby corporate, who whenever they have a new limited time offer they're doing, they're gonna try it out at one of these corporate stores before they send out the giant fucking ads that you'll get on all of your social media feeds or on television commercials or radio commercials, and then you'll hear about them in your local stores. Now you know.
Gotcha.
Let's continue.
Then a certain dude with a mustache that might have not got accepted to an art school. Didn't he burn a bunch of books on that stuff?
Hitler? Yes. Hitler did do that.
Yeah, he burned a bunch of books on transgenderism and homosexuality.
It's one of the good things that Hitler did, yes.
Yeah, okay.
That is a troll.
Oh, great. Shout out to Hitler for that.
Yeah, that's cool. Shout out to the big H for that. See, I've nicknamed her Miss Titties for obvious reasons. She has said some of the most out-of-pocket shit just as she's fucking annoyed and wants to rant on subjects. It's so fucking out of pocket.
What he was saying. That was wild. I did not mean that, y'all. That was wild. Like, no. That was...
You didn't mean it, but it came out your mouth. What are you saying? You're saying he fandangled you under the table? He was cradling the kitty, being like, come on, say it. You know you want to. Come on, you know you want to say it.
He was puppeting her like a Jim Henson doll.
Well, I did not mean that, y'all. I swear to God.
Wait, who made those books, by the way?
Exactly.
Who made those books on the
Magnus Hirschfeld, who happened to be similar to this one.
Hey, well,
the boyfriend. She's Jewish.
Similar. I'm
Right,
not Jewish.
similar to this.
No, your boyfriend's Jewish.
Oh.
You got upset because we talked about the Holocaust before.
Yeah.
I like Jewish people.
No, I heard the last show you did.
I like them. They just cause me a lot of problems. You know, they're really.
So I'm gonna go back to what you said though. Hold on. You said that.
I love the Jews.
I like them, but they cause problems.
Like, no, I love the Jews. They just be hurting my pockets.
It'd be like me saying, I love the blacks, but they want to put a knife on me.
I mean, that would not be racist. The way you'd have to make it racist is like, man, I love the blacks, but y'all motherfuckers just love chicken a little bit too much.
I love Asian, but they can't drive. But I don't trust them on the wheel.
Oh, see, that's not just racism, that's just truth.
I want to be ninja.
The marriage rights thing captured the nation and said that it might have been about
your religion is wrong.
It wasn't about sexual exclusivity. Yeah, sexual exclusivity. But wasn't it about the fact that they didn't have the same kind of right as heterosexuals?
Well, but that's just
what it was really about. Like, because why can't two same-sex people get married, but two straight people can?
Because it wasn't about contract law. It was about marriage. It was about they wanted to be called married, and it was also about legitimizing homosexuality.
Right, because of the rights that come with when you get governorly married. It was about that. They didn't want to just keep closet and having these like long-term relationships, and then one partner dies, and then they only have a right because they don't have anything legally binding. They want the same legally binding rights as the heterosexual person.
I disagree. Correct, Miss Titties. Let's see how Nick weasels his way out of this one.
You completely dismissed that.
No, I'm saying I disagree. I think all that is really a pretext, because they always say civil rights, equality. When in actuality, what they want is acceptance and normalization, and they want it to be considered as not bad. Because prior to this,
what they want,
homosexuality was considered sinful. The Supreme Court came down, I think, in the 60s, and it basically said, like, we don't even need to explain this. It's natural law. Like, homosexuality is wrong. Sodomy is wrong. And so I think, under the pretext...
Them. That's what they mean when they say they, them.
Right, because they're a hive mind.
Yeah, didn't you know? You could recognize it by the nose. They sniff out the problems in society, and they amplify them. For legal reasons, these are jokes.
Visitation rights, we
please don't get us cut off.
In the workplace. Like you say, it's about
get me. It's my name on the channel.
About making it less discreet. It's about making it public, normal, accepted. And I'm saying I don't think it should be. I think these things are wrong. I think both things are wrong.
So you don't think that people should have equal rights as everybody else?
I don't think they should be able. They can't get married. No.
I mean, he'll agree.
That is a troll. But I think what he would have meant if he was not trolling is he means religiously. Religiously, they couldn't get married under the lines of God, because a marriage is a covenant between a man and a woman to unify as a single person.
Don't worry about me. I'm
But again, he's griefing. He is trolling. I don't know why Fresh has decided to transform himself into the Shadow Man, wearing a fucking scarf over his neck like he's trying to hide from bubonic plague. Ironically enough, with that wire coming out of his headset, he actually could look. He could be considered Jewish from this angle.
For legal reasons, this is a joke.
For illegal reasons, this is a joke. But I'm telling you, that little curl coming off the fucking headset looks like the curl that comes out of a Ashkenazi Jewish rabbi.
For legal reasons, this is a joke.
Took your girlfriend?
No.
Oh my god.
Have you ever had a girlfriend?
No.
Zero, no lays.
Okay, let's talk about what's your perfect partner.
Oh.
Number one. Okay.
Number one what?
White.
White, yep.
Okay.
Specifically virgin. Yep. No tattoos. Has to be a virgin.
Where are you?
I'm gonna be a virgin. She's got to be a virgin.
I know a YouTube couple. I know of a YouTube couple where the girl was not and the man was, and
that's totally.
No, we're talking about my best friend. My girl best friend was a virgin until she was married, and they got married. She was about 26, and he wasn't a virgin, and they were together 4 years before they got married. So it definitely works.
Keys and locks. It's different. Although, but I would want a virgin wife.
Okay.
Do you masturbate?
No, no, I try not to.
So you don't. So what happens? You pray.
I never have. Well, you actually do have to go to confession. It's the moral sin.
So okay.
My father, I have sinned. It has been 59 days since my last erection.
No comment.
Are you trying to date? Is there someone you're courting?
Not really. I mean, because we talked about it in the other show.
I'm just fascinated by you.
Yeah, well, I'm fascinating.
Yeah, you sure are fascinating, Nick.
I could never date a man that was younger than me, and I never recommend a woman date a man that's younger than her.
Yeah. If I were a young girlfriend, she'd have to be 18, or 20.
I'm 25.
How old are you?
24.
And also, I'm in a relationship. I cannot have eyes for another man, but that doesn't mean I don't want to pry into his love life. I love prying into other people's love life.
I will take your Jew card. I will take your Jew card and immediately abuse my rights. Just like the
And the gays and the...
I will take the Jew card and immediately abuse my rights and get offended at the moment where it is financially lucrative. I swear to God, he's wearing a fucking beard right now. Is he not wearing a fake beard right now?
Is this me, or is Nick's nose bigger than usual?
I swear to fuck, he's wearing a fucking fake beard right now.
I love it. I give dating advice for free online. Yep.
He is wearing a fake beard. He specifically has a Jew hat. What the fuck?
No, a Jew hat's a yarmulke.
No. There is hair that is sewn onto that hat. I just saw it move.
Not have eyes for another man, but that doesn't mean I don't want to pry into his love life. I love.
Okay, 24.
And also, I'm in a relationship. I cannot have eyes for another man, but that doesn't mean I don't want to pry into his love life. I love prying into other people's love life. I love it. I give dating advice for free online. Yep.
See, when he lifted up the hat, the hair moved. He literally has a fake beard and a hat that he puts on as a joke whenever he talks about the Jews. Bro, that's wild. Bro, that's wild. That's wild. I'm not shocked, but that's wild. Holy shit. No wonder you run. No wonder your bitch ass ran to Rumble. You get banned so fucking fast. Holy shit. Bro, that's a little bit too much, bro. That's a little bit too much.
He should have had a shirt. He should have had a shirt that said kite.
No, that's too much.
Preach running around his whole podcast room.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
There's no fucking shot you could do something like that and be like, hey, yo, I don't understand why they don't want a platform instead of other places, man. Why do we have to fucking do the live show on these other platforms? This doesn't feel fair. I don't know, Fresh.
This is not fair. What did I do wrong?
Alright, I need to go heat this up.
Be German.
I'll be right back. And you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, more Carl posts. I make them every single fucking Sunday. I try to make them every single Sunday, at least. After these messages, the Negro will be right back.
You're listening to Radio Cool.
Right.
I'm on stroke of my... What? I got lotion on my... Yeah! We make your eardrums bleed.
Is that too much?
You're listening to 148.8 Cool. Don't ever let me find you talking shit about your parents. It'll make you appreciate that you still got a daddy. If you ain't got one, don't you worry. I'm gonna be your new stepdad. You're listening to 148.8 The Coon, where we get into the shit that nobody want to talk about. Unlike your mama. You know what the fuck she did at the last fucking pot swap meet with a chicken salad. They don't want her back no more, bro. I've returned.
What's up?
In my love life, I love America. You want to talk about my love life? I love America. That's what I've been about.
Nick, how we make America great again?
Right. Kick out all the fucking immigrants. Oh, well, actually, that was a joke. That was a little tongue-in-cheek, but also true.
The speed at which he said that.
That's what I've been about.
Nick, how we make America great again?
Right. Kick out all the fucking immigrants. Oh, well, America. You want to talk about
Grace, just listen to the speed in which he responded to that.
my love life? I love America. That's what I've been about.
Nick, how we make America great again?
Right. Kick out all the fucking immigrants.
Like, look at the look on his face as he says it.
You want to talk about my love life? I love America. That's what
Like, he went from shit. He went from shitting.
Nick, how we make America great again?
And the camera comes back. And he's looking at her.
Just swift. Just.
And in that moment, the Goku sound.
Kick out all the fucking immigrants. That was a joke. That was a little tongue-in-cheek, but also true. How do we make America great again? You guys gotta get Trump back in the White House. No, you got charged. What are you guys? I'm curious. Raise your hand if you support Trump. Whoa.
Wait, I support Trump.
Who's doing all that, huh? I could have swore I heard somebody. I could have swore I heard somebody.
That was me, my bad.
I agree with a lot of his policies and his ideals and stuff. But like, I wouldn't say I support him. I voted for him though.
Okay, let's go. Okay.
I didn't vote
you're gonna get canceled for the orange man.
I didn't vote because I didn't vote.
Wow.
No, I did not.
Hold on, let me get her.
Because
Miss Titties has joined the argument and has auto-team swapped. Oh, shit. I mean, there's an argument that you could say, oh, you didn't vote at all? And then you don't get to have an opinion about the political process because you chose to forego your intentional right, as is your right. However, shut the fuck up.
Go for it, Glow.
I didn't vote. I didn't vote because I didn't vote.
No,
Wow.
Like, she was all smiling 2 seconds before she said that.
What about for those that didn't? Who did I'm curious. Who did you go for, Glow? Biden?
Glow.
Like, she was laughing at that Glow.
I didn't vote because I didn't.
And then she does a head turn towards Nick.
Okay.
It was like half second.
I'm curious. Who did you go for, Glow?
Biden?
Glow.
I didn't vote because I didn't.
Like, you see it?
Glow.
Like, it happened so fast. It happened so fast.
Vote? Wow. No, I did not.
Hold on, let me go.
Wait a minute, Big Daddy. I'm on this one.
Hey, yo. Hey, yo.
That's how she did it. Like, she even did the hand.
Who did you go for, Glow?
She even did the hands.
I didn't vote because I didn't.
You didn't vote?
Wow.
No, I did not.
Hold on, let me go.
See? She did. I said, no, Big Daddy. I'm like, don't worry. I'm on your ass, bitch.
How up?
Now I'm just imagining Nick in the back as just a white me being like, don't worry, I'm gonna get on her. Of course, it would be impossible for me to be Nick. I love the races too much. I love the races too much. I could never be Nick Fuentes.
Well, of course you wouldn't. You don't love Catboy.
No, I like Catboys too, but that's not the problem. I love pussy and dick too much. Okay? Like,
but mostly pussy more than dick.
I mean, a little bit, but realistically, it's like I have my flavors, right? I can get my daiquiri ice all the time. Yes, daiquiri ice in this context is a replacement for African Americans and whites. However, sometimes I like some moose tracks. Sometimes I like some dulce de leche. Sometimes I like some sea salt caramel.
Sometimes you like that lemonade.
You're telling me that to be a white supremacist, I have to discount and hate all other flavors? Even if I secretly eat it where nobody can see, I have to open. I could never. There's no way that I'm gonna be somebody who walks past a woman in public who happens to be nice, brown, and caramel of a different type and say, your kind isn't welcome here. And as soon as her back is facing me, I'm like, chill. I couldn't do it.
Because of a joke?
No, not even as a joke. As soon as I see her walking past, I'm like, God damn, Miss Ma'am, where you going with all that baking powder? I want some cookies too.
I got my rolling pin out for you.
Dang, yo, that's a little bit wild, bro. Like, you already got it out and at attention? That's a little bit insane. Where are you at, Britain? Hello, love. Let me go ahead. Hello, love. Let me just go ahead and get my knife out and add you to the statistics.
And I don't mean my knob. I mean an actual knife.
No. After you have sex with that, and you pull out the knife, it's like, snap.
My friend, a Muslim.
You messed it up again.
Anyways, now that I've fully ensured that the stream is demonetized.
Because he's so black and you ain't vote.
I say what you want to say, but neither one of them was my preference, so I didn't vote.
Okay, so if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. You remember that? You can't like that. You don't like to vote. Oh my God, is that from January 6th? That's from Lansing, Michigan. Before
Oh God,
yeah, you look like
Nah, I did not.
Oh no, it's the symbol of hate the MAGA had.
All that president stuff, I ain't know that. I vote locally, but all that president, they can have all that. But locally,
local elections is what matters.
Exactly.
Tell us how you would make America great again and put America first. What are the policies that you would instill? And feel free to offend the girls on the panel. Just keep it down.
Okay, yeah, well, we gotta
go back to colored water fountains. What would we do?
I don't know about that, but it's got to be no more immigration. We got to just shut that down indefinitely. We got to kick all the illegals out. That would be actually a good source of jobs. Hire a bunch of border guards, kick them all out. End all the foreign aid. Bring the troops home. Bring them out of Iraq. Bring them out of Afghanistan. Let's be done with that. You got to end all foreign corruption. No dual citizens in the government. We got to basically fire everyone in the bureaucracy. What?
Not the dual citizens.
Oh, what? Are you dual citizen?
Yeah,
With what?
I'm a German dual citizen.
Oh wow.
Nice.
This guy's a troll.
No shit! However, he's doing the thing where he's saying, like, 5 truths, a shitpost, and a lie. Policy. Should you end all immigration? Probably not. However, should you religiously enforce immigration, where if you do not have a visa and you enter America illegally, you are never given the ability to do anything? Probably. There should probably be a detainment center, specifically put onto the border of one or more coastal or land borders of our nation. However, I think the policy should probably be the same. Because realistically, if what somebody were to do, politically speaking, let's say Justin Trudeau's dumbass decides to say what they're doing on the border is unbelievable, eh? I cannot do a Canadian accent. Or dialect, excuse me. What they're doing to the Canadians is illegal, eh? We should be able to bring them up here. I just sound like a fucking stoner. If I were the president, I'd be like, absolutely, no problem. Take all of the people who have just tried to cross the border with MS-13, send them to the north border. Send them to the north border. Well, we have people who respect the rights. Oh no, you said immigrants welcome. Here you go. You can take them. You can take them. And then you guard that shit harder than the fucking demilitarized zone between North and South Korea. Should you end dual citizenship? No. So you should still allow people who are dual citizens or even tri-citizens in other places to be able to move there. However, what you would do is, what you would say is, if you are a dual citizen of the if you are a dual or tri-citizen of the United States, and you wish to hold a position of office, you must redact, revoke, or renege on any attempt to hold a international office or foreign office that is against the interests of the United States. You swear an oath of fealty and loyalty to your position, and you will be tied to the financial interests of the United States and hold the same fiduciary duty that is expected of one who is working on the benefit and behalf of a company. And the reason why is, along with the other take I gave last stream, if you want to also end corruption like that, you need to ensure that the monetary benefit of being in office or any kind of position, whether it has term limits or not, reduces your wage potential by preventing you from interacting in the stock market, and you will receive a stipend for your position that is worth no more than the annual GDP of your state. And if you happen to be a person who's involved directly into the physical state at the District of Columbia, you will hold a stipend that is worth no more than the aggregate net total gross sum of the lowest performing states that is affiliated to your political party in the last election cycle, based on the hardest districts that you represent, including the district that you are from. So let's use Sandy. Let's use Sandy Cortez as a standard, right? She's from New York. She's a New Yorker. Real working woman. She would earn a stipend if she were to be involved in politics that worked in the District of Columbia. She was somehow able to make the jump from just being a member of the fucking Gang of Six to becoming somebody who served on one of the houses. She would earn no more than the aggregate sum and divided total between New Jersey, Rhode Island, New York State proper, Michigan. I have to actually look at a state map. Oh my god. USA map. She would earn no more than the sum between Maine, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, West Virginia, Kentucky, and maybe one of the Carolinas. That's it. And if you wanted to be fair, maybe throw in Toronto because it's so fucking close to New York. And then maybe Michigan. That's it. You could make no more than the divided sum between those states on their GDP if you serve and work for the DC. And the reason I know it will work is because if you start limiting their potential to what is being done in their home state that they are meant to represent, the policy would change like that. Because the ability to hide your money in another fucking place outside of the US where the government cannot touch it is the reason why there's so many corrupt businessmen that are able to do business across the seas and continue increasing their money. Because they have no fiduciary duty to the United States. They only have a fiduciary duty to the brands that they represent. I'm forgetting the particular word that I'm looking for here in this particular situation, but it is the business plan of a man who's able to do business with another businessman in another country, and both of them are fucking each other over. They're fucking over the population of each other's countries, but they're handshaking deals at the table that is enabling the US government to have the corruption that it does. Forget the majority and the minority whips. The problem is you have too many fucking lobbyists who have the ability to go from working in government to becoming a lobbyist. The governmental worker to lobby pipeline is a literal straight line that happens in 5 to 10 years. And that can continue on forever because there is no term limit for a person who is a lobbyist. So I can fuck up the laws. I can set up the laws the way that I want for the particular issues that I want for these things that I've been given benefit of money for. And then once I've either term limited out or I've aged out of the process where it makes me now legal for those positions to allow me to be electable, I simply lobby on those issues and continue making money that way. Increase and induct those laws, and you prevent that from happening. Period. It would work perfectly. Perfectly. For Canadian, you US Midwestern, you have to add a 2 sentences. Replace sorry with sorry and bag with big. Did I do it right? I don't think I did it right.
I'm sorry.
But yeah, that would be the way that you would do that if you wanted to undo a bunch of fucking corruption overnight. It wouldn't work for things like the entertainment industry, but for things like business, it would affect everything with the exception of the industrial military complex. There's not much you could do to affect the IMC in terms of like civilian politics or citizen politics. What was the other stupid ass suggestions he gave?
What Iraq? Bring them out of Afghanistan. Let's be done with that.
Bringing home the troops would not do anything for anything because there are too many war hawks inside of both parties who specifically make money on giving investments and deals into other countries to fuck with our enemies through proxy war. That's never gonna happen. That's never not gonna change. It's a smart idea. It'd be great if you could do that within our time period, but probably not gonna happen.
We gotta end all foreign corruption. No dual citizens in the government. We gotta basically fire everyone in the bureaucity. What?
Not the dual citizens.
What? Are you dual citizen?
Yeah,
With what?
I'm a German dual citizen.
Oh wow.
Yeah. My cousin is too. Don't do that. I'm from here, but
She's got a little Hitler in her.
No, don't do that.
Are you sympathetic to Hitler being German?
What?
Are you sympathetic to Hitler being German?
What?
No, you're not sympathetic to a man that created us.
Oh my gosh, stop with that. Dude, it's not.
It's cringe as fuck, but the way that he's just holding his hand and his arm is just in the shot.
Are you sympathetic to Hitler being German? What? Are you sympathetic to Hitler being German?
Like, his hand just reaching over there. The fucking shadow of it on the glass behind Nick. That's a meme. It's like when the white boy shows up to the party with all the badass women, but he's actually holding his own at the table. So there must be something about this Hitler, right? He has W Eurasia.
No, we're not sympathetic to a man that created us.
Definitely not.
No.
No.
I'm not trying to get you canceled.
No.
So anyway,
do you ever fear that your stark online presence will come in between you and having a girlfriend and a family in life one day?
I don't think so, because he's gonna find his equal.
Yeah.
Somebody loves you.
Y'all both kind of the same.
Somebody loves everybody. She's like the perfect match for you.
Yeah, but it's always like conservative thought. They say they're traditional, but they're not. They talk about, they're like, yeah, we're like Christian, but it's just another way of getting attention and that sort of thing.
It would be so great if he wasn't right, but there are a lot of people who are like that. And unfortunately, the ones that are the loudest, like say fucking Mackenzie Puff, the fucking Mackenzie and anarchists, the fucking the anti-conservative grifter, she is married and has now come back to social media after she's had her kid. So like all of those people who do that for attention, they already have a partner. So all of those people who are doing that specifically for attention are trying to pull those people in so they can try to be able to make a fucking political brand for themselves so they could become the next fucking Sandy. And I'm not looking forward to another fucking Sandy Cheeks, bro.
It's what they do. But
What's your ideal age to get married and like start the dating courting process?
Hopefully before I'm 30. I'd like to be married before I'm 30.
Really? And if that doesn't happen?
Well, then I'll be married after I'm 30.
Okay, good answer.
Well, men aren't on the same time clock as you guys.
Oh, y'all just busting have kids
30 years old, y'all are pretty much useless.
Only
So we know.
Hey, yo! Myron! Fresh! What the fuck? That didn't even come out of Chris's... That didn't even come out of Nick's mouth. That didn't come from his mind. That was just you, bro. What the fuck?
Exactly. I'm not surprised.
I'm laughing, but it's not funny.
We gain
Just
value.
keep leveling up. Just gets better.
Is that true?
It's true.
Men gain value as they age. We lose value as they age.
Men can gain financial value through age because their monetary value and potential goes up. Not just because we fucking begin getting superpowers when we hit fucking 27, nigga. What?
We men.
And y'all date younger women because y'all, you know, they pretty and, you know, y'all still got that. Yeah.
Still got X.
Yes, it's not true though. Like as a man, your sperm quality is going to hit the kaput sometimes, so it's in your best effort to not drag it.
We can bust every day, like 5 times a day.
Al Cappuccino.
That is not true. Our sperm virility rate will go down significantly once we hit 35. It's just that there is usually, for most men, it's not a problem. And because we have access to the medical miracles of today, we can still have children through processes of assistance. Like, oh no, me and my wife are having difficulty having a kid the normal way. Let me just go ahead and like get the sperm directly inserted into the egg with medical assistance. Now I'm gonna continue busting fat nuts into her. Like, as much as that is a talking point, it's not a very helpful talking point. Because I can promise you, if Ethan Ralph can impregnate 2 women, I can promise you each and every one of you in my audience can at least knock up 1 woman today. Today! Today, right now! Today, right now! Get those cocks up, boys!
Yeah.
Women, same goes to you two. Go out there and catch that nut today!
Yes, Big Daddy.
Don't call me Big Daddy. We know for a fact there is nothing about me that ever speaks daddy. Now. Funky Uncle, however.
Funky Uncle?
Yes!
He's Funky Carl.
Like, I go ahead and go find one of my bandanas, go slap it on, get my even darker non-prescription shades. Every time somebody sees me at a fucking live event, it's like, who the fuck is that? It's like, oh, that's Funky. Hey, Funky. What's good, baby? What's good, baby? How you doing? How you feeling? How's that ass look? I got myself knocked up today. That's good, baby. Add to our black queen diaspora. We need more of our women. We need more of our women breeding with all kinds of men. Get cummed in by different men. It's just a fucking death meme. Come in, black women. Come in, white women. But it's reverse. It's like, get fucked by Filipinos. Get banged by blacks. Get hung by whites. Pause.
Wait a minute. Maybe not that last one. Not like that.
One of these days, somebody's gonna be like, he's clearly a racist.
Yes, and he is going to win.
And at that point, I literally just make a segment where it's like, absolutely, cocksucker, he is racist. He loves women and he wants to be in all the races. That's how we win. We create. That's what we do. We create the super racist. It is a minority figure who's like, I love all races. That's why I want all races to become me. I want all races to become me. And I'm working hard. I'm working hard every day to come and win. I got 51 kids right now, and I'm ensuring that I'm trying to aim from both equal boys and equal girls. All of y'all finna be taken over by me. All of y'all finna be taken over by me. New Genghis Khan. New Genghis Khan.
Genghis Carl.
The war will become so great that it'll make Nick Cannon have to come out of breeding retirement. The war will span across the plains of America and eventually reach to the last place where you would never expect the spaces to go. Japan! Japan. It'll be the Carlists on one side, unironically preaching the Book of Carl. On the other side, Nick Cannon's children. All the men, cocks, ready and aiming at arms. All the women, already trying to seduce the men by learning the language. Specifically going to Aiden to get help learning how to get the Big Mummy Ara language down. Japanese officials will be like, this is what Shinzo Abe wanted. This is what Shinzo Abe wanted. His face will loom over the background, and he will smile as his spirit rests, knowing that the nation finally had sex. Again. It'll be a giant fucking street orgy that'll spread out across the entire prefectures of the island, with the only place seeming safe being the Emperor's Palace. He'll appear as a shadow in the top of the fucking clouds. It's like an eye overcovered by the shadow of the moon. Carl, this is getting pretty specific. Listen, Nick Cannon does not play around when it comes to his impregnations. This nigga he can't stop. He won't pull out. I don't know what to tell you. He goes hard in the motherfucking pink.
Freaking got a baby at 68.
Yes, all of the resources he could ever possibly want. He's not.
I see what you're saying. Like, as you age, your sperm quality can go down, but it's not to the same level.
Yeah.
Like, your sperm level isn't going to drop as precipitously as a woman that's 31, 32, 33.
Yeah.
It's not the same.
It's not. It isn't.
Women will have easily capable to have children at 32 and 33. You're thinking of fucking 40, my guy, once menopause is set in and they start to reach 50.
They drop it. It's logically different, but I don't think it would be responsible to kind of like push the mindset. Oh, guys, just wait till you're 40. Realistically, try not to wait until you're 40, and that's for both people.
Well, Aristotle said 37. He said 18 for girls, 37 for guys.
Male incorrect. Aristotle is not like we can't use that person as a metric for.
I think it's a pretty good Trump. Pop Barron now when he was like 60, and Barron Trump is like 7 feet tall.
And he's a man who's incredibly rich and has all
literally
the
the
medical resources potential. We're not that guy. We're not Donald Trump. The average man should not.
He's him.
We should not be waiting until we're 40. Egg quality decreases, sperm quality decreases. Find your person and have a family as responsibly and quickly as possible. Everyone's getting touched by the time.
Yeah, but we bust nuts every day. Come on, like, can you admit we bust nuts every day?
Chrissy said it like 5 times. Like, nobody's listening to you.
You're 33, right? We bust nuts every day. Come on, man.
You look down from him? Come on. What? Look down from him. What he said?
Bust nuts every day. He 33.
She's old, man. Come on, man.
Honey, and eggs is frozen, and I'm gonna have my babies, and I'm gonna be fine. Because I'm not having no babies while I'm poor and don't have no fucking
Real quick, you said something controversial earlier that the girls all got triggered at. You said that you like Hitler. Yeah. And can you tell the people why? And we'll talk about that on Monday. What?
Why? Nigga, move on. Goddamn.
They said about Kanye West and that whole situation. They totally misconstrued that. We'll talk about that on Monday. So yeah, we'll go back to that. Sorry. So.
Yeah, well, he's a good guy, and he's very.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Similar to me, he got a bad rap. Everybody calls me names that are not true.
Yes, that's the only thing that affected the young wolf. He wasn't let into art school, and everybody made fun of his haircut.
So I can relate to that. No, but everybody, here's the thing. It's actually a really big topic. It's actually super important. When I was in college.
Imagine if Adolf Hitler is just Nick Fuentes in another life.
Damn.
Man, that'd be tough. He's perfectly thinking in perfect German while he's trying to bullshit his way through American politics. It's like, yeah, this shit was much easier back when in the 1945s, y'all. I guess they just don't like this. I guess they just don't like this rhetoric in this time period. I'm gonna have to switch this up.
College, I was thinking about why everyone hated Trump, and it's because everyone was comparing him to Hitler. Everyone was saying this guy's like Hitler. Why? Well, he was talking about building a border wall, being a strong nationalist, bringing the country together under one leader. I think we should have a king.
Was he describing burning up the blacks? Was he talking about having a ban on chicken stores? I'm pretty sure he wasn't, Nick.
Better than democracy, that we should have one leader. And anyway,
the king is kind.
True, God, you're right. God runs the world. But I mean, like, on Earth, we need a king to rule the country. And so I was thinking, well, they don't like Trump because it always goes back to Hitler. You can't do this, that, and the other because of Hitler. And I said, well, why is that such a taboo? Because the hammer and sickle, which represents communism killed 100 million. And communism is responsible for horrible atrocities, just the same as the swastika. But the swastika is not accepted anywhere. Stalin, I could sit here and say Joseph Stalin's a great guy. No one's going to care. I say Hitler's great.
That's like a little wild to say.
Well, but you understand it's a different treatment. You know what I'm talking about. And I say why? And the reason why is because Hitler, they say, had the worst, even though there were other genocides or other atrocities, Hitler's was the worst. Why? They say it was the worst because it was technological, industrial. He tried to exterminate a whole group of people.
Let me guess, it was revolutionary.
No, it was just the industrial nature of it. As they said, it was a unique horror in human history. At the same time, they also only talk about one aspect of it. I'm referring to the Holocaust, of course. Did they ever talk about the Polish people that Hitler killed, or the gypsies, or homosexuals, or Catholics?
They do.
Mm-hmm.
Not as high, not as like
it's mainly targeted at the Jews.
It's
Nobody
mainly
talks
talking about
about
the Jews, but I thought you said you don't believe that people were getting killed.
Well, that's the thing. I'm leading in there. So I'm saying, the reason they say so evil is because of this. And again, other leaders have done atrocities, and other leaders have killed millions, and other leaders have done wars. But they say this guy was uniquely the worst. Why? Technological, and specifically has something to do with the Jews. And I said, well, that's kind of an interesting thing because we have these Holocaust museums everywhere. It's all over the curriculum. It's all over the schools. It's all over the TVs. As I start to dig into it, and you find that one of the preeminent World War II historians in the history of the world, his name's David Irving. He speaks all the languages, French, German, reads all the source documents in the original language. He's like regarded as the #1 historian, makes millions, sells books, widely esteemed by the whole community. He goes in and says, well, there were attributes about the Holocaust which may not be true. Like, for example, a lot of the Jews that died in these camps, they weren't death camps. He says the people that died there, they died because there was disease spreading in the camps. They died because they were running out of food. As Germany lost the war, they were running out of the means to feed the prisoners. The Allies were bombing the railways that provided the food to the camps. And so when you see these pictures of people being shoveled in and the...
Nick, none of that undercuts or does away with anything that you're trying to argue for. Because then there would be people who would say, well, those things happened because he put them in those camps. It was a unique form of genocide because of the fact that it was specifically targeted so much against the majority of these troops, but because the majority of the citizens happened to be of this particular viewpoint, lifestyle choice, religion, and cultural practice. And because he singled them out, because of his desire to get rid of them, he specifically, effectively targeted a group for no other reason because, A, you were the easiest target. That's the actual truth. It's not just because people want to use them, because now, let's be honest, let's be clear. Let me be clear. There will be people who will reach for the Jew button. I'm going to call it the Jew button. The JB. They reach for the JB because it's the easiest way to shut down our conversation. There are plenty of people who do it. We know there are plenty of breadtubers who do it. We know there are plenty of right-wingers who will do it. There are plenty of people who are non-political or apolitical who will do it. That has less to do with politics and more to do with monetary benefit. Let's move them away from the conversation because they're not who we're talking about. There are people like Nick who will say all this shit so that he can be able to get you to be soft on the other ideas because he's telling you shit that you would think, well, I've never heard that before. It's not necessary for you to. But if we're going to have the deeper discussion, if you end up putting people in a camp and that camp relies on railways to bring them food and you are participating in a full-scale world war with allied and enemy powers along divisionary lines, and you end up having those prisoners of war effectively genocided not just because of your descript, explicit actions to corral them to said camps, but they have died as a consequence of the food for those camps being shelled to shit. Regardless if they were told that they were supposed to be military shipments for weapon supplies, or it was just food supplies for a encampment that was X amount of miles away from your main strategic battlefronts. They still die as a result of your actions. And the veracity amount of them that have died because of those actions, even if you were to say, oh, well, the reason why he just chose them was because they were the easier target, they didn't fucking matter. His actions, his ideas, his thoughts, his rhetorics are the direct reason why Adolf is probably going to be, and will forever be used, as the worst case example of what a dictator can do. Because the sheer veracity of human experience means that more than likely in your timeline of your life, you will meet at least 10 people who have enough of a history book that they can go all the way back to the German and Italian immigrants, Jewish in descent or not, who were directly affected because of the actions of World War II. And if you're Jewish, and you're heretically Jewish, and you're religiously Jewish, you could probably go to your great-great-grandmother, if not your grandmother or your mother, and get diaries of what your grandparents were doing during World War II. Your fucking great-grandmama getting her back blown out in the fucking balcony while the Nazis are looking for him is more than likely be true than most. But putting all that the fuck aside, again, because I'm gonna have to do it again more than once, please remember that Nick Fuentes is saying this shit so that he can continue to fucking gaslight the people on the panel. Let's continue.
Mass graves and things like that. Maybe it's not gas chambers. Maybe it's not an extermination. Maybe these were people who still unfairly, in a discriminatory way, were locked up for being Jewish. But maybe these...
I don't think you're going to hear Nick's opinion on the Holodomor because people don't even care about using the Holodomor. Because there are so many people who are prepared. Nice. There are so many people who are going to always reach to use what they call right-wing dictators rather than left-wing dictators. There are too many brain-dead commies who are fucking midwits online that are never going to talk about the Holodomor because they have a vested interest in saying that communism isn't bad because it hasn't really been tried, yo.
Even though it has multiple times.
Technological horrors are exaggerated. Maybe the numbers are exaggerated. This guy gets nuked from orbit. They sue him to pieces. They put together a legal team to go over line by line, every word of his books. And they come up with like a dozen discrepancies. He's made volumes and volumes. They come up with like a dozen things. None of them really important. All of them a matter of interpretation. But they destroy the man's life. And I asked myself, because then
I'm going to preface this as this is a joke, Alabastard. But do you know if your grandmother had a diary? And is it possible we would find a section about your grandfather? Again, this is a joke. I'm telling you, I'm gonna ask that question to somebody, and someone's gonna be like, "Absolutely, Carl. Actually, it's right here. Let us go get the book," and then it'll turn into story time. And I'll just sit there fucking horrified as I'm describing the image of a Jewish woman, like quietly trying to write a man while they're looking for her. And then I will hire some of the best character actors, and we will recreate this scene as a skit. Just so that I can get somebody to say the line, "The Jews are fucking in the roof staircase, aren't they?" Hans, go get the soul music. It's like an alternative history where it happens inside of the 80s instead of in the fucking in 1945, and they break out the Isley brothers.
The Isaac brothers.
It's like, Gruber! Yes, Hans? Get the Isley brothers! We'll find out if you have the Jews in your home right
So
now.
you think me want to shot? The hands make me shot. My hands with me shot.
Then we're gonna find out that Hitler himself is like a lover of Motown. He has all the fucking records and plays them daily.
So you want to be starting something. You want to be starting something.
Not that you're aware of. Fair.
I have no idea who you guys are talking about, but it's funny nonetheless.
Oh, I'm shitposting right now.
We're talking about Adolf Hitler and Motown.
No, the joke was, if there's a member of my audience who had relatives that were alive and had a journal during the Holocaust, that they would have written about how they would have had like a pregnancy they were trying to hide while trying to escape from the Nazis, which became the background of a Key and Peele skit. Much as I fucking hate Jordan Peele's writing, he at least understands how to use fucking comedy.
You want
against women.
You want the boogie fever. To know the never love.
Man, imagine if it happened 20 years later. They would have been fucking using the Bee Gees.
The tragedy. You know the Vandy. This tragedy.
Wasn't the original Diary of Anne Frank filled with her talking about maturation that had to be edited out? I'm not sure, because I'm American. I probably read the edited version. It's institutional also. A lot of Gramsciites in the university spent 80 years covering up the socialist component of his ideology. Yes, that's why they hate the word cultural Marxism, and they say that it's supposed to be an anti-Semitic dog whistle.
interrogate the subject and I find evidence that maybe the Holocaust isn't as it seems. And then I think about the term, if I go out and say that, I get called a Holocaust denier. What other event is treated this way? If I say the Armenian genocide didn't happen, I mean, people say that. But if you get called an Armenian genocide denier, does anyone even know what that means?
Uh-oh, the young Turks won't like that.
And this is some of the stuff Ye was talking about. Ye said, how many black people at the border? You know, if I don't give a shit about that, I face no repercussion. But if I talk about the Holocaust the wrong way, they come from my head. If I say it's 1 less than 6 million, they kill me. You lose your job. And so I said, and this is just my thesis again, food for thought. Is it the case that
don't add up.
Every double standard about Hitler, the Nazis, the Holocaust is
Why is Miss Titties giving him that look?
that way? Because
Like she's super invested in what he's saying.
The numbers don't make sense, child.
No. This is there is a different look than I'm not interested in what you're saying.
That's like a cutesy look.
Like, okay, look at Miss Titties and then look at light skin to his left. Or in his case, his right. She's not interested and is trying to be polite and not speak. She's giving him her attention.
Full attention.
Is it all real? Or is it that way because there's a big industry that's
Okay, now that was a concerning look. She did the open eyebrow nigga down.
around that? And insofar as the Holocaust exists, anytime you talk about Jewish slave trade, Israel, Palestine, they say,
I feel like Grace and I and maybe Jay need to like have a sit down and explain African American actions.
You know what? I'd like to learn that so I can understand what the fuck is going on.
Grace, send me your schedule for this week. We're gonna make this.
I got you later today.
We're gonna help make this happen. We're gonna make this happen. Probably have to send me your schedule for next week too. Because she probably won't pick up Sunday. Knowing her, she'll probably say, I got editing to do.
Oh, that's anti-Semitic. You're gonna cause another Holocaust. Fired, decapitated, blah, blah, blah. And I feel like it's a lot more plausible that this is being used to bully people into not talking.
Yes, but then there's also the fact that there are people like you
about certain topics. It's not to say that nothing bad happened. It was a world war, and there were concentration camps on both sides. Germans were put in concentration camps by Eisenhower. America put Japanese in internment camps.
Yes.
Japanese killed Chinese. It was a world war. It was a bloodbath. Horrible things on all sides. But this is the one you can't talk about, and it's because of the victims. That's all I'm saying. And so, and then you get into the war, and that's a whole other topic. But Hitler brings back the German economy, and Germany was like raped basically after World War I. I don't mean to use that in insensitive way.
You can be speaking positive about Hitler. That's asymmetric.
And it was all because Germany unified in the late 19th.
The problem is that because it is a person who has done great evils, even if you could say that he's done good, you cannot ever put it in the light as though, well, he did some good shit, therefore we should forgive. No, it's like these things did happen. Let's say for example, tomorrow I am arrested and I'm sent to prison, and the reason that you're given is even though Carl embezzled $1 billion away from the top executives who were responsible for corruption in America, at least half of that money was used to create some of the most egregious wars in the streets of all of the nations and all of the states of America, that he is effectively responsible for backrolling all of the gangs and all of the insurgencies, both foreign and domestic. But he also gave enough money that nobody ever has to starve in America again, permanently, lifetime. We will never have starvation. It will never be a problem. All of the issues that ever go with world hunger are solved in America. Homelessness is still a problem, but everyone's fed. As you're eating your unlimited supply of health, vegan, and or fast food, if my name came up in the conversation, you'd be like, you know, Carl was one crazy ass nigga, but he did it. A nigga is eating though. It is a shame about what he did to the Quan.
Rest in peace, Jay Quan. He ain't do nothing.
Like, rest in peace, Quan. Your Jays are flying over the boardwalk. We will never forget how you hit that one jumper. And after you fucked Adam Tutu's wife on no jumper.
Oh, God.
We're gonna do forever.
Like, there's no way where there could be a conversation where it's like mention of Carl and any Carlists that ever tried to downplay his actions will be permanently banned from all platforms. And like, what did Carl really do? Like, he solved hunger in America. You know, he solved hunger in America. He also funded all the people who were responsible for wars, both foreign and domestic. But I mean, like, I don't live in those places, so like, nigga, that's tough. I'm still eating though. On some fucking podcast somewhere else, you know a nigga will say this shit, okay? You know a nigga will say this shit. Carl, are you censoring yourself? Yes, I am. You know a nigga will say this shit on the microphone without irony. And there will be a bunch of people who will run to Twitter and be like, can you believe this motherfucker is defending SinglePlayerCarl? That man killed so many people because of his money. He was literally the Black George Soros. But he did feed you, and you are eating right now, right?
He had with the
But what did that have to do with anything? What did it? But you eating, right? There will be ignorant motherfuckers who will never let it go. It's the same shit. Only difference is, I didn't kill Jesus.
Okay, Carl. Merchants killed.
If anything, they would put me in jail for having started a company that ensured that nobody would be alone. And then it'd be like, well, it's very weird how there seems to be a Carl dating service on the block in every single city that happens to be owned and populated by whites in higher proportion than any other race. And it's like, bro, don't worry about that. And it just so happens to be that there's a Carl clinic right next to every Planned Parenthood, and people are just going in and out of them. It's like a rotating storyline. They go in with they come out of the Planned Parenthood with abortions to go into the Carl clinic, and they're already pregnant again. Nobody knows how it works.
It's like that picture of a Weight Watchers next to a Cold Stones.
Yes. Nobody knows how it works, but the women always come out smiling.
18th century became a great industrial power. Anyway, so they got totally screwed over. Hitler comes back and says, we're going to strengthen the currency, rebuild the economy, get total employment. We're going to bring back these ethnic German-speaking parts of Germany that were cut off after World War I in Czech Republic, in Austria. He's the most popular leader in the world, Times Man of the Year. Everybody loves him. Well, then the British and the French declare war on him for trying to take Danzig, which was all German speakers. Hitler goes in there and says, look, all I wanted was Danzig, let's have peace with Poland. Britain and France declare war. So Hitler goes in, destroys the British army, but lets most of them escape at Dunkirk. Says, look, let's have peace, the war's over. The British say nope, and the British start bombing Germany, which is illegal. They start bombing German cities. They did it first, because they knew that Germany would respond. And Hitler says, look, stop bombing my cities. This is illegal. You're killing my people. They keep doing it, so Hitler responds. The British public says, whoa, we're getting bombed by Hitler. All right, let's go to war. This is how you get a world war on your hands.
It's very clear that you are so educated on this topic, far beyond what I am currently.
Hold on.
This is how you get a world war on your hands.
It's very...
My God. I will be right back.
That sounds like a weird oversimplification of it all. Also, Jesus Christ, we're just slightly over halfway in this 4-hour stream. Jesus fuck. Nice.
At least we're halfway.
Yeah, but it feels like it's been going for 4 hours straight.
Yeah.
More like 8 hours.
Oh yeah, bring that cupcakes.
Clear that you are so incredibly educated on this topic, far beyond what I am currently, and probably what I will ever be my entire life. I'm just not that interested in learning about the history of the Holocaust. But I think there is. I mean, I gotta pick what I study, and studying medicine takes up a lot of my time.
Okay, let me finish this point then.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought.
No, it wasn't done. Well, I can wrap it up, but no. It's fine because you're saying a lot of things that a lot of people don't know.
Yeah.
It's important.
Yeah, and this is very, very true stuff. I mean, look at the Versailles Agreement. If you guys don't believe them about Germany getting destroyed after World War I, you don't believe Eisenhower killing a bunch of Germans. He did it as well. This is all true. Sorry, continue.
Well, and here's the big picture.
And we'll address you later to debate it after if you disagree.
Yes. The big picture is this: the narrative history of World War II still affects our political discourse. That's the big picture. We're still talking about World War II. It still matters. And it's foundational for so much of the stuff we believe about the international community, about how the international community works, about rights, liberalism, all these kinds of things. And so there's a vested interest in what we believe about World War II, because if we didn't believe certain historical narratives about World War II, maybe we wouldn't believe in certain other things. You know, that argument that we can't have Trump because he's Hitler-like suddenly evaporates. Suddenly there's not as much of a good argument for it.
I'm pretty sure people are going to be like, bro, we can't have him as a president. Why? It's because he's like Hitler. We now know the true, real historical evidence. We were able to disseminate it. We gave it in a time dial. It's part of the American culture to the point that before you were even born, you knew the truth about Hitler. So what's the next point? Another reason that I chose to make up on the spot because I don't like him. Nigga, what the fuck?
I could keep going through the history about the Soviet Union being ready to invade Europe. This is called the Suvorov hypothesis. Yeah, everybody says that back in the day, Hitler betrayed Stalin, and Stalin was duped. Maybe you guys don't know, but the Soviet Union is like this massive military power. They're communist. And then the story goes something like this.
Have we ever learned if Nick Fuentes is just autistic?
I mean, he is gay, so...
Hey!
With Stalin, and when betrays Stalin, goes in and invades, and Stalin's totally caught off guard and gets screwed by this. There's a hypothesis that emerged 30 years ago that says actually Stalin was not duped. Stalin was preparing for war for 20 years to take over all of Europe. He was preparing. They knew, for example, that he was preparing to cross the British Channel or the English Channel and invade England because he was building amphibious tanks that could cross water. So when Hitler goes in and invades Russia, it's not that Stalin was unprepared. It's that he was building offensive units, not defensive units. Stalin was ready to take over all of Europe until Hitler preempted him by invading first. And so looked at one way about World War II is that Hitler saved Europe from Stalin. Because of course Stalin comes in after World War II, takes over all of Eastern Europe, builds the Iron Curtain, and subjects them to basically communist slavery for half of a century. That would have been the fate of all of Europe if Hitler hadn't militarized and gone after the Soviet Union. So anyway, that's why I think Hitler's unfairly maligned. And I'm not in like a fan club or anything, but like
Hitler, he kind of saved us from all being put behind the Iron Curtain in the country. So he was not that bad of a guy. If
Hitler didn't do nothing.
If Ava Braun just brought him some more art paint, he could have had a revival just like W. It just doesn't roll off the tongue as well as, maybe if you didn't force your son to be a politician, maybe W could have just been a fucking World War painter. No?
Guys, Hitler wasn't such a bad guy after all.
It's so fucking stupid.
For legal reasons, this is a joke, you two.
It's so fucking stupid. I don't even know why you would say the shit specifically just to try and troll them. And then you make women subject them to this shit and they don't get the ability to walk away? Technically they could walk away, but they haven't broken the cardinal rule of Fresh and Fit, which is calling them stupid. I'm laughing because they're pathetic.
Well, there are women, so,
No, the men that do that.
Oh, the men too.
Yeah, do Myron and the other guy know that he's trolling, or?
Yes. I talked about this on the Part 1 stream on Monday. Because they interviewed him before they brought him onto After Hours. I made this point clear when I was trying to bring up the fucking feed, and then I found out that the video that I watched before had been taken down off their channel after it had been up on YouTube for 2 days, because Nick is a banned figure on YouTube. So if they had him on a video on their channel, on their personal big channel, then it would get them copy striked and then punished. So they took it down and they put both the interview as well as this After Hours on Rumble. So more often than not, and especially considering the fact that he has all these fucking props prepared for these bits that he's doing, is more than likely they worked out a conversation beforehand where it's like, alright Nick, you're gonna do your trolling thing, we don't give a shit, we don't necessarily have an opinion about your political views, you do your trolling shit, we're gonna play into it, and we're gonna do what we always do. So more than likely they're in on what he's doing, and there's like a predetermined amount that they're willing to do for a bit. But if he was to do something extremely wild that would even put them at a risk on Rumble, I don't doubt for a second that they would throw his ass out. But they won't, because they know that it brings them attention. Because without having people like Nick Fuentes on their fucking broadcast, or people like Destin coming on to debate Nick Fuentes or Sneeko on their fucking shit, they would have no ability to have these conversations ever. Because they know that's what they serve their purpose for. We don't go to Fresh and Fit for their opinions, because we know they're fucking horse shit. We go to them to see what stupid shit they did next. And this so happened to be so big enough that, hey, you brought a known white supremacist groper into a room full of mostly African American and biracial women? I gotta see this!
Like, this stuff's important because of how it affects American politics.
Anybody have anything for that?
Thank you for the history.
Thank you for that history.
It is important.
So much. Where do I want to start?
I think there's a difference.
Anybody have any?
Actually, I just noticed the redhead that's usually sitting on this far end next to the other light skin, that's next to the black woman, that's next to Miss Titties. I think she walked off, but she didn't go to the bathroom. So at least she's the only person that got up and walked away from this bullshit.
It's important.
So much. Where do I want to start?
I think there's a difference.
Anybody have anything for that one?
Honestly,
I just feel like it's more than what it's being said right here.
Okay, what more is there? Go ahead.
Y'all don't know my intake on Hitler?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
when he was killing people, he was looking for something, like in the people. He was looking for something, which I don't think he was looking towards the right race.
Oh, so who should he been killing then?
I'm not gonna speak.
Hey, I'm gonna need something to put in my mouth before I hear what she says there. Hold on a second. I did not expect that to come out of her mouth. Did we do it? Did we find a reincarnated member of the Negro Waffen SS? Holy shit!
Oh boy.
We found the female killmonger.
Ayo.
Killmonger.
Ayo much?
Now what could she possibly say?
Then choose the next words carefully.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with Tit's face there, like.
I have my breakfast perk trap in hand. Let's rewind that shit and watch it from the start. I didn't expect those words to come out of her mouth.
Fight and take on Hitler?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
When he was killing people, he was looking for something, like in the people. He was looking for something, which I don't think he was looking towards the right race.
Oh, so who should he been killing then?
His people. I'm not gonna speak on that though.
It's okay, we're on Rumble. Say what you want. Go ahead.
I might think I'm crazy.
No,
Like,
go ahead.
Open ears for this.
I don't really care about this because I don't live by the world. I live by the word. That's two different.
Okay.
If I live by the word, I'm not worried about this. Like I didn't come here for this.
Okay.
But they just.
Did you hear the Bible?
Yeah, I live by the word.
Okay.
I'm gonna just say there's theories like they say. I'm not saying it's true. White people are aliens.
Oh my goodness.
It's theories. I didn't say it's true.
The hell?
I'm not saying it's true though, but white people are alien.
Please subscribe to the Yakub.
I'm gonna say nothing and let Grace speak for me. Grace, speak your mind.
I have no words.
Absolutely, bitch. Absolutely.
I'm so serious. I read, like, I watch stuff. And they never.
I watch stuff. That's how I think this.
They never found Hitler's body either.
That's true. They did not find his body.
Hold on. Okay, so I just want to make sure I have this right. So the conclusion is that white people are aliens.
I mean, I'm really fine in what I read. I didn't make sense when I was watching it. It like
I'm not gonna elaborate.
I think it like. Only because you live by the world and I live by the word. That's the only reason.
So you think white people are a celestial being?
Please tell me where it is that you know that.
Yeah, I'm not an alien.
I didn't say where. I just said in there.
Are you religious? Yeah, I am.
How are you
African Americans, please let us join Miss Titties and African Lord. What is wrong with this bitch? Dear Lord! Of course I gotta use Cat Williams. Dear Lord! Please help this bitch understand what the fuck is wrong with her. I swear to God she's stupid as fuck. Embarrassing all of us in front of the world while this white supremacist to her right, embarrasses everybody at the table. Dear Lord, help me have wisdom, because if you give me strength, I'm a choker, bitch. Amen?
Amen.
Okay. I am a terrestrial being. Okay,
I mean, God, I know God wasn't white. That's all I'm saying.
Of course, Nick's an alien.
So what you're saying is that
He's a real human being.
Because white people are aliens.
No, I didn't say everything.
She's saying Hitler should kill whites because whites are aliens.
Oh, I didn't say they were aliens. I said in theory. I didn't say it was my.
Okay, but tell us again why Hitler should have killed his own people.
It was.
But he did kill his own people.
Did he really?
They were not a part of the Aryan race. I think.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so why should Hitler kill his own people?
It was in theory. I was watching a video, basically on him.
Stupid.
I'm not. Thank you very much.
So the video.
I'm not gonna lie. That was probably one of the
I mean,
craziest
y'all should go watch
responses
it. I'm not lying. Y'all should go watch it.
What did you watch?
What's it called? Our channel?
Y'all know those videos with they do. Never mind. They taking.
Come on, bitch, elaborate further.
They're taking white drugs.
I don't take it, but like I be watching them. You know, they be high and they show their experience or they talk and like.
Are you talking about like underbelly? Like.
This woman is talking about the schizo posting YouTube channels.
This bitch unironically watches those. Fucking kill me, please.
I might have to rethink my position on impregnating black women.
Aww.
Yeah, but you know, this is only making me very racist for some reason.
I don't know. I don't know.
For legal reasons, this is a joke.
I don't know. For legal reasons, that statement I just said might not have to be a joke. Well, actually, no. You know what? We're gonna be egalitarian about it. If you can be more like Grace, you're fine.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
This bitch be making Grace look bad.
She's making me look bad.
We don't claim her.
We do not claim her. We do not recognize her at the draft for the races. However, we will still happily be able to accept her, but only if we are allowed to trade away Kanye.
We need to slap the black out of her.
No, we need to slap the white into her. But she has enough white genes to say, you know, maybe I shouldn't say this on a live microphone.
Where they like
Software underbelly? Yeah.
people, yeah, that.
Just a couple of G Willikers to the dome, you know?
Yeah, he got some good theories.
A bunch of diddly doos.
So I mean,
I didn't say it was a theory.
Yeah, just say that.
You know, we listen to Nick theories all night, so we gotta let baby girl be great. This man just said he was a good person, so we all have to be great.
No, he said he did good things.
He said it was good people on both sides.
He did good things. It's a fact that he absolutely did save the German economy and 100% turned around.
What the fuck did he do with that salute?
Absolutely destroyed Germany, and he revitalized it.
They're shitposting.
Economy, brought millions of jobs back, created a train system.
He said, "Fuck them gas chambers and them concentration camps."
I'm saying that though he did things that were morally incorrect, he definitely did a bunch of things correct for his country. That's a fact. That's not even like my opinion or whatever. But what he's trying to say is that you can't even say the good that he did for his country because that's considered.
Yeah, but once you kill 6 million people, who gives a fuck about the good things you did?
Allegedly, 6
million. 500,000. So who cares? Like, I don't understand. Like, does the reward really like fit the risk at that point?
Well, the big thing is to understand that it wasn't just a certain group of people that were killed, like they try to say. It was a bunch of people.
Well, I think that people that are mildly knowledgeable, not this level of knowledgeable, you got it. But like mildly knowledgeable, we understand that he didn't only kill one type of person.
But what he's trying to say is that that's what's been perpetuated, is that it's been just one class of victim when in reality it was a bunch of different.
No, everybody knew that it happened to be all those different races. What happened to be the most egregious is that when you look at the example of how far he was willing to go, the Jewish population, both religious and cultural, were the greatest victims. They were the highest totaled number of victims. It's not a death race, my guy. It's not a death race.
Right, but that doesn't make it any less bad.
Well, check this out. And that is true. It's never good at all. We're just saying, on some level, he did some things to help his country, which, also speaking as a leader, that's what you're going to do.
It's an objective statement. Like, I don't think any intelligent person...
I can go talk to them losing my brother that was lying.
Stop. You guys are going with your feelings. What he's basically saying is that what he said is an objective truth.
You guys are going with your feelings. My feeling that you should just let me keep trolling if somebody's ringing my doorbell.
Zippity doo dah, zippity day. Zippity doo dah, zippity day. What a wonderful day. I'm looking at the tags on the side. They point to Disney Part 2, film religion, Jonah Hill and abuse scandal, but huge by his text actually. No plans, no brains, full tilt, PPI inflation report. Jonah text explode! His unhinged ex, Simcast, Chris C. Ice Cube proposed to the NBA, Express Morning, Sports Morning Espresso Shot. His education, live stream number 330. Mission Impossible review, Tom Cruise teaches Hollywood.
Chose today as grocery day, and she sends them by Walmart delivery. The drinks finally arrived.
Them child skin.
What about my skin?
Oh, sorry, I was just reading the video towels on the side.
Did help Germany during a certain period of time. What he's saying is that he can't even state that without being attacked.
Yeah.
He can't
Correct.
state an objective truth without being attacked. That's a problem.
I mean, I don't think that's...
Do I think Destiny could win this debate with Nick? There are plenty of debates that Destiny could win with Nick. But I'm pretty sure he would not debate him on the efficacy of who was actually the biggest losers in fucking Nazi Germany. Because he doesn't like Nick. Like, he's done plenty of debates already, and probably the because of the algorithm feed that I have for my account, the fucking takes on the fucking Last Night of Destiny account probably already has those debates back up there, because he debated them again on an after-hours stream. It's so common. I'm sure there's plenty of positions that Nick would try to argue with Destiny, but I'm pretty sure Destiny's at the point where he's just like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna not push your shit in. So he'd argue with him, but he wouldn't take Nick seriously about any of his positions because he knows what his real opinions are. Master Wolf. Out of respect for the dead, Otto Frank has also omitted a number of unflattering passages about his wife and the other residents of the secret annex. Interesting. Okay. I learned. Listen to you.
That's not the issue I had with anything. Like, I understand where you're coming from. It's an intelligent conversation versus an emotional conversation.
Right.
And when you speak the way that you do, it's very easy to see that you're not having an emotional conversation. But when you started off by saying, yeah, I think Hitler was a good guy, or like however you started off, it was like a little tongue-in-cheek. I think you know what you're doing. Like, I think you know what you're doing. You're very smart.
He's very smart. Yeah, you get the people going, you know what you're doing. But at the same time, even though he said all of those things, when you compile it and dress it up with a whole lot of jargon and verbiage that people don't understand on a topic that people aren't really that knowledgeable about,
you get lost.
Yeah, you get lost in it. And then at the same time, it's like, okay, well, how much is this opinion-based and fact-based? However, I don't give a fuck. I want to go back to what you said. Well,
who's false then if you don't know?
She's even taking notes! Black women can debate shitlords. Black women can debate. Debate, bro, edgelords. God damn. Black women, you're back on the Carl list. You're back on the Carl list! Who did that? Harvey Wild.
That was meant to be applause.
It was meant. Oh, okay, buddy. All right, it was meant to be applause. Okay. All right.
I'm serious.
Oh, it's getting hot. I'm taking my hoodie off. Ugh.
Great. Now I'm sounding like that one kid.
Pay no attention to the rip side of my shirt.
Go to the notes.
No, you're right, because I could have done this extensive level of Hitler research and World War II research too, but I just didn't. I'd rather go to see Anne Frank's house and fucking Amsterdam, that's what I did, whatever. Okay. But you made a comment that said Trump was Hitler-like, and that's why people didn't like him.
Yes.
Right. So my take on that was he Hitler-like, or was it his history of blatantly discriminating
Trump was not
people?
Trump was not Hitler. I don't care what they say.
And
she knows she's dressing it.
Criminalizing his history of blatantly discriminating against people. So my take on that was he Hitler-like, or was it his history of blatantly discriminating against people, a certain type of people, publicly, and criminalizing an entire race of people publicly?
Well, here's what I'm saying.
Trump wasn't sitting here saying, fuck it, carry him up, let's all shoot him up, pop, 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 pop. Trump didn't do that. He didn't say that.
Well, you're right that there are other reasons that people don't like Trump. What I'm talking about, though, is that there is a pattern where, like, people will be set out as targets and then compared to Hitler, like Trump, Vladimir Putin, Bashar al-Assad.
That's because people are midwits, and they will reach for what they consider to be the most well-known evil bad guy in the history of history. And the easiest one people have been told is Hitler. It's not that hard, Nick.
I would let Putin be there, but not Trump.
That's what I'm saying, though. It's like, it's not too much about Trump. I'm thinking about the conversation and how some things are necessarily bad. No one will say why. They'll just say because they sound like the Nazis. They sound like Hitler. Like if I go and say something like, I think America should be majority white, people go, whoa, were you like Hitler? Were you like a Nazi? And I'm thinking, like, where does that negative connotation come from? In other words, when we look at sort of the moral language of the political debate,
it comes from the fact that he was exclusionary and wanted to genocide the races to find the Aryan master race, dumb fuck.
Like framed.
You know that. You know that's where it comes from. Stop playing coy. It'd be a much different conversation. It would be a much different conversation if Hitler's approach was my approach, okay? It'd be a lot different. A guy walks into a room and it's like, God damn, there's just so many beautiful women here. I'm like, hey, yo, fam, what you saying? What are you, Hitler? Hey, yo, this man believes in race mixing. He likes whites, Asians, blacks, and everybody else in between. You gotta put him in a camp, bro. You gotta put this man in jail, bro. We don't like race mixing out here. Only the races together in their specific places.
Like puzzle pieces.
That's actually fucked up. We only fit together
Why
like
does
puzzle
that
pieces.
remind me? There was this joke that George Carlin did once about about balancing the budget, where we have the 4 most square states, like everyone moves out, and we just put the lowest of the low in our society in there, and have it all on camera.
I mean, that's just describing the purge with extra steps. Because if you're in an organized society where the wealthiest people are in the center of society and the most poor live on the outskirts, you're going to end up with a barricade city. And when you have those barricade cities where each district of poverty gets less and less as you move inwards, you will actually have revolt happen within 10 years. Because no one's going to live through that for more than 10 years and be like, you know what, fuck the people in the middle. We're going to go ahead and take that, because we already see that division happening today. Because it would be the greatest demonstration of a caste system never before seen in extreme racial discriminations, except by the Indians.
It's almost like the worst thing you could be is like,
Don't get me started on
and the best thing you could be is like Nelson Mandela, right? Okay.
They really need the revolution down there.
I suppose.
No one will say why. They'll just say because they sound like the Nazis. They sound like Hitler. Like if I go and say something like, I think America should be majority white, people go, whoa, what, you like Hitler? What, you like a Nazi? And I'm thinking, like, where does that negative connotation come from? In other words, when we look at sort of the moral language of the political debate, it's like framed by Hitler. It's almost like the worst thing you could be is like a Nazi, right? And the best thing you could be is like Nelson Mandela, right? Okay, like a sainted civil rights activist. And so I'm trying to suss out, if there's these two positions, we can figure out what the values are that underlie them. And so what people call evil is a coherent society where there's like homogeneity, meaning like everyone is similar, a strong national leader, patriotism, like strong masculine fathers and workers, like all that you would see the connotation of Nazism. In the contrast, what's the best thing? Well, it's like a gay pride parade. It's like a big gay, Black History Month pride parade where everybody's like, waving rainbow flags. And those values are openness, tolerance, pluralism, multiculturalism, liberalism, those kinds of things. And so it's really just about framing the debate in terms of, why are these things so loaded up? Why can't we talk about an alternative system? And it's because this is
because the alternative system marginalizes a certain group of people and discriminates against a certain group of people. If it didn't do that, then we could have that kind of conversation.
Not necessarily, though. I don't think that, like, for example, in World War II, Nazi Germany wasn't less racist than America or any other.
I'm talking about this Trump era because the one thing that people dislike about Trump so much is the fact that he created such a divisive culture, right? And I disagree with that. He didn't do that. What he did was he empowered the people that were already closeted and made them feel empowered to be vocal. It was always there. So we cannot continue to blame this one man for destroying our culture and making it 1950 all over again. Because
while I disagree with the angle that Miss Titties is attacking from, I agree with her sentiment because she is correct. There were closeted people that came out and decided to become more active because of Trump's influence on the political landscape. Whether you say it was for or against, each side had people who would have never had a finger in politics that stepped forward and got political once he entered the political landscape. And when he terraformed the political field by becoming elected, it woke them to a sphere that made them become what they are today. That is a true statement. I don't agree with her angle of attack by saying he brought particular, because we know where she's talking about the supposed right wing that were closeted, but
the ultra magas.
As much as you can have the ultra MAGA, you also have the ultra Antifa. Both sides got activated. They were all hippie tree loving liberals up until the moment he was elected. Then they became anarchists. Each and every single one of them. They were all for the Democratic Party is the best party until their party lost. And then they said, burn it all down. On both sides. On both sides. On many sides. On many sides. Many sides.
That's what's already there. All he gives empower people.
Okay. We're talking about specific things, though. Like, for example, Trump.
I was like, don't give me another World War II reference. Give me a Trump reference.
Okay, yeah, we can talk about Trump. Yeah. I mean, like, so they say Trump attacks the media, and that's like a fascist tactic to go after the media. They say this about other leaders too, like Orban in Hungary. He goes after the media, and that goes against our open society where the media can criticize the government. But is it necessarily wrong to attack the media? The media is very corrupt.
It's wrong when you're doing it by saying inaccurate things. The thing that's worse than
attacking the media, air quote, the media, is only attacking the media if I am disabling you from being able to criticize me. The way that it should work is that if I choose to give a statement, there should be a chevron running underneath the banner, just like Destiny's created for the DGG stock market effect that he has running on his stream now. Whenever he's streaming, the DGX, we can have the Carl X as well, where if I say a wild ass statement, my Negro interpreter, Graced, will immediately run the translation of what I just said, along with how that affects the Carl stock market. And that could be running directly alongside somebody reading said news story, and every single time I say something negative about them, they now have breaking news! Carl said this shit, but we think he's a bitch-ass nigga. And then I respond back saying, hey yo, you can't say I'm a bitch-ass nigga, you fucking dusty-ass crunchy gremlin. Dun-dun-dun! Breaking news! Carl called me a dusty-ass gremlin. When was the last time you got an edge up, nigga? And just back and forth, back and forth. That is not attacking the media. Attacking the media is somebody says something about me, and so I buy the company that you're assigned to, that you get work from, and I shut the company down, thus putting you out of business and removing that piece of censure from the discussion. That's attacking the media. Because I can say whatever the fuck I want about what you look like, but you get to say whatever the fuck you want about me back. The second I start using my political or my financial fiduciary power to silence you is the moment that I'm truly attacking the media. That is unironically an attack upon our democracy. But anyways,
being uneducated is miseducated.
How about something accurate though, like the war in Iraq? I mean, is it accurate to say that the media lied about the war in Iraq and weapons of mass destruction? There you go. I mean, point being is there's nothing inherently wrong with criticizing the media, but people say, oh, well, that's like the fascists, and the fascists are always wrong because they did the
problem is he was saying untruths and broadcasting that. People didn't give a fuck when he was saying right stuff.
Like what?
I think Donald Trump is just a very unlikable individual. Whether or not you say, yeah, sometimes. Whether or not you.
You're directly arrogant. I mean, and he's openly racist in his cases that you can actually see and follow about stuff like this.
I would never encourage anyone to be arrogant, but I mean, the first tell into how the presidency that he had was going to go was when he was in that bus and got caught saying you can grab a woman by the pussy and get away with it or whatever.
So a guy talking with his boys about certain things that shouldn't be on camera, so to speak, just messing around. You're using that as an argument saying he's a bad person or a bad president?
No, I
would say something like that means he lacks moral compass, and someone that lacks moral compass.
I would not say that I have.
The point she's making is when he is able to get away from an event that if it was done by somebody who is less beguiling, intact, and in media control, if it was to be said by George W. George W. is on a bus, his daughters are present, they're literally sitting next to him as he says, when he says the phrase, there is a camera on his face, we can see a giant grin on his face, everybody, including his daughters, just like these two girls in the back just now, are fucking covering their face on their cell phones, texting and laughing like, oh my god, Dad! If George W. had been caught on a hot microphone, because we know we can't use Clinton, we can't use Obama. Black individuals would have said that Obama is based, because they've been like, yeah, Obama could have grabbed some motherfuckers out there, because, you know, I'm in love with Obama girl made that very clear. It wouldn't matter if Bill Clinton had said it, because before Bill Clinton, nobody would have given a fuck about the fucking sexual scandals of the presidency, because so many people would have been like, oh, well, I understand why Bill could have said that, because Bill was grabbing motherfuckers by the pussy. Monica Lewinsky and shit whatnot. But if somebody like George W., or maybe even his father, if Bush Sr., let alone Bush Jr., would have said something like that, and it was covered, we had the camera, we had tape, caught it on tape, premiered, literally prayed for you on Nightline with Barbara Walters, it would have been a wrap. It would have been a wrap, because he has the ability to navigate in that scene, because he knows what the fuck to do, because he has media training. And most people who are in politics don't. They don't. Sandy is a perfect case example. How many fucking times has people tried to talk about how she was like a slut because she had that one fucking dance video where she was in her Boston University fucking t-shirt dancing around with her perky ass titties and her push-up bra. Perfect case example. Nobody fucking cares. Because she's a fucking person. She's a girl having fun in fucking college. So what does that mean for anything? But now imagine she had done something even worse than that. Come up with something in the imagination. Nothing's coming to mind right now that I haven't already said before. But, point standing, his guile makes him an unlikable person. And him being able to get away with that is something that people are going to cite. Because it's like, oh my god, he doesn't like women. I'm sure he actually loves women. He probably just doesn't respect the ones that he thinks aren't on his level. But, be that as it may,
using that as an argument saying he's a bad person or a bad president?
No, I
would say something like that means he lacks moral compass, and someone that lacks moral compass.
I would not say that I have
Go ahead. I mean, he just said was okay to sexually assault women.
No, he said when you're a celebrity, you can grab them by the pussy. And what he's saying is that they like that when you're somebody.
When you're somebody, it's okay to sexually assault women.
No. The context was he's famous, and when you're famous, women like you, and you get away with things that regular guys
it's
would
not
not be
sexual
able
assault
to.
because you got other colorful words.
Hold on. If a guy that you like grabs you by the pussy, it is not sexual assault. However, if it's someone that you don't like, then it what?
You give him permission. That is not sexual assault.
Hold on. Okay.
No. Jump in.
Look, ladies. If you're with a man, right, in the same act, this is the difference between women, it being sexual assault, being wanted. If you like the guy, it's accepted. It's like, wow, he's so assertive and dominant. This is so hot. But if he's someone that you don't know or whatever, then it becomes sexual assault, or it's weird, or if it's unwanted. It depends on the individual. So Trump, under the context of what he's saying, is that you're famous, girls love you, you can grab by the pussy, they don't even care. In other words, you are able to do things that other men cannot do because of your celebrity status, and women like you because of your celebrity status. That's the context under which the conversation is happening. Plus, that's locker room talk. You can have that discussion with your guys, because I guarantee when you guys are around your lady, you talk about how this dude's a loser, small dick here, blah, blah, blah. It's okay for women to openly shit on men behind the scenes, but if a guy does, it's a problem.
I think Cardi B made a whole song about drugging people and things like that. So why can't Trump have a joke with his voice?
I don't support Cardi B. I don't support grabbing people by their genitalia. If my boyfriend did that, we would like he would never disrespect my body like that.
If you walk up to say, can we fornicate, please?
I mean, I think you have a different.
Can we have coitus? Consensual coitus?
It's not robotic like that.
Babe, may I please be able to insert my penis into your vaginal cavity?
No, may I insert my genitalia into your female genitalia to experience this sexual gratification until ejaculation time.
Babe, may I insert my male genitalia? May I insert my male genitalia into your female genitalia multiple times until I experience the male arousal state of high ejaculation and reach the point of fruition for the purposes in the missionary position for the intention of impregnation?
Why, most certainly you can stick your male genitalia into my female genitalia multiple times, stroke it up and down over and over again until you experience that.
It doesn't feel the same unless you say it exactly the same way. I can feel you shaking your head at me, Grace. I can feel you shaking your head at me.
Amazing Grace.
It's very sensual and very intimate and very sweet, and what we both like. But I do think that objectively, Donald Trump is an unlikable, not objectively, subjectively, excuse me. Donald Trump is widely disliked. I'm not going to share my personal views on him, and I haven't yet. But when you say something like that and maybe don't take accountability, it's the greatest of looks.
Okay, realistically speaking, most women like to be objectified during sex, just because that's not going on in your relationship.
Hey, yo.
Whoa.
Hey, yo. First off, let's address that first part.
Hey, Grace, did you hear that?
What happened?
He just said that.
Hold on. I'm gonna play it again. However, first things first. There is a difference between I'm a famed person. There are women who are star fuckers who will throw themselves at me, and I say something like, "Hey, yo, fam," open parentheses. When you have money and power and fame like this, and you've got people around you who will let you do anything to them, close parentheses, you can just grab them by the pussy. There is a difference between that and somebody who in a closed boardroom where they thought they were safe enough to say it, kind of like a fucking CEO for any of these companies where they're having those mauled sessions on Zoom. If they were to say something directly to the accountability to the fucking grab them by the coochie experience that Trump had on the bus, there is a much different reaction and a much different energy carried within that. Because any person who understands that knows that's why he's able to get away with it and why he absolutely suffered no consequence from that. Not just because he's media trained like I explained, but also because there is an obvious fact to that. You can't deny that when that's a part of fucking culture. That's what almost every single person who dreams of having celebrity status does with their status. They use it to leverage sexual gratification from those that they would have as the interest point. For rappers, it is groupies, chicken heads that want to get blown the fuck out. For any musician ever, it's groupies. For rock musicians, it's the crazy groupies that do the hard party drugs. For
aka the fun ones.
I mean, every groupie's a fun one. It just depends on what kind of fun she wants to have. For television and film celebrities, it's the ones that look stable enough that you'll have fun having sex with them, but look not crazy enough to do some condom poking, but look and have crazy enough sex that you're like, fuck it, let me go ahead and put one kid in this bitch. And then, of course, for fucking millionaires and thousandaires and billionaires, it's
little girl.
Are you, hey yo, what about little girls?
or the ones that look young.
I'm trying to figure out if you're trying to say a joke that didn't land.
I think it was.
All right, passing right by that. And then for the thousandaires, millionaires, billionaires, it's, are you stable enough that if I have kids with you, I can pay you enough money to shut you up and leave me alone? And if I actually like you and want you to help me build my dynasty, can you help me build a media dynasty that will last for 100 years? That's the level that they're operating on. That's the level that Trump operates on. You know? It's the same level as Elon Musk. He's got thousands of fucking... Well, not literally thousands, but he has so many fucking kids, it's like, I don't fucking care, I'm rich. Here you go, money for you, money for you, money for you, money for you, from you. It's not like it's Nick Cannon and this motherfucker's out here naming bitches the fucking names of Dragon Ball Z beam attacks. Fucking Queen Powerful Cannon. Fuck, you're wrong. What the fuck is wrong with you, Nick? What is wrong with you? But anywho, there's a difference between that and somebody like me, if I thought that I wasn't live. In this alternate timeline where I would do something so stupid as to not have a start stream, stop stream confirmation window. There's a difference between Trump and if somebody like me were to say that on a hot mic where I thought I muted, and I was to be like, hey yo, this Grace bitch in the fucking chat, she's so fucking hot, and man, they like me so much, I could just grab them by the pussy and they wouldn't give a fuck, bruh. There's a difference between if he did that and if I did that. Because I don't have that money. I don't have that clout. No. If I said that, that is the end of Carl's career right then and there. Or it would be one of the many points hit upon in a 2-hour video written by Blow Blacks. It would be our 45 minutes into the Turkey Tom review of the worst edgelords on the internet.
Losers, creeps, pedos.
I don't know why people do this shit all the fucking time when it comes to Trump and that fucking grab by coochie shit. However, shit they said next got me fucking pausing.
Unlikable, not objectively, subjectively, excuse me. Donald Trump is widely disliked. I'm not going to share my personal views on him, and I haven't yet. But when you say something like that and maybe don't take accountability, it's the greatest of plugs.
Okay, realistically speaking, most women like to be objectified during sex just because that's not going.
That's where I paused, and that's where you came in, Grace.
Oh. Ooh, hey yo.
There's no ayo. I can just say, you stupid. Yes, there are women that when they're in the mood like to have dirty talk, but that's the difference. It's dirty talk. It's nasty shit because scientifically proven, women will have harder orgasms when they're not in their right frame of mind. The way to get women into the not right frame of mind, where they're not inside of their heads trying to second guess every single action, is to basically put them into a state of mental emotional torpor, where they are too busy riding on the endorphins and the sexual pleasure that they're letting you say is probably some of the wildest shit that you could never say in any other context, which is what dirty talk is intentionally made for.
Mm-hmm.
However, what this nigga just said was not that.
Donald Trump isn't unlikable, not objectively, subjectively, excuse me. Donald Trump is widely disliked. I'm not going to share my personal views on him.
Like, you see him looking at the chat, so you already know something's going through his head.
And I haven't yet. But when you say something like that and maybe don't take accountability, it's the greatest of.
Then he finds what he's about to say.
Okay, realistically speaking,
and immediately hits the attack.
Most women like to be objectified during sex just because that's not.
And he then glances back to the chat room to see if they started typing Wyron, W-Iron, because they always keep saying that shit like it's like, oh, Chad, 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 because it's on every single one of his YouTube live streams because he puts the fucking YouTube live stream on the screen.
Hey, chat, type W Carl, like just spam W Carl.
Warl?
Yes.
W Carl, W.
Going on in your relationship doesn't mean that other women
I didn't say I don't like it.
I mean,
I said.
Hey, yo!
Hold up.
Cinnamon caramel!
Well,
like, look at the look. We need to come up with a nickname for the one in the gray dress. Grace, you have any good nicknames?
No.
She has a butterfly on her shoulder, so we're gonna call her Butterfly Elbow. Butterfly Elbow is looking at her like, damn, bitch.
I want to call her Gravy Fly, but
Gravy Fly.
gravy fly. That feels like a slur.
Because the dress looks like gravy to me.
I mean, maybe, but I live in the South, so that
Chocolate
doesn't
milk.
look like gravy to me, because the gravy I eat is white.
It also looks like chocolate milk.
Listen, we have two types of gravy. One is slightly light brown, the other one is white, and both are delicious.
White gravy.
And one comes.
Look. I put the wet bread on my dry bread, and I eat it, and it's delicious. Leave me alone.
Wet bread?
That's what gravy is. It's wet bread.
Oh, but you say it like that, you know. It's,
What? You didn't know that all gravy is based in the same products made from bread?
No.
Oh, no.
Country gravy is effectively bread supplies with extra fucking fat, and it's delicious.
Yeah.
It's at least responsible for 50 pounds on my body.
Is there anything that Carl eats that's not smothered in gravy?
There is one thing I will not eat that's smothered in gravy, and that's seafood.
Not even ice cream? What about ice cream gravy?
I mean, if you can find a way to deep fry the ice cream and it tastes good, then yeah.
In the way that Donald Trump
You
described.
yourself.
No, I didn't.
Because
No, I didn't.
I don't think it's okay.
Women,
I don't think it's okay.
hold on, look. There's a reason why 50 Shades of Grey is the most popular book amongst women. Women absolutely.
It's because the women are getting a love story that was based on the settings of Twilight, but shit, written by a woman who, well, is there any nice way to say it about E.L. James? I don't think there is.
A whore?
No.
Crazy?
No, absolutely not. There is no nice way to say it, so I'll just put the picture. I'll just put her pictures up on the screen, and I'm just gonna put her pictures up on the screen. I'm just putting her picture up on the screen, okay? I'm just putting her picture, probably one of the more flattering ones of her, up on the screen. Probably use this one too.
Carl still would.
I mean, absolutely. However, that's not the point of why I'm showing you this.
Is she married?
If she wasn't before, she is now.
Oh.
She did got a nice rack, though.
In fact, we can actually look that up. Yes, she does have a partner. She's been married to him since 1987.
Oh, she's 60.
Yes.
Good, alright.
Imposter syndrome.
It doesn't say that she ever went to college. I'm assuming she probably did, but regardless, Erica Mitchell, right here. That's the woman you're seeing. That's her actual name. E.L. James is her pen name. There is a reason why this woman was able to sell you the shit she sold you. Okay? There is a reason. It's not even showing up with the picture I wanted to show to the chat. Open images, Carl. There is a reason why this woman was able to sell women the book, okay? There is a reason. There's a reason. Grace knows the reason, I know the reason. Women in my audience, especially if you have husbands, you know the reason. Okay? It's not because she's a looker. It's not because she's a looker. I'm not saying that she's ugly.
It's because she's kinky as hell, probably.
I will not answer that. Grace, speak for the women.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, indeed.
Yes, indeed.
Absolutely love to be degraded, treated like shit, etc. during sex because women don't want equality in any confinement, especially in a sexual relationship and or relationship.
That man was talking about just walking up to women because he's Donald Trump. No, it's okay. He grabs somebody coochie. They like him also.
They let you do it.
Exactly. He never said they liked him. I don't give a fuck if the fucking Drake walks up to me and grab my coochie. I'm gonna smack his goddamn hand. What are you doing?
But a lot of women would be okay with that.
And Kat, I agree with you. However, when we say grab a pussy, what nigga you know does that?
A lot of
it is a terminology used.
I mean, literally, it's
Grace, shall we engage in an act of nigga synthesis as we describe just the look and thought that went across Miss Kitty's face just now?
And Kat, I agree with you. However, when we say grab a pussy, what nigga you know does that?
A lot of
We're gonna have to slow down and mute so we can go through these faces because they just have. There's 5 of them and they all went by very quickly. Let's slow down to 7.5.
You know, she's probably trying to into this good
She
faces.
just got whiplash.
He says it. Face 1.
She's probably trying into Miss Good Face.
Grace, please explain to the audience what this face is.
Just irritation. She's just. What?
Moving to.
Okay, she's processing information. Bro.
Face 2.
No, just.
She's like iconic.
She is currently searching her memories. She has looked over to the camera and she has gone out into her own mind to retrieve the memory, which leads us to
staring to the soul.
Now this is a combination face, okay? This is a combination face. It's very hard for you to figure this one out unless you see it all in the same movement. It's gonna go by very fast and it's very hard to capture this, okay? Face 1, face 2 in 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, right there. She went through 3 faces in 0.5 seconds, okay? The first face was the eyebrow raise. Okay, because she thought about it. She thought about the shit. She processed the information. She looks over.
There's so many good faces here.
Scrunching of the face.
Because she thought about it, and the words that came to her mind was, I know at least 15 niggas that did that to me. Followed by
more like 60.
The eyebrow raise to, but them niggas was fine as fuck. Followed by, I just forgot that I am in a discussion. Let me fix myself. When you see it all together, you think it was just an abnormal reaction, and she's like, let me not say that. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. It goes by so fast that if you're not African American, you don't see it. But I saw it.
I mean, literally, it's
what your brain did.
And then there's the face that came after it, which is the, I hope nobody noticed that. It just so happens that Nick was not looking at her at this moment. Maybe she could have folded right there.
Yeah, come on, man. We're not saying physically cool.
And now she's back into the conversation. She rolls her eyes. Now she's checked the fuck back in.
Now she's in the physical realm now, yeah.
Let's take out the grab. Shut the fuck up first. Let's take out the grab out of pussy thing, right?
Should look into the nigga void.
That's a great name. That's what we're gonna call it. Grace, we will dub it the nigga void.
You're welcome for the name.
Or you must avoid it.
As a member of, as a draft pick for the white race, I will thank you. But as a draft pick for the African American race, I will say, shut up, cracker! And I will take it and call it mine of my own volition. It is in the bylaws of the racial draft.
Spat a coon into the niggaverse. We're all going to hell for this.
I was with my friend Chris out in the mall, and he saw a woman who was so fine, she cast his ass into the nigga realm.
God.
Yeah, sure. That's not okay. That's not okay. That's essentially the same thing that Trump said. Oh, well, you're somebody. You can do what you want, and it's funny. He walked up to her, kissed her in her mouth, thinking it was funny.
She didn't like him. I guarantee you, if that's someone that she loved or wanted to be with, oh yeah, kiss me on camera. I don't care.
No, of course.
How do you see a woman person?
That's what he's saying. A celebrity that goes want to be with, he can do whatever he wants.
No, he felt invited, which is why he did it. He felt invited.
These bitches have some good faces.
No. The context under which he said that is like, women will let you once you reach a certain status and you're attractive. He talked about him running the Apprentice show. The context of it is very important. And again, this comes back because women like to be treated like sluts during sex. I don't care what none of you guys say. Let's get your hair pulled, get shit talked to you, whatever it may be. Women like to be degraded during sex. They like a man that can manhandle them. That's just how women don't want you.
They're laughing because he's being ignorant, but at the same time, they don't want to say nah because they know that this is a point that he's not going to let go of. Now he's being autistic as Nick was about Hitler.
quality in anything in their man.
I never said that women don't like that. I said the very act of going up to a woman and putting your hands between her legs and going like this is insane.
Some women like that though.
Too bad Nick doesn't know what thing about
I'm just saying,
sex.
for argument's sake,
Yeah.
niggas go to me like,
Yes, that's
no, they
insane.
don't. Come over here.
Okay, so is it
But it's a term.
It's a term. It is not.
What?
It's not literal. It's not literal.
It's literal.
It's not literal.
The reason why I said that is because women love to be treated like sluts by men that are superior to them.
Yes,
Period. That's a fact. In general, women love to be treated like sluts by men that are superior to them.
I'm sorry, I've never heard the speech. Grab her by the pussy. I'm just not familiar with that.
Because women like to be treated like sluts by men that are superior to them.
I mean, if you're reading between the lines,
Let me grab that ass.
Grabbing ass is a lot different than grabbing coochie, okay? You don't, and even then, you don't just grab ass.
No.
The only people who grab ass are just like ignorant motherfuckers who want you and they know that you're interested, but you're shy, so they're gonna break the ice and see how you react. And if you react poorly, they're gonna be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm being ignorant. I apologize."
A critical thing. This is perfect example of that. Women like men to have power. Women like men to have money. Women like men to have status. Guess what? Trump has all of them. So what does he say? Hey, when you have my kind of status and you're running the top show, The Apprentice, which is before all y'all time, maybe not cats, but you'll go ahead and you'll know, right? Oh, but women love this shit. Okay, when you're reach my status, women will let you grab them by the pussy because women, in general, like men that are superior to them in every way, and they like to go ahead and take that into the bedroom. I mean, it's very simple.
Do you know? I'm gonna politely disagree. I think that.
I'm disrespectfully disagree.
I really
disagree specifically. What part?
One, I believe that women do have the ability to critically think. And first, the second part.
In general, they don't.
I cannot agree with that. I don't.
just slip that misogyny right in there. I believe women have a higher sense of thinking and that they can be able to say no. I don't. All right, Myron. All right, Fish. All right.
Okay, first of all, based.
Not based.
No,
it just doesn't deserve like direct addressment. It's just like, "Aye, nigga, okay."
Yeah, well, like whatever. Okay.
Get into it.
You know, the smart side of me thinks this is all cap.
I cannot.
I mean, just look at Butterfly Elbow. That's the correct reaction.
That I don't have time to get into it.
This discussion is permanent.
Staring into the nigga void.
No, she's not staring into the nigga boy. She is specifically looking away from the direction of the ignorance. Like look. It's a full eye roll. It's a full eye roll. If you follow her eyes, if you follow her eyes from the direction in which she is rolling them, she looked in his direction and rolled them all the way around, away from the position of where the ignorance originated.
With that, I don't have time to get into it.
This discussion is permanent. All of you guys have given emotional responses when he said
basically ignorant
radar. How it made you feel? Hey, Hitler did good. Your fucking feelings immediately.
I mean, all black people have nigger radar.
I mean, yeah.
It's in the cornrows. It's their black synapses.
I feel like if I was to actually co-sign that and make that a reality, that somebody's gonna come along and be like, "You can't say that, Carl. That's our heritage." And I'm like, is it also our heritage to steal? Like, on some ignorant shit. But that's if I'm being ignorant. I was merely joking when I said that shit about the cornrows. I'm just creating the list. I'm just creating the list that they're gonna cancel me for.
Nah, man, it's the dredge, man. The dredge.
Feelings override the facts that he's presenting because women are feel dominant.
That's not true. We are emotional and
nobody give a fuck about the good shit he did when you killed all those people.
Again, feelings.
Emotional.
Who the fuck cares about the good shit that he did?
Look. He just said an objective truth. He said an objective truth, but your feelings overrode the fact that he stated an objective truth. He said, I don't care my feelings. He killed people, but he did good too.
I mean, it doesn't take anyone can objectively and intelligently realize that he could have done terrible, tragic things and also help the economy. Like, I don't understand what the argument is.
Exactly. When he said it, you guys all had a knee-jerk reaction and reacted emotionally, which proves
like, well, you guys reacted emotionally in the point. It's like, I could react nonchalantly and be like, "Hey, yo, fam," but even if he did solve the economic situation, like, and if you hear me snort, just imagine that I'm taking a puff of some fucking weed because I don't have a cigar to smoke today.
Even you should buy a bong with you, bro.
No, because I don't want to get banned, because they would ban me if I had a bong on YouTube. Hey, yo, fam. Like, he could have solved the economic crisis, but that doesn't undo the fact that for every single race that he killed along with the Jews, he also was killing gays, he was killing blacks, he was killing Poles, killing Indians, killing immigrants of any kind because he considered them to not be a part of the Aryan race or some type shit. Like you gotta understand, bro. Like, I'm not having emotion. I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying what you're saying is fucking ignorant shit. Because he could have fucked around and fucked up and killed you too. If you lived in that time period, you would be sitting there saying, you know, I think that Hitler's a great guy, and he would have been like, "Ich bin mein Führer," and then off you too. Like, what the fuck? And that's exactly the response that Miss Titty's trying to give him, even if she's annoyed. Like, what do you really say to the guy who wants to do the fucking history report on Hitler? And I know, because I was that guy in school, but I only did it because everybody else fucking took every other leader. And because they took every other fucking leader, I was the only one who didn't get to present my poster board! Oh. I'm still salty about that shit! Are you gonna make us choose out of a fucking pot and the only one left is Adolf Hitler?
Butterfly shoulder looking down like,
Give it to the black kid.
I mean, like, I even asked, can I just, like, find a different world leader? And they're like, no. You gotta pick what's left. I'm like, fuck, man! Why you make me do this?
When they gave you like a set choice.
Yes, there was a set choice. There was a set choice of world leaders that we had to do for a tri-board research project for presentation as part of world history, and we had to choose out of the ones that were chosen by the leader because it was specifically chosen by the fucking state what they could teach us as a part of the curriculum. And of all the leaders that they had, because they had a lot of them, because there were a lot of fucking classes across the periods, the only ones that were fucking left were 18 world leaders that happened to be originated for America and multiple European nations of history. And the last one that was taken up was Pol Pot's and Adolf Hitler. And the bitch pulled Pol Pot's.
That's how it be. That's just how it is.
I'm sad that you didn't get to do a poster with the swastikas and everything.
To see, the part that was fucked up is that the poster boards were presented across the lockers that were not used inside that part of that particular education building. But because I had Adolf Hitler, mine couldn't be shown.
Why'd you have it as a set choice then?
I asked them the same question. And the principal, after a Jewish mother went through the hallways and saw my name on it and assumed that I had to be somebody making up a name, because who would name their child Alistair Jean and abbreviate it as a Johnny? When I was called into an office to explain to this Jewish mother, ma'am, we had to pull at hats and there was only two left. It was Pol Pot's and Adolf, and I pulled Adolf. And I'm probably one of the other International Baccalaureate students, so I did a lot of research and I produced that along with the particular angles and sigils and some of his artwork in life, that we had an understanding that there would possibly be a possibility that my poster would not be shown, but mistakenly somebody put it out on the first period, so when you were coming to pick up Kyle saw it and he like made mention of it, but he was joking to see what Kyle he would act to. Actually, that's what they called him. He was unironically a neo-Nazi. But he changed that around. He changed that around once he got a taste of black pussy. Now he's married to her.
That's like a typical Nazi.
It was not prototypical for our school. We always thought that he hung out with the fucking emo goth chicks because he wanted to find a white wife amongst them and see if one was easy. But then he got bullied by this bigger, heftier black woman. And like, as they started dating until they like graduated, she started progressively losing more weight. And then we found out it was because they were aggressively fucking in the locker room.
Based.
Anyways.
Wow.
His mother was offended because she was upset that my report was so detailed and focused that it felt, in her words, was a shrine to white supremacy. And,
oh my God.
and my sports coach, who was also the football coach, who also had a relative that had gotten pregnant by one of his friends, had to sit there and explain, no ma'am, Carl is just... And I remember this specifically. No, I remember this specifically. Goes up to this small ass Jewish woman. It's just, I'm sorry, ma'am. Carl is thorough. He looked at me, and I remember waiting like a little bit, because I like fucking with him, right?
Gave you a wink.
Like he looked at me, and I gave him like a little autistic wave, because I liked fucking with him, right? And he looked at me for a pause to find a word to describe me while being nice, because my principal was standing right there. And he sighed with like a be understood as middle white African American understanding but exhaustion. Thorough.
All this for a grade, dude.
Because he's like, you didn't do anything wrong, Carl. But did you really need to find the photos that he painted? I'm like, I think people needed to see that he had an autistic side that was also not being fed. And so when he was pushed into military service, that it fed a level of exceptionalism that he felt he needed to reach in his art that he thought he should give to the populace. Which is where he came up with the idea of looking for an Aryan race. And it was on that note that she was angry, because she couldn't argue against my point, but she was still mad. Well, what mattered is that I got an A+, bitch. I had to run an extra fucking 30 miles in cross country, but I got an A+.
I was just about to ask that. Congrats.
Who's laughing now?
Kite.
Stop it. Because after they had the discussion, my principal sat me down and was like, Carl, I'm not going to give you a punishment. And I'm like, so I'm not getting punished? And he said, that's not what I said, Carl.
What?
And then in comes my fucking coach, and he's like, Carl, come here, put your shoes on. Go on, Miles. What? Why? I don't care. Go on, Miles. Because, unfortunately, the story that had gone around went from Carl got the short end of the stick to Carl wrote a really good history report on Adolf Hitler, to Carl's a white supremacist who believes in Nazism, to Carl is having an argument with a Jewish mother in the office right now, Coach Scott. You gotta go do something.
Oh no.
By the time it got there, he thought I had done something stupid. But then when he saw Ricky there, and Ricky gave him the, this is just a regular Def Carl 1. Yes, he had a phrase for it. The only time we ever went to DEF CON 5 was a situation that I actually explained on like a prior stream about that mom, where I wrote a letter to her daughter on school letterhead saying, I like you, but I don't like you like that. Let's be friends.
Oh.
Like, when he went in there, he thought it was a Def Carl 5, but it was just a Def Carl 1. Def Carl 1 was, he didn't do anything, but we should probably do something so that they'll leave us alone.
He ain't do nothing.
They literally didn't do nothing! I said that as I ran around the field! I'm like, Coach! I want to stop! I didn't do nothing! His immediate response every time was to throw me another bottle so I could make it another mile. And he's like, not into the Jews, Carl!
Now I'm wondering what Def Carl's 2 to 4 looked like.
Def Carl 2 was, Carl didn't do anything, but he's going to do something. Def Carl 3 was, Carl did something, he's not in the wrong, but someone's about to get their ass beat, which really meant my mother's gonna get called. And Def Carl 5 was, Carl did something, and we're not sure if he's really in the wrong here. There was never a Def Carl 6, which was Carl did something stupid and we can finally get rid of him because I was not a problem child. Whenever I was called to the office, I was always being victimized, and they realized that, oh, he's not causing problems, he's handling them. And my white principal realized this as he handled the letter situation and devised the system. Because she was angry as fuck, but he read the letter and he was expecting, like, something sexual, but it's like, an African-American child explained to your crippled child why he could not date her, and it had nothing to do with her status. It was because he didn't really like her like that. And you're mad about that.
kids.
So he's just like, Carl, you're not in trouble. Took the letter, threw it in the trash can, go back to class. He wanted to address it so that I knew that it had been received. Because what had happened, because I know people have questions about the diesel behind that. What had happened was, we had a substitute teacher for our English class who wanted us to write a letter. She gave us a school letterhead paper and said, you can write a letter to anyone you want. And you can put it in this envelope, and the school will handle the shipping, and they will mail it to who you want. And I couldn't decide between writing a letter to my godfather or writing a letter to the girl. And in my brain, I said to myself, I can just call my godfather Stanley. So I wrote the letter to the girl. It was pretty straightforward in teenage Carl's mind. Like, I don't know how to tell you how I feel. I can't tell you at school, because niggas will making fun of you. Because, Carl likes you. And I can't tell it around your parents, because your mama's crazy. So I'm going to write you a letter, specifically assigned to you, but this is a white mom. So of course she's opening her children's mail. And she got mad. Like, it's not my fault you read words intended for your daughter, and then you chose to act as though I was a wild sexual beast trying to take advantage of your child. Look at me! Do I look like a crazed wild wildebeest trying to fuck white women who are crippled? Don't answer that, Grace.
I mean, maybe.
I'm gonna say no.
Don't you fucking say a word, Grace. I know exactly what the fuck you're about to say.
I mean, 50-50.
Actually, you know what? Just for that comment, Grace, say what you were about to say.
Absolutely.
You bitch.
You freaky, Grace.
Super freak. Super freak. It's super freaky now.
Temptation sing!
Oh. What exactly do you think I would say and do? I'm supposed to be in her guts like, yeah, you ain't having shit like this before. Lift your leg. Matter of fact, you a cheerleader. Let me lift it for you.
Clap, 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 clap.
What the fuck?
You just said it.
I am speaking on a hypothetical.
Continue the story, Carl.
However, I always did wonder that she had a particular condition of her bone degeneracy, where even though she was in cheerleading and in golf, she was usually in her wheelchair a majority of the time in school. So it kept fucking my brain up where she's speaking sexually to me, but then I'm like, I felt like a black woman in a 90s film being sexually malapropped against by 90s Jamie Foxx, you know? Like, booty call era Jamie Foxx. I was looking at it like, I can make this work, but I had to consult the fuckboys of old in order to understand what to do next.
I must consult with the elder gods.
No, the elder niggas.
I must consult with the council of the elderly niggas.
But anyway, but anyways, that's what happened with that. What did I come back to, and do I want to know? Yes, Ebony, but I explained it.
Anyway, Butterfly Tits is looking down. He's looking down on us from around the grid, looking down our scene.
Anyways, no, that's not Miss Titties. That's Butterfly Elbow.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed Butterfly Elbow.
No, just because we had a knee-jerk reaction, that doesn't necessarily mean that we are incompetent. That's what I'm
No, I'm telling you that women are not. Look, it's very simple. Women are not strong critical thinkers like men. They're not.
See, they didn't fall for his personal attack, so now he's trying to piss him off more, and nobody's falling for it.
You're not good leaders. This is why men overwhelm.
They're just giving him the black woman look. like fucking.
You know the look.
Like Ebony fucking Ebony Blossom over here, where the fucking her fucking pigtail puffs. She's just fucking grinning and being like, "You stupid motherfucker." You got the first D2 athlete leaning in like, "You are so dumb. You are so dumb." The double-fisted lean
Y'all
is
so dumb, for real.
No, it's just you are so dumb on repeat.
So dumb.
And then you got the blonde hair next to Miss Titties with her hand on her cheek like, "Nigga, come on. Nigga, be for real." Miss Titties sitting there taking up the Nick position. Nick is staying quiet because he does not need to instigate here. This is the pre-approved Myron Fresh instigation time. The other D1 athlete sitting next to Nick is looking at him with the casual head tilt like, "Nick, are you serious?" And Butterfly Elbow looking at him like, And then Cinnamon Sugar Spice over here being like, that's just really ignorant. I don't believe in that. And in her head, she's really saying, I can't believe that bullshit. That's a whole bunch of bullshit you fucking saying. I can't believe you would even say that.
There are a few looks worse than the black woman stare.
Oh no, there's really not. There's only one sound that can be worse than this, and it's the collective. Excuse me, that was the wrong utterance. I got it wrong. That's the only thing worse than the stare, is that sound. Because you have no idea if they're about to start saying that you should be stripped naked, covered in chocolate and buttercups, and then licked clean, or if they are about to engage in the worst shit-talking session since middle school. Mm-hmm.
And are inventors and create the change in the world. And women.
Meanwhile, red hair over there was literally looking at.
To think emotionally about what he said and then choose to intelligently understand his truths. I think that's far more powerful than just saying logic. I take a second to feel, and I say, you know what? The man is saying something.
And that second to feel is what is the difference between men and women. You don't need that.
The second to feel is the difference between men and women. Men, if we get shot, we're like, "Ow, I've been hit by a bullet." Women, they get shot, like, "Oh my god!" But where's the sniper at? What position is he using? Is he using any wind drop? What direction is the wind blowing in so I can be able to establish the sniper's position? The fact that you took a second to say, "Ow," is the reason between men and women. One way different. Ignorant motherfucker.
Ow. I just felt I felt a bullet wound on my left shoulder here. Oh my god. There is a wound gap. A hole the shape of a golf ball on my shoulder. I am bleeding. I am in pain.
Like the reporter that got shot from I forget the guy's name, but he was a Scottish. He was building a bungalow, and the construction team were trying to demolish it.
Oh, Albert Dryden?
Yeah, him. And then the reporter was like, "It appears I've got shot in the arm there."
And she's just still going.
Ow, and it appears I got shot in the head. Oh no, I am going to die. Plop!
It's like his jaw is hanging like.
Like it literally goes to like slur speech, and they're giving translations as he's giving his fucking sign off. Like, "Well, it appears I am about to die as my brain function is slowing. For ABCUs, I am Scott Adams."
It's just still over.
There's a minute. No, outside of YouTube, if that man would stay here and say,
he was dedicated.
Shit, I don't give a fuck who was right. Everybody would be like, "Whoa."
And
we gonna sit here and listen. We'll sit here and listen and be like, "Damn, I guess you got a couple points." But the initial reaction is like, "Well, y'all just sitting there listening."
I was listening. I was listening. I listened to him for like 7 minutes straight. He gave us an entire history course.
Can I just say,
and some men would benefit from taking a second to feel their emotions and then decide how to react.
No. Can I just say that Hitler would never grab him by the pussy. Hitler was a good guy. He wouldn't do that.
And you know it because you know him.
He wouldn't do that.
So is genocide ever?
No, I'm Christian. I don't believe in killing people.
You're contradicting yourself.
Anything else before I move on to the chats or whatever? So you guys have issue with Trump and grab by the pussy? Anything else?
I know that you believe he was speaking figuratively. I literally believe he is arrogant enough to actually put his hands between a woman's
That's exactly what that man like it.
Some girls, sure.
All right, so
my
thing on Trump is this.
All right, guys.
I think that the reason why I can sit here and say that I am a Trump supporter as an African American woman.
So you like it?
Yes, I never said I didn't.
Exactly.
I literally never said I didn't. Y'all just acted like I did. Just because I was a reaction.
What's so mad about the pussy thing?
Because I don't think that's sexual assault. It's okay. I don't give a fuck who you are. It's not sexual assault. It is. Anyway, it's not. Anyway, so I think
If you put your hands on a woman and she does not want you to touch her and is not feeling what you are doing, it is sexual assault. Same way if you put your hands on me and I am not feeling what you are doing and I say please stop and you continue touching me, it has gone from an invasion of my personal space to sexual assault.
Yep.
But notice how one is probably more severe than the other because of the gender.
Oh, they're not rare at all. There are plenty of women who will put their hands on a man because they know that they will be given an excuse and a cop-out. I don't give a fuck. I punch women in the face.
But that's assault, and assault is bad.
No, it's self-defense the moment I have you on tape touching me. Because I will make sure that I will have a supporter that will come out of a bush and be like, you get that shit? Yeah? I will make sure that I breathe inwards. The second that he's like, yes, I got it on tape. You on tape? On tape, 100%? Show me. Right, make sure you get it on the good side.
Make sure you get my good side. Oh wait, I only have good sides.
No, I definitely have a good side. However, I will make sure that I will comically draw back that haymaker before I do it. Ain't gonna get me, bitch! No! Because I know the second that that fucking clip hits the internet, I will be like, nope, here it is. She touched my mother dick. See? She grabbed, firm, tug, squeeze. She told me to cough. Then I punched her. The stomping was extra. That was for me. That was for me.
Because see, this sets a dangerous precedent. There's a reason why I'm going to take this, because the thing is that if a woman is with a man and they're in a romantic relationship and he grabs her by the pussy because it's like their foreplay or whatever the fuck, is that really sexual assault?
No.
Let me tell you.
But I met Donald Trump because I don't like black girls. So I met Donald Trump.
Maybe
hey, black girl. They all like little black girl. And this man, because I'm at Mar-a-Lago doing my thing or whatever, you know. And that man want to grab my coochie because he's Trump. Like I'm supposed to be okay with it. I'm not going to be okay with it.
Okay, what are you doing at Mar-a-Lago? Huh? What are you doing at Mar-a-Lago? How do you get you over there?
You know,
context matters.
I'm just around, like, you know. It's okay for people to sexually assault me because I'm in certain circles.
It's like going to the club. It's like going to the
What about my political aspirations? Why am I not there to rub shoulders with the who's who? Why am I not doing any of that?
So, the point that Myron was trying to make, which was a non-existent point, was, well, if you don't want to be grabbed by a coochie, why did you go? Because she has the political aspiration to want to rub shoulders with the people who are in power. So you're saying that you deserve it because you went there, like you didn't know that you thought he was gonna do it to you? It's like,
you know, there's some leaps in logic there. There's some missing steps, missing spot points there.
Well, the inference is clear by what he's saying. You know that he does this to women. He speaks this way casually in private. Who knows what he's willing to do in private if this is what he says publicly? You go to a place where he is. You are a supporter of his. I would have assumed you didn't like him from your opinion. So you surround yourself with this man who potentially would be a danger risk to you personally? How could you do that? You're supposed to be against that because insert topic here, insert topic here, insert topic here. Topic being, oh, I could go there to Mar-a-Lago, so you go around him even though he grabs pussies? What the fuck's wrong with you, girl? Like, you assumed that I dislike Trump. I didn't say I didn't dislike him. I dislike the actions he does. So if he was to grab you by the pussy, so you were gonna be cool with it? No. If he touches me and I don't want it, that's sexual assault. But you went there, so like, that means you deserved it. Nigga, I'd slap you in your fucking mouth.
Mm-hmm. You're literally saying because I'm at Mar-a-Lago hanging out, it's okay to sexually assault me.
Bro, this is why we should vote, man.
I pinch in the butt. I pinch in the butt. But you're there.
But you gotta see, but you being at Mar-a-Lago,
See, he's mad as fuck because he couldn't get any chance to kick them out, so now he has to begrudgingly go to the comments for their for their $20 and up questions, but he's still trying to push the fucking issue to see if he can piss off Miss Titties.
The fucking super chat on the bottom.
It ain't gonna work, Myron. It ain't gonna work. These girls listen to Destiny.
Come on, Nick. Go diving to see chocolate goodness. So many queens for you to choose from on the panel. Go ahead and come into the dark side. We won't judge you, Black Prayer Hands.
Come into the dark side?
Go ahead, come to the dark side.
I'm so lost.
I'm reading the super chat about him from IRS.
Oh, yes, okay. For a second there, I didn't realize that you were reading the fucking super chat. I thought you were saying
what you were gonna do. I was so lost. Alright, $50. Come on, Nick. Tell me you don't want to go diving in the sea of chocolate goodness. There's so many queens for you to choose from on the panel. Go ahead, come to the dark side. We won't judge you. I mean, like, that's wild.
Said you want to you got grabbed by the pussy, but it's like, what were y'all doing beforehand? Like, what's going on? The issue is that, like, for example,
he's not even fucking reading the comment. He's still stuck on that shit.
All the way ahead, and all the steps. Yeah. So all the steps. What are the steps?
You get
were invited to the location, right? We never talked to her about. It was either a section where other people were there. The point is that you were there in that environment. So ultimately, if you like the guy and he approaches you or talks to you or even touches you, okay, I like him. It's cool. If he's a weirdo, me too. Hashtag me too.
Yeah.
But if
the problem is that women make accusations off of regret. Not that.
No,
they off of regret.
I don't agree.
You can't say. You can't put your.
There are some women who would make accusations off of the imposition of a threat alone. Not necessarily that all women will accuse men of shit randomly and attempt to Me Too. However, there is a truth to that because Me Too, as a political movement, was meant to be an accusatory pile-on, where one woman comes up with an accusation and all the women were meant to pile on with her as a way to justify the idea of kicking up dirt, because the dirt is supposed to act as smoke. Where there's smoke, there's fire. You have one woman accuse a man of something, of an infidelity dalliance. Why is it such a hard statement? And then a bunch of other women see this opportunity. They make accusations that could be completely false or half true based on malaprompted stories that they either chose to leave out details or they are outright lying about to give the appearance of what is supposed to be inferred, which is this is supposed to be a sexual assaulter who's gone under the radar, who's used their power and their mystique to be able to hide it. Therefore, this man must be canceled because the only way for us to be able to get justice is that you do things on our behalf. This is the entire design behind it. It doesn't work very well if the person is basically, one, a documented saint, or two, we have evidence that you're fucking lying. It works better when you have a bunch of people who come up out of nowhere to produce this, which is the reason why, when we watched the video that came from that disgraced ex-editor of Quentin Reviews had to be like, no, this bitch tried to fucking approach me. She wanted to fuck me, and I didn't want it. But he's so fucking autistic that he couldn't say, I don't want your pussy. Kick rocks, bitch. That he ended up in a situation where all of BreadTube right now are currently going through trying to socially haze him because he was too much of a coward to say, I don't want you. He's not in the wrong. He didn't mistreat her. He didn't pay her not enough money. When he paid her a certain amount and she said, no, I deserve to have more than this, he gave her more. He tried to use that position of, I'm gonna emotionally try to blackmail you by saying, man, I really want to suck your cock. Like, bro, you're so cute. Why don't you let me fuck you? Also, when you're gonna get me that extra detail so I can work on the iCarly video? Like, if Grace was in my DMs, right? Hypothetically, if Grace was in my DMs, fucking pressuring me, being like, Carl, you fucking chocolate slimming god. Why don't you come through and let me fucking taste your sea salt, man? Like, come on. Also, when's VsChat? I want to be ignorant on the stream with you. Included with the lip bite, because I know she can't see, well, she's probably watching the stream, but she wouldn't be able to see it, but she could hear the lip bite. Like, if that was how she was, and I'm sitting here just like, hey, yo, fam, I'm just a fucking guy making jokes and shit, trying to entertain people. I don't feel like being funny because I feel like I'm being sexually preyed upon. It'd be an entirely different scenario. And if she were to come forward with a Me Too story, and then Sarah came forward with a Me Too story, and then Jay came forward with a Me Too story too, and then all of my fucking female associates just came forward with some stories, and maybe some guys too. Maybe some guys will be like, well, Carl's bisexual, maybe we can get some shit off him too. Chris just come out with, I was sexually assaulted by Carl in the DMs. He made jokes saying that he was gonna fuck my mom, and then he was gonna fuck me, and then he was gonna fuck my mom again and make me watch, and then when he came, he was gonna make me lick the tip off like frosting. I felt uncomfortable. It was unfair of me.
Carl wanted me to tell him that. Well, Carl wanted me to say, you want this milk, this dark chocolatey goodness in your mouth.
I am not tan enough to ever call myself dark chocolate. We always know that I have called myself a sea salted caramel Cajun to the point that that was my second handle before I got my first account back.
You want the Cajun surprise on the tank?
That
It sounds disgusting!
The Cajun calamity.
Who would ever call their dick the Cajun Surprise other than a character like Gambit? That just sounds. That just sounds like so many degrees of unsexy.
Well, either that or the caramel Cajun calamity.
Why can't it be Cajun Sparkle like fucking Louisiana fucking chicken seasoning? God damn it! The only person who could call it a Cajun Surprise is a woman, and if she wears Daisy Dukes, so specifically Rose. Fucking Christ!
Yourself in a position for your pussy to get grabbed and then be mad for your pussy to get grabbed. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I'm the only dancer on the panel tonight, right? So it's okay for people to sexually assault me because I'm a dancer.
You can't say I don't like this man, I don't like this man. Every time he invites you somewhere,
no, listen to what I said. What you just said. Listen to what I just said. So because I'm a dancer, it's okay for people to sexually harass me and sexually assault me because I'm a dancer. That's what you just said though, because I put myself in that position. So every time I'm at the club.
That is what you're saying. You're saying because you put yourself in that situation and you're there on business, that means whatever happens, you're at fault for that. Because if you didn't want to be there, you didn't want to be there. On one hand, you could say that's true. If I want to have access to a dancer's money, and I want to have access to a dancer's opportunities, and I get a job as a dancer, but I now have a problem because I have to deal with the reality of being a dancer, which is that once in a while I might have a creep that wants to fucking touch me, that thinks that he can put his hands on me if he has not paid for the premiere experience. If I get put in that scenario because of somebody else's actions, that's saying that I consented to it because I chose to put on the whore's uniform, assume the whore's position, and say the whore's oath. Whore in this context is being used in the terms of the joke. This is not my joke, it's Dave Chappelle's joke. The whore's uniform.
But Dave Chappelle bad.
The other way to phrase this would be like a worker's uniform for a business in just food service. Let's say I work at Burger King. Because I work at Burger King and I deal with customers and I take their orders, that means that I get to have somebody spit in my face and say, I can't believe they let dusty ass coons like you take my order. I'm supposed to take that? Bro, you wearing the uniform, right? Like you signed up for this, you knew what could happen. Nobody expects somebody to walk up to them, call them a slur, and spit in their face, let alone try to spit in their mouth and aim it so that it lands on the back of their fucking throat. Why would you ever use anything even close to that malapropised situation to say it's okay because if you didn't want to be there, you wouldn't have been there? So like come on. On one hand, you have to be naive to think that just because you don't like him and just because I might not like him personally, that means I can't have a professional working status with someone. I could hate somebody odiously, but if we work together as a good comedic group, that I wouldn't be able to have a professional business relationship with them? I ain't gotta go to the bat mitzvah. I ain't gotta go to somebody's quinceañera. But if me and you making money, what's supposed to stop me from being able to make money with you just because I dislike who you are personally? This is why I said it is almost hard for you to find some way to claim that individuals that are African American in descent who have the ability to make money are not going to make that move. If there were more people who had the industrious spirit to be Renaissance men and women who decided to do shit because they just decided to do shit, there would be a lot more of them. It just so happens to be that some people do not want to have the things that go along with that level of fame, but they want to have access to that fame, which is why the majority of the people who do what we do what I do so by collectivizing themselves into a network, and then when they get big enough, they're like, deuces, bitch, and they kick the ladder up behind themselves. I can't look down on you if you choose to do that for monetary benefit. I could, but it'd be hypocritical if I did something similar in my life. I have not had to take said position yet, because fortunately, I have good opinions and good ideas, and I attract good people. But when there was a person that was associated to me tangentially, where I worked with them, called them my friend or otherwise, when I told that person, hey yo, you should probably stop doing this stupid ass shit, and if you keep doing this stupid ass shit, I will destroy what you think your career is, they did not listen to me, and I destroyed their career. And we all know who that is, and if you don't, go on to Kiwi Farms. They wrote a thread about it. Anywho.
Working. All right. So you're working at the club, but whatever you do after that, because there's dancers that like to do extra stuff for extra money. So whatever you do after that is you putting your
Hey yo!
Stuff in a position for your pussy.
I keep saying it's about consent.
Okay, so my consent is me being there. No, if I don't want to be there.
Big Daddy, she talking shit about me. Go ahead. I'll go ahead and get her. 2 more hours of Hitler should straighten her up.
should not be there.
Tomorrow is a
I don't like a guy, and I know I don't like a guy. I'm not gonna put myself in a position. I'm telling you, I don't like you. Because I get so party, I don't like Myron, right? I hate Myron. Right? Then you don't want to so like, I'm so party, and Myron's there. I'm not supposed to go. No, I don't like him.
That's his house. You're going there. What time?
And again, Donald Trump didn't personally invite me to Mar-a-Lago. I said someone invited me.
That's all hypothetical.
And he was exactly, but that's why I took it out of a hypothetical context. Let's put it in a real world context because I am a dancer. And what y'all sitting here saying that it's okay if you put yourself in certain situations that certain things happen.
Well,
that's not true.
Certain clubs let their patrons touch the girls regardless. So in the real world, that because they're sexual assault. But since you're in a club and you're an employee, no.
It is not considered acceptable because she's an employee. Because there are rules, my dude. That's why they always tell you you can look but don't touch. Because they have no idea what the fuck you're gonna do when you reach out to touch them.
This nigga clearly hasn't been to a club.
Oh, he's been to a club. He's been to a club. He pays for box. He knows how this works. He's being flippant right now.
That's true. Another kid, you get put out for touching you.
Certain clubs let the patrons touch the girls.
And if you want them to.
Only if they want you to touch them, and they only usually are willing to do so if they pay for a VIP.
And even then, some might chicken out.
No, actually, they are contractually bound to not chicken out. That's why if you're going to be a VIP dancer, you have to be able to be willing to do it. And if you only take the money and you refuse to give a acceptable service dance, they will not let you be a girl. You actually have to audition to be a VIP girl. They put you through the entire thing. You have to go through five steps of experience. You have to do bottle service. You have to basically do what is effectively doorcore service, which is while you're doing bottle service, you have to be able to fucking hold your own and entertain them through speech and through action, whatever the fuck you want to do to entertain them. Then you have to have the vocal part of the VIP experience, the dancing part of the VIP experience, and if they do happy endings, the fucking part of the VIP experience. And usually the person who's going to do it is probably the homeboy if it's not the owner themselves. And the owner will tell you, yeah, we're going to go into the back room, and this is where the fucking tryout couch came from, other than with porn. Because a lot of the people who used to do porn were also dancers. So they would go into the back room, and the owner would tell them, hey, yo, this is what was going to happen. You're going to go out here, you're going to audition this shit, and then later on, during some type of week, whenever you're ready, you can tell me when you're prepared. We're gonna go do this thing. We're gonna have one of the girls, one of my bottom bitches with me. We're gonna do a bottle to run through. Then we're finna run through. This is well known and common for every single club. Every single club has this happen. They probably don't do the run through no more. But considering how skeezy some fucking owners are, they probably try this on some people and see if they're stupid enough to fall for it. But for the women in Atlanta, in those clubs, absolutely this is a part of the fucking program. Anyways, continue.
So that's where the fucking couch came from.
I know the tryout porn couch has always been there. It's just that happens to be that they all get their furniture from the same fucking low down places, and that black couch is synonymous. It's very also easily mass marketable and reproducible.
And be able to hide general jits things.
I mean, it's not like they're getting the same refurbished couch. It's just they're getting the same fucking couches from the same fucking designers.
No, then. Yeah, what happens? Celebrities pull up, girls are there. Yeah. All right, I want her, pull up to the back room. Right, and they go. But why is that? Because they like the guy. Exactly. So, for example, Trump is saying, if I got by the pussy, I can do it because I have status. Once again, it's just status and what girls like. So if it's a weirdo from CVS.
Right, I'm not refuting that no more, Fresh. What I'm refuting now is the concept behind putting yourself in situations and negative things happening to you, and it's your fault because you put in a situation. For example, Miss, I like to go to the club when I got a man. So you have the club with your man, and then a nigga follows you in the bathroom and rapes you. Oh no. It's your fault. That's not the same as
No, it is the same. Because you went to a club, hey yo, I'm with my man. I have a man, I go to the club, and I'm out with my girls, and I didn't take protection with me. I'm responsible for myself because I chose to go to the club without a man. When my girls can't help me because they didn't know I was gonna go to the bathroom. They could have known that the fucking pervert was gonna follow me to the bathroom. If something happens to me in the bathroom, oh my god, I can't believe it. I got assaulted at the club. I'm not gonna tell my boyfriend. Hey, don't worry, girl, we're gonna cover up for you. What happens if you get pregnant from said rape? Hey yo, who the fuck fucked you, girl? Like, it's not my fault, babe. I was at the club with my girls. What the fuck you was at the club with the girls for? You with me? But I was wanting to go out and dance. I ain't paying for that shit. We're going to an abortion clinic right now. But I don't believe in that. The sin is the sex, not the child. Let me Tyler Perry real quick. The sin is the sex, not the child. Man, fuck that shit. I ain't about that fucking life. Now you sitting there, 7 months pregnant, and that's how I got knocked up. Damn, bitch, couldn't you not gone to the club? Well, that's saying that I deserved it. I don't know, bitch. You sound like you deserve being stupid as fuck. Like, there's layers to this, like an onion, but it still fucking stinks even if I don't cut into it. Your argument's bad.
Yeah, like he's not that even honey. That even equate.
The party because you wanted to go to the party for what? Attention, or for example,
It's about the club.
You can't go to the party for fun.
environment.
That's what I was trying to say earlier. But you want to do a woman review.
It's the type of question, though. There's a difference between someone who's grabbing a chest and someone who is bold and brazen enough to put their hands between the legs of a woman and go like that. That's insane. That is an insane thing to think is appropriate for anyone.
In any situation, it's not invited.
I wasn't a part of the locker room talk. I only heard the segment that Donald Trump was recorded.
You didn't even hear the whole thing.
Exactly, you didn't hear the full thing.
No, I heard what was posted.
Well, she didn't even hear her full thing, so that doesn't even apply. Doesn't even apply. The fuck are you, stupid?
Online.
Bro. In context, you understand the whole scenario. This is why you're jumping the gun all the way. Listen. I understand. It's crazy.
You were misinformed. Therefore your opinion is not enough. You stupid. You dumb.
Also, y'all motherfuckers think you're slick that you fucking took them comments down because you still are trying to fucking get their gear on this shit. I'm not stupid, nigga.
But in context,
everyone only hear what was posted.
This man getting mad. He can't give it once. So what's wait?
You're disputing everything.
God damn it! I hate these more bitches.
Why is Miss Titty so goddamn smart? God damn it! It's like Nick just sitting there, hey, helping us or nothing, man. Fuck.
Y'all was at the locker room because I only heard like a little snippet
do you
too.
know it was the actual show?
So there's more than like a 30-second snippet.
Yes, there is.
It's always more. It's always more.
And the point is, I understand it sounds crazy, but at face value, what nigga calls to a chick and says, "Give me a pussy," and grabs it?
Yeah, that's insane. Which is exactly the
out of
argument
context,
here.
you're
Privileged white man.
Huh?
Privileged white man.
Yeah. I mean, what is the context where it's not insane?
And again, let's say that is the case, it's literal, and it actually does happen, and doesn't like it. Hey, police, walk away. Leave.
Yes, you just assaulted someone. You put their hands between their legs and grabbed them.
But he's saying, with status, some women will say, you know what? I like this guy. I want to bet with him. I'll take it.
Yeah, that's very sad.
Y'all gave too much context.
The context that would be changed and different is that if something were to happen, right? Let's say Trump is gay, okay? Let's say Trump is gay. Me, Christian Walker, the extremely gay one with the light blue eyes. I think everybody knows who Christian Walker is. Me, Christian Walker, and Lil Nas X, Montero. All of us get invited to Mar-a-Lago, right? We're taken to a back room. We find ourselves up front. W. Bush Sr., unless he's dead already. Obama. On a collar. On his knees. In front of Michelle. Holding the dog collar. One of the Obama daughters. Holding the bottles, of course. And Joe Biden. Along with, Majority Whip, I'm trying to remember the fucking old man's name, the one that looks like a turtle, who, James Lindsay. Or, no, it's probably not Lindsay, but it sounds like that. The one that was fucking weepy-eyed and shit saying, I can't believe that we're not being allowed to do more war in fuck with Zelensky. That fucker. And we were told...
Mitch McConnell?
Mitch McConnell, yes. We were told,
Hello, boys. You have been invited here because we like you and we want you.
Who would like to be first? And Obama speaks up, takes off the gimp collar, says,
Now, boys, let me be clear. You are gonna get fucked in the ass. You are gonna be swallowing and spitting substances that you did not think could come out of the human body. But I promise you, you will be paid handsomely for your slut behavior.
Things you come up with.
Let me cook.
Go ahead.
First one up is Montero. And Montero does what Montero does. Then Christian is like, I don't know about this. This seems a little bit crazy. And I look him in the eyes, I'm like, listen, nigga, they are about to pay us millions. I don't know about you, but the way that Michelle is looking at me and you with that giant ass 12-inch dildo sponsored by Bad Dragon, if I gotta take it in the ass to get paid $50 million, nigga, I'm gonna take it in the ass to get paid $50 million. And Christian looks at me.
Just reminded me. Trump enters the White House, and there's Obama's like,
If you think you can get into the Oval Office without kissing my cup, you are dead wrong.
If Chris Walker was to look at me and be like, no, I'd get fucked in an 18-man orgy, but I don't think I could get fucked by Michelle with a strap on, and he leaves, if you're saying, after we then go on to Adam Tutu's podcast, after he then has me run his wife through,
I accidentally got disconnected for some reason.
because Lord knows I do not want to put my fucking hands anywhere near fucking Lena the Plug's mouth, but for the meme, let's say Adam Tutu decides that everybody can get to have next on his wife. And after I have my turn, I then go onto a podcast where I then explain this story with this black BBC artist sitting next to me who wouldn't even let his wife get fucked by Adam Tutu, but Adam Tutu let him fuck his wife. That's also wild, bro. You could have picked anyone to fuck your wife as her black fuck, but you chose a BBC fucking signed artist for blacked? That's crazy. I tell this story on a podcast, right? And I explain how I'm getting railed from behind and Eiffel Towered by Michelle and Obama. And you look at me and you're like, but nigga, you took it up the ass though, right? Like, bro, like you let him touch you like that, right? So like, what are you complaining about? I'd be like, I did it for 50 million, but Michelle was just being a little bit too crazy with them hip thrusts and shit. Now I got a prolapsed anus and I got fucking hemorrhoids and shit. At what point does somebody get to say, but Carl, you did take it in the ass for money? Because that's the difference. The difference is, I am being coerced with something that I want in trade for being degraded. But Carl, couldn't you extrapolate that take to service industries? Yes! Because that's the difference! Why would a person work at Waffle House? Because I can make a lot of money really fast. Because it's easy, but it's also hard. It's not hard to serve somebody bacon and eggs, but it is really hard to not come across a counter and become known on TikTok as a Waffle House heroine and get fired because you're supposed to and have been trained to not engage in violence. Even though we know that motherfuckers that work at Waffle House are prepared to fight. I was included. But I also knew where the fuck I was. Even though I've had like maybe 100 plates thrown at me, I learned how to duck, bitch. Bob and weave, bob and weave, bob and weave. Because I can tell you what, a fucking sideways plate flying at your head with a hot ass meat that came off the grill at 165 temperature minimum, it only burns a little, but the embarrassment remains forever. Got meat juice dripping all down your fucking neck. You got a piece of cheese stuck in your hair. You either learn to get hands or you learn to bob and weave and make jokes while you do so. Like, they get upset. It's like, they said they would like to have their food cooked over again. Actually, real ass story that actually happened to me. I was serving a couple. Black couple. Husband orders his food. Wife orders her food. Food arrives. Husband ain't got no problem with his food. There wasn't anything wrong. If there was, he was maybe missing a condiment, but he doesn't care. He's eating. His wife. They made it with the wrong bread. Can they make it over again? Absolutely, no problem, ma'am. Bring it over to the table. We had two cooks. One, a well-known cook in the area, we called her Joy. But her first name was Gwendolyn. Joy was her middle name. Technically, there was two Joys. There was her and another Joy that looked at a different store. But you would know what Joy you were talking about because the wild-ass stories only happened to our Joy. And then there was a smaller, short woman named Shay. Literally 4'7" black midget. Joy was the relief manager. She worked the egg grill. Shay was one of the other cooks that worked on the third shift with me. While we had a white server lead who was one of my best friends. Her name was Catherine, but she went by Cat. She was probably the longest lead there on the night shift, as I was learning before I made my full transition to the third shift. Back in Carl's Waffle House days when he was at college. She and her and I could be able to run the entire store by ourselves between three of us, but we needed to have a fourth person on that night because there was a bar rush. Well, it was the night shift dinner service leading into the 1 a.m. to 4 p.m. bar rush. Serve the food. I want my bread remade. No problem. Bring it to Shay. I hear a black ass voice in the back say, I don't want her touching my food. Everybody turned around. Ah, shit, was the black woman. Now we were thinking, you don't want You don't want the white woman remaking your food? No! That right there! That monk! And the second that Joy heard her say monk, she's like, get out. He's like, hey, you didn't send me out. I'm gonna eat my food instead. It's like, bring my plate. And Joy gave her a look, pulled out her cell phone, started dialing 911 and said, Carl, just go ahead and give her a plate. I hand her plate. I get 10 steps away from the table, and I could feel the wind gust of the plate flying at my head. I pulled a Dio, moved out the fucking way, caught the plate, caught the food flying off the plate. The plate went crashing on the floor on the corner of the fucking desk. Put the burger back on another plate. I'm like, ma'am, you must eat it on the plate. I can't chew it for you. And everybody laughed. My hand burned, but it was worth it. I got $50 just for catching it.
Nice.
It was very important that I had to catch it. Otherwise, I could not be able to do it. Because just as I said that, the officer that we had in the parking lot for escorting people off the premises came in, heard me say that, and he laughed so fucking hard. Because when he heard her scream, I don't want that monkey making my food, and he thought it was a white woman who said it, and he came in and saw black, and he was laughing so hard because he was about to say, I can't believe, and he heard me say that, and he lost it. He came in, he just handed $50. I was like, that's the best laugh I ever had in my life ever since my divorce. God damn, Carl!
Yeah, there's an entire TV show where his statement has context.
There's an actual show he was on, and it was being recorded, and that was a snippet of what happened. It was a longer show.
And the whole show, he said that when the cameras were on him, and he knew he was being recorded.
There's talks behind scenes.
He knew he was being recorded.
Yes or no? I think like a studio or like a...
He got caught in a hot mic.
I heard what was said. That's the locker room talk. There's no other context to be had.
Right, but
he did not know he was being...
his boys just talking shit, and you heard a snippet of it, not the full context. So you don't even know why he said what he said. That's
I mean, I don't even know what he said.
Oh, he means this. You don't even know. Anyway,
you're not that guy. You're gonna be single if you follow that advice.
Trump is a baller. That's what everyone wants.
That's pretty much what it's like.
We do not condone essay. We're just saying some women ultimately no. We're saying some women
love it though.
In a certain environment, but a level of status. Oh, he's cool. All right, I like him. It's a wrap.
If there are women who are willing to accept a man speaking dirt about them, they are doing it specifically because either they have a fucked up value system where they're into the toxic traits of men speaking negatively, or they are specifically doing it because they want to get as much as they want out of the man before they leave them and go to some other situation where they do the exact same shit because what I just said, or because they know they can get over on these guys because the kind of guys that speak like that are outing themselves as easy marks to have their money taken.
Don't essay, but sometimes we do.
No, okay. We're saying women like essay, some women do, and it's true.
Oh my gosh.
It is not sexual assault if she wants it. Then it's foreplay. And if she wants it, but that's what he said. He said, hold on, we'll just play it again. Hold on.
Follow that advice.
Trump is a baller. He can do whatever he wants.
That's pretty much what it's like.
We do not condone essay. We're just saying some women ultimately
We don't condone sexual assault, but we're saying some women do like sexual assault. If
that's consent.
If she gives her consent, it is not sexual assault. If she gives her consent, but she feels like, hey yo, I feel like we need a role play for this. That is fantasy. It is not rape. It is not assault. It is foreplay. Kinky foreplay, but foreplay, which is still consent.
We're saying some women
love it though.
In a certain environment, but a level of status. Oh, he's cool. All right, I like him. It's a wrap.
We don't condone essay, but sometimes we do.
No, okay. We're saying women like essay, some women do, and it's true.
Oh my.
There is a difference between women liking sexual assault and liking rough sex. Sexual assault is not rough sex, but rough sex sounds like sexual assault, but isn't. I'm gonna say that again because there's some people who are gonna be confused. Like, Carl, what are you saying? Sexual assault is not rough sex. Rough sex sounds like sexual assault, but isn't. I feel like Grace needs to chime in. Help me. Help me!
You know?
I don't think Grace is helping you.
It's not that hard. It's just, hey, if you like it, That's consent. If you don't like it, it's assault. Simple.
It sounds so hard without having to use a sexual act to demonstrate, and I don't want to because I need to pee. That's why I'm standing up. 2, it's so frustrating because you ignorant motherfuckers are the reason why most men will never get to have that side to a woman. They can't open up to us because they feel that every single one of the men that they'll meet in the street are ignorant as fuck and insensitive like you. Oh! There are some freaks in your area, boys, but they can't come out of the closet because these motherfuckers keep banging on the closet door saying, "Hey yo! Hey yo! Come on! Hey yo! I saw what you did to Tony! Let me get some!" It's so irritating. I hate this ignorance.
Ignorance.
Give me that funky beat.
Fuck. So irritated. Listen to these two crusty niggas. Someone's gonna take that out of context, and that's gonna be the moment.
The breaking news! Carl called fresh and fit ignorance motherfuckers who do not deserve to have canned coochie!
If you like it,
wow. From my boyfriend, not a random person in.
Exactly the point. That's what I'm saying.
Donald Trump is going to be a random person walking into whatever club.
No, she likes Donald Trump, then it's okay because she likes it. That's the whole point.
You just said what they're doing is they're assuming that all the women around Donald Trump like him. That's what's happening right now.
They do. They do. He's a total catch. He's handsome. He's powerful.
Okay, Nick, we get it. You're gay.
I'm trying to interpret what you're saying.
Next.
He's been grumpy the whole time. Like, are you kidding?
He's a Jew. You're like, oh my God, I don't date a guy because you're not. Listen, it's what it is, man.
I mean, you're speaking like you know me, and you simply just don't. So I'm not gonna have a conversation with you.
Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Don't do it.
You gotta understand, because you're trying to attribute the action as being sexual assault. What I'm saying is that the action is a sexual assault.
No, girl, don't suck your teeth. That's what they want. Don't do it. No, no.
Get your ground, lady.
It's like I'm watching the worst black Pokemon battle ever.
Blackymon?
Careful.
Niggamon.
Careful.
There it is.
Niggamon.
Gotta catch 'em all.
Niggerman. Pokemon.
Hey yo. Let's not even find out what he just said there.
Don't. So I'm not gonna have a conversation.
Gotta black them all.
You're trying to attribute the action as being sexual assault. What I'm saying is.
Oh my God.
Stop. They hated the spider because he told them the truth.
The only way that theme song would work is it had to be sung by the Migos. And that can't work because you got one of them killed! Damn you, black culture!
Rip Takeoff, by the way.
Oh, fuck! I thought it was Quavo. Was it not Quavo?
I thought it was Takeoff that was shot.
I'm pretty sure it was Quavo that instant in it, but I'm pretty sure Setoff was the one that, or Takeoff was the one that was killed. Takeoff killed.
That's what I said.
Yes. No. What happened is Quavo was doing some stupid shit, and Takeoff got shot because of the stupid shit that Quavo was doing. Anyways, you would have had to have them do the fucking theme song. I cannot function because of the fucking stupidity. My brain needs to reset. My brain needs to reset.
So fucking Ash Blackham or...
Nah, his name couldn't be Ash. His name couldn't be Ash.
Okay, Drake. Okay, Drake Blatcham.
No, he'd have to be
couldn't,
white.
You couldn't give him the name Aubrey so that you could go for Drake. You just gotta call him Drake Catchum.
Drake.
Not applicable. That's not okay. Ashy Ketchup is not okay.
Is that the action is a sexual assault depending on the individual. Some actions, though, might be constituted sexual assault if it's the correct individual with the correct woman. It's not gonna be constituted as that. But what you're trying to say is, grab me by the pussy is always sexual assault. I'm telling you that's not true. That's it.
If Donald Trump I think, Myron, what we're saying is that our position is the context in which he said it makes it sexual assault because he made it seem like you could just walk up to random bitches.
No, but it's not sexual assault if the girl likes it. Yeah. She's trying to say, I'm that fucking guy. Girls like me. I can do it.
Nigga, please let it go.
To figure that out until after the fact.
Because women get signs.
Yeah, very much.
Okay,
and when you reach a certain level, sadly, girls are sluts and they don't give a fuck.
Pause. Wow. When you reach a certain point, women are sluts and don't give a fuck. You don't deserve pussy.
No, you don't.
You don't deserve pussy. You don't deserve a cut a butthole. You don't even get to be used by your mouth. You don't get to lick the coochie, even. Your spittle will not be accepted in the pussy kingdom. It is not good currency in here, good sir.
You don't understand that because you're a female. You don't understand what it is.
Let's get the full effect, shall we?
Because women get signs.
Yeah, very much.
Okay, and when you reach a certain level, sadly, girls are sluts and they don't give a fuck. Yeah, but you don't understand that because you're a female. You don't understand what it is to be attracted as a man.
You don't understand it because you're a female.
You don't understand what sexual assault.
Yeah,
what kind of dumb?
Hey, Grace. Do you know about sexual stuff?
Bitch, I hope.
I'm gonna keep silent.
Of course. Silence is violence and compliance.
Are you laughing because you see me looking at the screen the way that I'm looking at the screen?
No, but I can feel you looking at the screen.
Hey, yo.
How do you feel that?
She can feel it in her spiritual cornrows.
Try it's like one of those VR machines.
Hit you with the Elmo.
And now you're a dolphin.
Listen, I'm a voice actor. The way I entertain myself when I'm in private and nobody can hear me, you don't know what the shit I be doing. And I do it all for you, niggas.
Besides, you don't know how women women have money because you're with a guy that's, no offense, probably fairly marginal, fairly nice, which is why you guys have a relationship with that. But women in general want dominant men that are grabbed by the pussy, that are aggressive during sex.
Look at the table. They aren't having any of this shit.
Because you're with a guy that's, no offense, probably fairly marginal, fairly
nice. Look at Butterfly's shoulder.
Like, she's completely tuned the fuck out, trying desperately not to become black and instead stay mulatto. Butterfly Elbow is just completely trying to just stay hydrated and shit.
But women in general want dominant men.
The second female athlete is just laughing. Miss Titties is just completely fucking nonplussed. Blonde hair is like, nigga, what the fuck is wrong with you? Nick is in the. Let's see how Nick is in the. Let's see how they react to this shit moment.
Yeah, let's see how it goes.
Let's see how these N-words react.
No, that's not the position he's looking for. He wants to see what he's going to say and how he's trying to, because he's trying to get some of them pissed off. He's trying to get them upset enough that he can kick one of them out so he can say, see, this is what black women are like. You know, the thing that they're known for doing. The second D2 athlete, that's what they're known for. They're known for bringing on women who are not usually intelligent and then tricking them into, like, fallacy traps. And then when they get ignorant and belligerent and yell at him, they kick them out because all women, when they get argued with and get proven wrong in arguments, they become belligerent and upset and like, we ain't having it. We getting these ignorant bitches out of here. That's what they're known for doing.
Ironic, because Pressure Fit did the same thing.
I can't see Gretchen. I forgot her name, but I'm calling the fucking red hair Gretchen. She looks like a Gretchen. Okay, I'm sorry. She is unironically a fucking hippie black person who works in social services for Miami. Like, she is the black Arho. I'm sorry. And the black R-hoes would have names like Gretchen! But they'd go with something cool like Gretch.
A grandmother pussy that are aggressive during sex.
Oh, she's not having any of this shit! She is in the full half glazed eye position. Not even your co-host is helping you on this shit. This nigga is not paying attention, Myra. She's not paying attention.
Oh look, it's devil horns.
The whole table's checked the fuck out mentally, bro. It's time to give it up.
They're staring into the nigga void.
Oh no, this is different than the nigga void. This is staring at the ignorant nigga. This is unironically, if you wanted to type on Twitter like some of the fucking egregious annoying people did about the fucking topic on ice cream dates, this is what they mean when they type out the statement blinks with asterisks. It's like, blink, blink.
That they can go ahead and be like, this guy's taking it. You cannot attribute your sex life, how you perceive your man or what you're attracted to.
No, don't do the mouth thing, girl. Don't do the mouth thing. Don't do that.
Aggressive during sex, that they can go ahead and be like, damn, this guy's taking it. You cannot attribute.
Like she's trying to hold it in, and the ratchet wants to come out. No.
I would do it too. Yeah.
She's trying so hard right now. The African spirit is coming out of her whiteness.
The African spirit.
Your sex life.
And she's trying to play it off too by like, I'm looking at my nails. Members of the audience
that are aggressive during sex, that they can go ahead and be like, damn.
If a woman ever does this,
This guy's taking it. You cannot attribute your sex.
She's thinking about punching you.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
She's thinking about punching you. This is universal, but especially if a black woman does this after she tried to finish the sentence and you interrupted her, she's thinking about punching you in the mouth. Not punch you in the head, not punch you in the chest. She's punching you in your fucking nose. She will two-piece you.
Sex life, how you perceive your man or what you're attracted to. An aggressive, dominant man that takes what he wants from his girl.
When you give the context of reading the signs, I understand that now, but I feel like you don't know how to speak to women sometimes.
She was so funny when he laughed. Like, look at blood fly your elbow. Look at her.
Context of reading the signs.
Look, when the words come out of her mouth, look at her face.
I understand that now, but I feel like you don't know how to speak to women sometimes.
The instantaneous head turn. Like, really, sis? We going all in? Right after that nail check, she's like, all right, I know how to handle you. Ancestors, come to me! Move through my tongue and speak the tongue of our ancestors. However, white ancestry, if you could just make sure to check them before the words leave my mouth and put them in the correct order, that'd be wonderful. Thank you. And it's like over her shoulder, like all the power of white women, and like the most ignorant black ancestral male and the most ignorant black ancestral female just like triumvirated together over her shoulders. And it's like, here's what you need to do, baby. Just say these words. And if that nigga got something to say, no, we're not gonna do that. But here's how you say it. And make sure you finish off with, and then look at how the table reacts, and then go from there, sweetheart. You got this, Pookie!
You got this, Boo? Yeah!
You got this, my boo!
This podcast. I really respect this podcast, but there's such frustration I feel from your end.
It's not about frustration. Do you understand that if I walk up, let's say we take the same, different guy, but they say the same exact thing.
Oh, she got him stuttering.
Oh, look at her right now. Look at her right now.
Hey, Zach, you're looking fucking good tonight. Yeah, girl.
Look at Barbara right now.
I'm not like, actually, that's harassment. So what I'm trying to say is, it doesn't matter what you say. What matters is, who are you? That's what matters. Yeah. That's why women love assholes, but they don't like nice guys. Nice guys are really nice, but they don't get laid. Assholes, nice ass. Woo, okay.
I hate that fucking talking point.
Nice guys are nice guys don't get no play.
There is a difference between a social reject and a man who is polite, who needs to be told with confidence, listen, baby, shit talk me. Shit talk me. Look me in my eyes. Fucking disrespect me. The second you give this man the permission, because this is the context that needs to be repeated every single time this is ever brought up. If you tell the man you are involved with or that you're talking to that he has your express permission with the limitation and the caveat that it is only in particular situations, if you tell your man that he has the permission to do something and you make it very clear he has the express permission to do this, it is your intention that this is to be done because you want it, the energy will change. Okay? There are some guys that don't know how to talk to women. Absolutely. Sure, I can agree with that. There are some men, however, who have enough understanding of social environments and women that they're not going to do anything until the women give them the sign. And unfortunately, some of y'all women are fucking retarded shit and don't know how to give men signs because you don't know how to communicate that. Because you don't want men to ask you for the permission of, please, may I speak dirty to you in your ear? I promise I'm really good at it.
I'm done with the burning, and you want me to think the burning and the banging and to get those talking about.
Yes, sir.
They don't want to sound like a cornball.
Yeah.
However, if you tell them, if you can feel their hesitation, okay, women, if you grab them, I need to take my glasses off for this. If you grab them by the small of their face, you pull them in and you lean in real close. You make eye contact, okay? Real close, eye contact. Grab them by the small of the face, okay? You know that dead face that men make before they usually try to kiss you, okay? You need to do that. Bring them in real close and be like, baby, I need you to shit talk me, okay? And when you see in his eyes that he is going to open his mouth, you just put your finger over his mouth and be like, I need you to shit talk me, okay? Okay? You need to treat them like a white woman with words so that you can describe the niggly things you want them to do to you or that you want them to do to other people. That's how you need to tell them. Because they're going to wonder if you're fucking with them. And they need a clear understanding and sign and permission to do this shit to you. Or to have shit done unto them. Okay? That's your superpower. Use it wisely. Some of y'all are gonna get pregnant tonight.
Can I please say stuff that might be mildly discerning to you while we're in bed, please? Please, my queen. Please, my queen.
I mean, you can joke about it, but some niggas are. Some niggas different. They have the dog in them, but they didn't know that they had a kennel for it.
I know that's both depressing and impressive.
There's always a beast inside of men. Every man has one. It's just they've never been pushed to a point that sometimes some of them have never had to use it. So when they finally are given permission to do it, it comes out of them and they realize, oh shit, I didn't know I had that in there. You know, everyone's got that story where it's like, my husband was mild-mannered, or my boyfriend was mild-mannered and nothing really offended him, but then somebody did something to him and it's like the lights went off and somebody else was in the house. And I like that nigga. That nigga fucking pulled my hair and everything. Anyways.
But if I was a fucking loser and I said, nice ass, sexual harassment.
I get that, but when you have so many people watching this, there's gonna be people, like there's gonna be men who really think they're that guy who can go into the club and start touching women.
These fucking losers that watch this shit don't think that. These niggas are fucking losers. The point I'm trying to make is that, see, this is what I mean when I say women don't know anything about attraction or what women are actually attracted to. No, you don't, because I literally just explained it to you.
Yeah, you don't know.
Two men do the same exact action. One individual is considered a sexual deviant, the other guy is considered super hot attractive.
This is where, like,
you and I find common ground if you would have some semblance of having a civil conversation rather than trying to just steamroll.
I'm not steamrolling you. I'm telling you that women respond differently to different men.
You see how Butterfly Elbow just started picking in her hair? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. I thought that comment directly from Miss Diddy's about these fucking losers don't think that shit would have taken me out, but no, that didn't feel out of place. It really feels like she's about to have herself a nigga moment.
to the individual.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. However, the part that I disagree with is just because you are that guy with the structure with the money, everybody's just not going to be okay with it. That's what I'm saying.
It's not everybody, but a certain amount of women will. Cat, you've been at celebrity parties too. You know it is.
I know. They want to go. Yes.
And the whole flued out culture as well.
Because you provided the context.
I'm not saying names. The point is, celebrities go to parties all the time, and things happen.
No girl wants a guy's gonna sit there. You want to fornicate? No. The guy fucking just gets it, read the signs, and escalate properly.
Do you really think I'm in a relationship where my man is not dominant and not a leader and doesn't know how to be sexual?
I'm trying to base on what you said.
Yeah.
Listen,
She's trying so desperately to explain to him, nigga, he pulls my hair.
He bites my neck. He goes raw on me.
Well, we don't actually bite. It's not actually, no. Let me rephrase that, because I'm unhinged. You're not supposed. Why do you say it like that? Grace, why did you fucking breathe like that?
I didn't breathe. They chuckled.
You know what the fuck I meant. You're not supposed to bite the neck, because you can accidentally pierce the skin and pierce the jugular and carotid. You're supposed to nibble, then lick and suckle, because the neck is an erogenous zone. Or what you're supposed to do, especially if you're approaching them from behind. I'll use my fucking self as an example, but I'm not pulling up my shirt. You suck.
And you point out a sex doll to show example.
No. Well, I am the sex doll in this situation.
and at least you're not fucking Quentin.
Never say that to me again. Never say that to me again.
And now I'm imagining Quentin having sex with his sex.
No, why?
Excuse me, ma'am.
What is wrong with you? I didn't even think of that.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can I please insert my penis inside inside of your doll hole?
Kendrick Lamar scream.
I
first
don't remember any
consent. My doll queen.
Never say that again! Never say that again!
Pain. Full of pain.
Oh, I'm about to ejaculate, my doll queen.
Cease and fucking desist.
What just
even Quentin's dolls rejects his advances.
The Lord would see fit to give the doll fucking artificial intelligence on the spot so she could say fucking no.
Get rid of that man with the ego to see the profile picture. He made fun of my wife's
But the
date.
doll.
Yes, I did!
Real, so it can't consent. My doll queen can't. I'm gonna insert. I'm gonna do a little countdown to insert my genitalia into your doll hole. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1. Oh!
He wouldn't make it to 4.
I'm sorry, my queen. I came too fast.
Anyways.
Okay.
What you're supposed to do? What you're supposed to do is you nibble and suckle on the neck. And with one of your hands, you rub the upside area of the mons pubis. That is the area above the fupa. Okay? And the reason why is that if you do this while they're in a disoriented state of sexual arousal, you're going to trigger the solar plexus to start contracting.
Too bad the dolls can't. Too bad the dolls can't contract.
God, I want to punch you in the mouth so bad right now.
Alright, I'll stop.
Now, if anybody thinks I'm bullshitting, women in the audience, please feel free to do this on yourself when you are alone at night and see if I'm bullshitting. Come back and let us know. Grace can be our test doll for the audience today.
Excuse you?
Oh, so you're saying
I'm joking.
Are you saying we can go pound town on Gloria?
No!
Good to know.
No, I am not. I am saying... if you don't believe that this is something that works, you can do it to yourself. And, like, if Grace doesn't believe me, she can do this one. I'm pretty sure you know that this is true.
Okay.
Don't give me that little fucking weak ass, okay?
Your face punched in.
Also, not applicable is correct. Mash on the bladder during orgasm with hand width between the belly button. You have to make sure you press down when you do this, too. However, you're supposed to do that in that order. Like, you nibble on the neck, nibble on the earlobe, sweet nothings in the ear, hands on the tummy. Large, then small, then large circles. You're welcome. I dropped my cap.
Stop the cap.
No, I dropped the cap. 2 middle fingertips. Ugh.
You are not able to have that kind of relationship, and that's you personally. I would never speak negatively on that. I understand women want that man who is a dominant leader. I talk about it. Yes, I agree. I even said earlier in this podcast, I have the kind of relationship where my man takes the lead and he sets the plans up, and I get to put my feet up and be taken care of, and that's amazing.
If he met you by pussy, would you be mad?
Yes, but if he slapped my ass, I would be into it.
Whoa!
I would up and I get to put my feet up and be taken care of, and that's amazing.
If he met you by pussy, would you be mad?
Yes, but if he slapped my ass, I would be into it.
What?
The speed! The sheer speed of how fast Shireen responded. Good for you.
Exactly.
I would, okay, listen, I would never be, you're getting upset because of my individual sexual preferences. If anyone, my boyfriend, if my boyfriend went to me and put his hands between my legs and went like that, that would be insane. But if he was being played, no, it's not. That's what you as a man think. That's insane. That's why you're leaving some guys astray.
There is no world where you can just walk up to somebody, like, lick your 2 fingers, and fucking bowling ball somebody, okay? Why does that taste so weird? Anyways. Say nothing, Grace. There is no way in the world where somebody's gonna lick their fingers, walk up, and bowling ball a girl, okay? There's no world where it's gonna happen. That would be the loudest slap heard across the world throughout every single fucking, ethnic boundary that exists to man, with the exception of white. The white would hear the slap, everybody else would feel the slap. But if a man goes up to a woman that he likes, and she likes him back, he slaps her on the ass, she's gonna turn around and give him the lip.
Some guys are straight and they're not gonna get it, but if my man is playful and maybe I'm cooking him a little dinner or something and I'm looking cute and he comes up and squeezes my ass or like slaps it, yes, I'm gonna entertain that. You're leading men astray by getting so into the extreme. But most women are not gonna be okay with going into
she does not like her man at all.
What would make a difference?
She won't let her man grab by the coochie. She don't like him. She hate him.
You gotta be.
You're contradicting a little bit.
Yeah.
You're a dating coach?
Yeah,
bro. This is one of the best, man.
This
is why you don't take dating advice from women. Exactly. You're having like a bitch ass nigga.
Now he's going into a script.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, you know somebody say that, Myris? Because I hate for someone to ask me.
Anything about can you want me to be a certain way so bad? And I
the typical chatter of the black.
And Aaron, or excuse me, Chris thinks.
Well, no, it's not that they're typically chattering. Each one of them said something that was extremely valid. And if you don't listen very closely, you just hear noise. But I heard them perfectly. Hold on.
Take dating advice from women. Exactly. You're having like a bitch ass nigga. Did I touch you? This is okay.
Yeah, no, you know somebody say that, Myris? Because I hate for someone to ask me.
Okay, so Miss Titty is saying, that's wild that you would say that, Myron, because if I was to have somebody ask me something and say that, I think they would probably get a punch to the teeth. Meanwhile,
I feel like a bitch ass nigga. Did I touch you? This is okay.
Yeah, no, you know somebody say that, Myris? Because I hate for someone to ask me.
Butterfly Elbow next to her is trying to elaborate on exactly how wild that was, and that I could never have somebody do that to me, because that would be a wrap for them. And what Cinnamon Spice is trying to elaborate is what she then finished off saying in the next sentence, which was, you desperately want her to act and be a certain way so that you can try to play to your audience and do your script, and you're still upset that you're not getting to do your script the way that you want at 3 hours and 4 minutes and 51 seconds into this 4 hour and 11-minute live stream. Because at this point, you would have kicked out like maybe half the panel, and you haven't gotten kicked out anybody. Then D1 Athlete 1 and D1 Athlete 2 are exactly saying much there, but Gretchen is trying Gretch is trying to explain that what you're saying is so fucking extreme that there'd be no guy that would ever do something like that. And she's trying to plead to you that you stop saying that, because you know that that's not serious. And even when you have your co-host trying to fucking control it, all of them are just fucking laughing and giggling at how fucking wild what you said was. So in general, you have female consolidation. And again, Nick is just sitting here. Nick is just sitting here enjoying the chaos. How is it that the white supremacist is the least misogynistic one here?
The world may never know.
Like, I believe black should be in a certain place, but you know, that place is at my knees with an unmolested coochie that I'd never put my hands into. For legal purposes, that's a joke!
I never said anything about can I, you want me to be a certain way so bad, and I see it, so I never said anything about can I touch you, can I kiss you? And Aaron, or excuse me, Chris thinks because I don't want my boyfriend to go like this to my coochie, that I inherently don't like it.
Stop! Stop! Teddy, stop it! She getting playful with it.
Or excuse me, Chris thinks because I don't want my boyfriend to go like this to my coochie, that I inherently don't like it. Have a relationship with a woman, and that's tragically sad.
Wait, I feel like two things can be
Jewish.
It's too much. It's too much.
I would love to know how you think that me not wanting to be groped in that way inherently means I don't like my
Because
boyfriend.
I know girls like
You don't even call them women, you call them girls. So okay, we'll start there.
Well, first of all, like if I'm fucking like just like don't.
She's getting mad. She's sucking her teeth again. Stop it. She's getting mad.
Fuck me.
I'm sorry.
Second of all,
she apologized.
She apologized.
The black wants to come out, but the white's in control. Come out of the second place. Come out of the second place. Get ignorant. Get ignorant.
It's okay. I'm into it now. Oh.
It's like the opposite of the fucking Coomer meme, right? It's like clap, 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 clap. Get ignorant, get ignorant, get ignorant, get ignorant. I can feel you judging me, and I deserve it, Grace.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's like if I was no.
But it was funny though.
Grace will eternally judge you for the rest of your life.
No, she'll continue to judge me for like the rest of the week, but she'll just forget about it until I bring it up again. I'm not gonna say what I was thought to just say.
And I know you'll bring it up again because it's funny.
No, I'll bring it up again because I'll forget exactly what I said and then I'll remember. And she'll get upset all over again. But I'm not gonna say what came after that sentence because I know my limits.
First, if I was to grab my woman who I'm paying for, right, and you live with...
Whoa, pause! If I was to grab my woman who I'm paying for, what you mean by that? What you mean by that?
How much we talking?
What you mean by that?
Get rid of that ego Vegeta profile picture. He made fun of my wife's titties.
Cause mine are bigger than hers. Thank you, applicable. She is indeed trying to escape the plantation in her mind. bro.
Deal with him.
I've been in a relationship for 7 months. I'm gonna break my lease. I can't afford that.
Lease? Fuck the lease. He's a Jew.
Ooh. Oy vey, Goyle. Oy vey.
I'm not gonna say anything. Let's just see what happens next.
So look.
I'm not even gonna say anything. Let's see what happens next.
That's why you don't fucking deal with him.
I've been in a relationship for 7 months. I'm gonna break my lease. I can't afford that.
Lease? Fuck the lease. He's a Jew.
It's really hard to have conversations that are intelligent when you get like this. I would love to listen from you. I would love to learn from men. I would love to learn from men. I believe in this podcast. I respect this podcast, but this point of conversation has been a little frustrating.
Listen.
You were trolling? Oh my gosh.
No, look, just because you wouldn't like it, because you by getting grabbed by the pussy, doesn't mean that other women wouldn't like it. I would argue that if a woman was with a man that she actually liked and mind respected to a high degree most, they would be okay with a guy grabbing her by the pussy.
I don't think I ever said that individual. Like, I get down with the individual. I understand that.
I feel like you contradicted yourself because.
Ooh, get him thoughts.
Oh, look at her face.
So the reason why I feel like that is because two things can be right. However, you did say you wouldn't be okay when I believe you asked for if your man was to grab you by the pussy, right? But then if he's jokingly slaps you while you're cooking,
acting with her hands.
It's the same.
Look at these busy hands.
There are so many things that just happened there that I'm not gonna fucking comment on. I don't need to say a damn thing. Cause you should understand it. You're not stupid. You my audience, you're not dumb. However, I'm gonna chime back in right now. There is a difference between somebody trying to bowling ball you. That's what we're going with. That's somebody trying to bowling ball you. Stop eating. There's a difference between.
Can I feel your gutter ball?
I will serve you. There is a difference between somebody trying to bowling ball you and when you walk past the thickums and it's hanging out, plump, call him a name. Touch me. Sometimes you just gotta
smack.
Just gotta wind back and go ahead and hit that Atlantean thinker pose with the discus before you. And it's necessary. It's a part. It's a part of the dating experience. Because I know for a fact, if I were to do that, I'm definitely getting my ass slapped. Okay? Like, I'm telling you, if I gutter ball her, she's gutter balling me, okay? Let's be serious, cap no cap. That's the reason why men would not try to bowling ball their chicks. It's because she's gonna get you back eventually. Yeah. And I don't want an unlubed finger in my ass. Okay?
What's on unlubed?
I didn't say I don't want a finger in my butt. I said I don't want an unlubed finger in my butt. I've already explained that if you... I already explained I don't want to get fucked by hypothetical Michelle Obama dominatrix for $50 million. And then people say, but you went in there to get fucked in the butt, right? You were right there making the gal face right next to Montero. We saw it on the centerfold sheet. It was you and him. Like big dick niggas getting dick 69 featuring the presidential cabinet. We saw you, Carl. I don't want to have that experience the same way I would not want a partner or partners, but just partner in this case. I'm cooking dinner, she's cooking dinner. I see the thick ass. I walk by, I'm like, thick ass for you, thick ass for me. That's one thick ass shake. Slap! And then later on in the day, I hear somebody walk up behind me. It's like, you know the best part about Dairy Queen?
They get shaked.
Just breathe in my ear, just like I don't know what's good about Dairy Queen, and I just feel a fucking hand run up the back of my thigh. He just starts squeezing my fucking thigh meat before I feel this thick ass hand just come out of nowhere and just slap, grab. And his hand going up my thigh still. It's like, those blizzards are thick as fuck. You're looking real thick there, Carl. Squeeze! I'll be like, I don't like this. I don't like this. What's wrong? I like it. Squeeze! What's wrong? You don't like it? I'm sitting there traumatized, like a fucking victim. Like, no, I don't like it. Oh, but you liked it when you grabbed my ass, right? You liked it when you grabbed my ass, right? What's wrong? I thought what's good for the goose, good for the gander, baby. And her hand starts running deeper up my fucking thigh, and I'm like,
You glad she didn't have an ice cube with her.
I can't even say anything to you right now. As a part of the necessary withhold action for this, I am in a heightened emotional state where I cannot respond. To be in touch with the niggardry means that I cannot understand or accept your niggardry. Anyways, I'm not about to get victimized and pretend like I did not call for it to happen because I clapped the cheeks. It'll eventually happen, but I would rather have it on my terms when I'm prepared and ready. When my butthole is good and ready. Anyways.
Same thing. I mean, why is it's your man.
No, why? I can answer that.
But why does he need permission?
I can answer that.
Trump is an alien.
I can answer that, and it's a soft spot for me. Like this is a soft topic for me.
It is for me as well.
And that happened to me, and he did exactly what y'all are saying. Like, oh, why would he be okay with your boyfriend doing it? It was that setting we were arguing, and he decided to do that.
But that's different though.
But he still did it.
But then it changes
the sexual assault. It's the position of it, like the setting of it. That's basically what.
Which is why I said two things can be right. However, if that is I'm not contradicting the difference between no, ma'am. The reason why I know I'm not contradicting is because you did indeed say that if he was to just grab you by the pussy, you would not be okay with that. But then if you were clicking romantically and he were to slap you on your butt, you would be okay with that.
There's a difference. There's a difference.
A clear difference between the two.
Clear difference.
Why would y'all motherfuckers try to side with evil in this situation? That's what I want to know. Don't give Myron a fresh justification.
Don't do that. Yeah.
Very simple. But if you're doing it aggressively, I can understand that. But if you're doing it because you're my man or whatever I choose to be, why is it not okay for you to just touch me? Because women grab men by the all the time.
I agree with that. Sakura, I see what you said, and we finna fight later.
And that's not okay half the time either.
Oh no, what I'm about to do with her is okay all the time. We can fight later.
Not referring to what they just said in the video.
I'll address that in a second. We finna fight later. In fact, no, not right now. Not right now. I'm too lazy. It's all the way over there. She knows what I'm talking about. Don't say anything, Grace. You don't need to know.
Partner. That's knowing your partner.
Uncomfortable with it. Because that's not what it's You really not comfortable with Would you grab your girl by the pussy, Nick?
And he's a virgin.
The ignorance of the audience has now decided to involve Nicholas into the activities.
It is now his turn to speak.
Whitey, what say you on the question of grabbing the coochie?
Whitey! It's very simple. I can't believe that we've even been on this discussion for this long. It's very simple.
Motherfucker, you've been the one trying to be on it! You specifically have been trying to piss off Cinnamon Size, and she is over here suckling her whole front row of teeth. And you're like, I can't believe we've been doing this for so long. Oh my god, why the fuck are we talking about this? Like, you went to an overhead shot and I can see her fucking tongue running against her gums. Right there! Right there!
It's very simple. I can't believe that we've even been on this discussion for this long. It's very simple.
She's sucking the whole lip into her mouth. Fuck you mean I can't believe we've been on this the entire time? Nigga! Come on.
Her for
stop it right there.
if a girl is with a man that she's truly aroused by, he does it for her, she's her dream man, etc., and he grabs her by the pussy, you fucking morons. They'll be like, oh, I'm offended by this, because they'll probably look you in the face like, cool, I'm getting rid of you. Get out of here.
If a man looks a woman in the face after he violates her in a way that she is not comfortable with, and they are not on the level to be comfortable with it, and does not immediately apologize and be like, I'm sorry, I'm playing, I'm ignorant, I'm fucking stupid as fuck, I'm sorry, I'm stupid, I'm sorry. And you say, alright, you ain't cool with me fucking grabbing you like that? I thought we'd go together. Alright, fuck it, bitch, get out. I expect 15 women to come barging into my house saying, excuse me, we are looking for, Jean. Yeah, that's me. We've come to strip you of your nigga card? Okay, I don't believe in that. Nah, nigga. Snip, snip! We come here to relieve you of your nigga card. Hey, yo, no!
and then each one of you just give you a slap continuously, like just the biggest bitch slap you can think of.
No, they would cut my dick off, and then they would spend the next 15 minutes, each of them taking out a giant stiletto heel and sticking and stabbing it into the hole where my penis used to be. Yes,
and then pouring salt all over it.
No, lemon juice. Yes, this is a specific nightmare I've had before.
You have some vivid nightmares.
I am a creative artist. My visual gags have limitations, only stopped by my mind, and my mind has no limits. Anywho.
Okay, but that's okay. No one said that's your relationship.
I'd be okay with it. So why can't? We're just saying, look, you have your own personal things that you want to say are okay, not okay. She does too.
Gretch is so fucking awake right now.
No one said that's your relationship.
I'd be okay with it.
Like, Cinnamon Spice is doing all the fucking malapropisms of being a fucking white woman who's been offended, who's tapping into her black powers, and she is just so prepared to see her fucking go off. She is so alert right now.
Oh yeah.
So why can't? We're just saying, look
at her. She is so at attention. Like, I can't wait for her to slap the shit out of you. I can't wait for her to slap the shit out of you, because I'ma slap you, and then she gonna slap you twice.
You have your own personal things that you want to say are okay, not okay. She does too as well. Some women like that shit.
Bro, if I grab my girl by the pussy, she says shit like, oh, that makes me uncomfortable. I'm like, get the fuck out of my house. I'm never gonna talk to her again.
You're fucking insane.
Once my ass becomes successful to grab my chick by the vagina, she's like, oh, I don't know.
Once I become successful enough to grab my chick by the vagina, why would she ever be allowed to say no? Can you feel the face? Can you feel the face I'm making right now?
Yeah.
Nigga.
Because we ain't connected. Ain't no connectivity.
She got clean.
Yeah, ain't no connectivity.
I mean, but she don't gotta work though, right?
I work on myself being actually like the man excellence for my girl. And my thing is, if I can't even grab my girl by the vagina, that means she's not that aroused.
Not even gonna cover it. Not even gonna cover it. Moving past it.
I'm not the relationship.
And I'm good. If I'm not getting it all, I don't want none.
If that's the relationship you have with her.
If she won't let me get it when I sexually assault her, I don't want it.
All right.
This is the dumbest podcast ever made.
But I think the tone you're hearing it in, it sounds like you're taking it as a aggressive connotation. I don't think you're taking it as
intimacy. It's my innocence. I'm sorry I was raised with a certain view of my own body.
But you can't say that she's just like that, or she's like that.
I mean, it's supposed to mean it's a different kind of touch. A man who's putting his hand, and I really shouldn't have to explain the anatomy of the human body. A playful slap of the ass is very different than going up and grabbing someone by her genitalia.
And that's for you.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, and I never argued that.
It is not.
It's ignorant. This nigga.
I feel so fucking embarrassed for the male species right now.
We need to take this nigga's end card.
I don't want to go to jail for cutting their penises off. I don't want to.
We need to revoke. We officially revoke your nigga license, bro.
Careful with that. More importantly. I'm not saying that because I'm offended. I'm saying that because there are people who take you out of context. There are plenty of people who have already written them off in terms of that. This is probably one of the...
Does this guy make you proud to be black?
No. This is probably one of the few points where, like Signifier, I would say, yes, he does have a point. I would never go to them for advice. I would go for them to make content that I should monetize for myself. However, there is not a single man in existence...
Oh, good, we have an hour left.
There is not a single man in existence who's going to stand next to this and defend it.
unless they are fans of him. And at that point, I would feel sorry for you that they led you astray like that.
I have issue with it.
So, I think that
White man, save the conversation.
So it sounds like what you're saying is literally like a rape.
Yes, I mean,
but hang on.
Ew,
That's not what we're talking about.
I'm innocent. Oh my, like if that's what the whole conversation comes down to, then I could have.
Oh, baby, it's not about innocent. I think he's way more innocent than you are. You're just saying we're on your view of your body. Like, all of us. You were raised. That's what some women like that shit. A lot of them do. Majority. So what is we have this conversation all day on social media. Women like to be choked. Women talk about it all the time.
I think people tired of it.
IRS, let's go. Yeah, sorry. This one. Yeah.
They're so mad that they cannot piss her off enough that the entire table, including Nick, is in solidarity. So it's like, fuck it, let's go to comments now.
They can't finish the argument.
Why does this beautiful moment of race? Why does this beautiful moment of racial integrity have to include Nick Fuentes?
Come on, Nick. Tell me you don't want to. No, that's fine. That's fine. That's why none of us would actually get you. Come on, Nick. Tell me you don't want to go dive in and see chocolate. Please, please, on the panel. Go ahead to the dark side. We won't judge you.
Tempting.
I'll be honest, I think it's virtue signaling for the show.
Yeah.
I'll keep it.
She's virtue signaling for the show.
I dated a girl who would get her son to look through my phone to see if I was cheating. Question for the ladies: would you get your son to do your messy work for you?
Motherfucker tried the fucking it. Where is your innocence card? I dated a girl who got her son to look through my phone to see if I was cheating. Question for the ladies: would you get your son to do your messy work for you? If you want to be serious, it depends on the woman. It's not a blanket answer. Depends on the woman. And the level at which you would have to address that, because I'm going to answer the question like I have a child. And I would tell that child to go check to see if my partner is cheating on me. Being like, just literally just go up and, you got games on your phone? And take the phone, bring it back to me, and we look through it together. The level of uncomfortability and lack of trust that I'd have to be at, that I would have somebody else do the work for me, would have to be at the level of, I am just interested in finding out one thing. Because it wouldn't just start with, I sent my child to help me snoop on you. I would have my friends helping me. I would be snooping directly, trying to ask covert messages and words to elicit specific responses from you. To like use your phone for things, or to use your devices for things. All of these things which are absolutely not at all covert. It's very, very aware if you know what the fuck you're looking and seeing for. If I got to the point where I was so if I was so to the point of losing the trustworthiness for the partner that I'm with, that I have somebody else helping me snoop on you, why would I ever continue dating you? Unless I'm using you for money. And that's not from like a woman perspective, that's like from a relationship perspective. Why would I still mentally count myself in a relationship with you and not just start cheating on you myself? If I thought there was something happening to the point where I need my child to help me figure out that you are cheating on me. I don't care if it would be a boy or a girl. I'll pick my child up and be like, let's go find us a new mommy. We're gonna go to Starbucks. You're gonna order a dragon fruit hydrator, and we're gonna find us some art hose. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. And then we're gonna go to the IHOP, and we're gonna see if we can find any waitresses that really have southern twangs, and we're gonna see if they like strawberry sherbet. Don't shake your head at me, Grace. Because you know it will work.
I actually don't know what that. I don't.
Don't worry. It's Boy Troll goes, I dated a girl who would get her son to look through my phone to see if I was cheating. Question for the ladies. Would you get your son to do your messy work for you?
No, child. Wait a minute. First of all, he shouldn't even know what you got going on.
Been watching both platforms for a while. I love the content.
True though, your child should not know about your sexual relationship unless you just know, hey, this is the Mr. Man that I'm with. You don't need to know anything else other than that. Because you don't want your child to fucking come across the video that you made with your boyfriend at fucking 2 o'clock in the AM, and now you got your son asking you, Mom, what's this raw pussy?
What's this white stuff coming out?
I've let y'all know for a while that you have LDS Mormon support. Shout out to you.
Yeah, you guys have multiple ones. Shout out to y'all, man. Real niggas, man.
Love the diverse. Thank you, sir. For a while that you have.
Been watching both platforms for a while and love the content crossover. What content crossover? They sanitize themselves on YouTube and they try to act unhinged on Rumble. I act unhinged all the time, but technically try not to say the N-word when I'm on Twitch.
I got shady and get censored.
You got Mormon support.
You have
Nerd.
LDS Mormon support. Love the diverse high IQ conversations. What the fuck was high IQ about the last hour and 15 minutes?
High IQ my ass.
Motherfucker being like, America first, fresh and fit content. This content crossover is amazing. What crossover? This motherfucker is in shambles doing the fucking podcast circuit because he knows he can't get play anywhere else because he's ruined publicly and financially. America first is a failure. Kanye does not want him on the fucking campaign trail. That motherfucker is leaving everything behind in that. He's got his fucking Adidas deal back, bitch. He's now fucking with a white woman. They already got the clone out. He is never helping you.
LDS Mormon support. Shout out to you.
Yeah, you guys have multiple ones. Shout out to y'all, man. Real niggas, man.
Diverse high IQ. Drop the facts.
$100 to say thank you, sirs. Drop the facts. Where's my $100?
I'm shocked you haven't gotten a $500 super chat.
It'll happen one day. Who knows? All right, I've already gotten the $100 appreciation. But I'm joking, but like dead ass. This is fucking stupidity thrown away. This is fucking stupidity throwing away money on people who are specifically doing this shit to try and justify a worldview so they can get guys to give them money, to get tricked into giving them money for horrible dating advice that will make them strike out every time. Give me your money, and I will make sure that you can get your dick and or clit sucked today! Myron support. Why does Myron support Republicans like Trump who don't want Muslims like his family in America? And why does the USA economy and black people do better under Democrats since when we were born? Please show or state credible sources.
For choice, I made it up.
I support Republicans like Trump who don't want Muslims like his family in America. And why does the USA economy and black people do better under Democrats than since we are born? Please show our state credible sources. Show our state. You sound like a faggot, bro.
Wow. Wow, they're not even gonna bother. Ooh, and the bundle of sticks were 2.
I'm not just making a sound, I'm whistling with my lips.
Yeah, but unfortunately I can't whistle, so...
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Go watch fucking Young Turks or something like that. You fucking little faggot. 1 to 3.
Yeah, what's your opinion on this? Please state sources. Nah, bro, that's gay.
Facts? What are you, a faggot?
It's painful to watch stupid people be given money.
I know. Appreciate that. First question for ladies: how many baby daddies y'all got, and how many are present in the child?
1. I have
1 to 3 huevos. Yeah, appreciate that. First question for ladies: how many baby daddies y'all got, and how many are present in the child?
1.
Okay, so she has 1 kid. I thought that was Cinnamon Spice that said she had 1 kid.
Fucking liberal faggot. 1 to 3 huevos. Yeah, huevos. Appreciate that. First off, question, how many baby daddies y'all got, and how many are present in the child's life?
1. I have 1.
Who?
1. 0. 1 baby daddy.
First off, question, ladies, how many baby daddies y'all got, and how many are present in the child's life?
1.
I'm trying to read that. Okay. He said, I noticed y'all black. I'm dead. When was that said?
I think it was. I'm guessing it was in the beginning of the stream.
Maybe, probably.
I have 1. 1. 0. 1 baby daddy. Yes. Well, I have 1.
Okay, so Gretch popping pussy out here. Okay, all right. Okay.
Is that a question because we're black? I got 0. Black women.
Yeah, kind of is. Yeah.
Black women don't have multiple babies.
3 diglets. $100. Everyone is going to be light-skinned in the future. The BBC is snatching up all the big booty white girls.
I mean, he ain't wrong.
But should he say it? But should he say it? Like, I'm gonna pretend that I'm not a part of this BBC supremacy. Should he say it? Should he say it? Should he pay $100 and say it? For $100? That seems a bit crazy.
Everyone is going to be light skinned in the future. The BBC is snatching up all the big booty white girls. Sorry, Nick. Sorry, Nick.
Shout out to Fresh and Fit for hosting Nick on my birthday. Nick, would you say you have a lot of support from a black Hispanic audience? And if so, how come? Unfortunately, missed out on the Raleigh tickets to see for myself.
Yeah. Shout out to Nick for hosting Nick on my B-Day. Nick, would you say that you have a lot of support from a black/Hispanic audience? And if so, how come?
He has no support.
To see for myself.
Yeah, blacks love.
He does have support, but it's only people who would ever stream on his site Cozy, and people who would still be streaming on DLive. So irrelevant, unaware, politically inept midwits.
Me.
Like Ethan Rao.
Yes.
We don't believe you, bro.
How should you refer to blacks then?
You don't want to hear my second choice.
Oh, yeah.
It's a joke.
He's funny. You should actually do stand-up sometime.
Maybe.
I think she's different.
Okay.
No. Do it, Nick. Do it. No, I can't.
Do it next week. You get bands again.
You can say it.
Say it. Come on, man. I want you to say it.
They desperately want him to now say the N-word. This is the reason why they had to post this specifically to Rumble.
Hey, what you got?
You want me to say it?
Yes.
Is anyone going to hit me if I say it?
Come on, Nick. What you got?
All right, nigger.
Yay, you finally said it after 3 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Look at her. Look at them fake ass reactions. Look at these fake reactions they're doing.
It's all so tiresome.
Okay, so to recap this extremely crazy fucking moment. Am I still live? Yes, I am. Okay. Does it feel weird that you attracted me as an audience member? Like, I'm the opposite of those guys. No, it does not feel weird. I've been in weirder places. Reminder that Myron and Nick are still homosexuals, I suppose. What did I walk in on? Scott Williams nightmares? I can't describe that for you. I just have fucking horrible fucking nightmares because of my fucking insomnia, bloodia. Anyways.
Oh, yeah.
Is anyone going to hit me?
So.
Bands again.
You can say it.
Say it. Come on, man. I want you to say it.
Hey, what you got?
You want me to say it?
Yes.
So, there was this very well-known memed moment, specifically from the podcast The Lotus Eaters, when they covered this, where they did a close-in on D2 athlete number 2. Grace, can you please identify for the audience, without melanin, what is the emotion of the face that she is currently expressing?
Okay, which one's
The one that is on the other side of Nick, away from Miss Titties.
The one on the
Oh,
left
the
corner
one
of the
with the
screen. Yes.
She's holding back. She's like, you gonna say it?
Now,
still on site.
Now, Callum of the podcast of Lotus Eaters implied that she was giving the stone tossed, "You think I'm racist? Watch this. I don't like you." Followed by the African American "I'm interested" lip bite. This is not that face.
Oh no.
It is not. That is a much different face.
Come
on, Nick, what you get?
Now, I'm not sure if all of you have ever had an African American friend with a white friend that has ever trolled their white friend and being like, "Come on, say it." And your white friend's like, "No, I can't say it. I respect you too much." I'm like, "Nick, come on, Nick, like, just say it. Just say it. Come on, say it." Like, nigga. Okay, now, add the ER. Like, no, it's different. It's like, come on, bro. I say it all the fucking time. But that's you. I can't say that. If you've ever been in that scenario with your white friend or friends, especially if they're women, there is an inherent party favor experience to watching somebody, not of a particular genus, say a word and really own the word. This is not Nick owning it. He's being told to say it by a room full of African American men and women, literally surrounding him. He is boxed in. He cannot get up and leave if he wanted to, because realistically he's here for clout to begin with. But there is an experience where if you are in a room full of other people in a circle and they're all telling you, "Hey, yo, Carl, you should say some of the worst slurs known to the races in general." Yes, I am indeed talking about the Ayo big head face, Bloody. I am indeed describing the Ayo stop it big head face. I am indeed talking about that. However, there is an essential party trick favor to like this moment, because it's supposed to be like a unifying moment or whatever, right? But this is lost when you're doing it specifically because you know the person who's supposed to say it is somebody who would unironically say it with absolutely zero fucking hesitation. When you're talking about somebody who was literally right next to Richard Spencer when he was, well, politically speaking, not literally at Charlottesville after the car crash, but was at and was assigned with and next to Richard Spencer when he had his wonderful post-Charlottesville crash octoroon speech, it loses the party favor effort. And now it's just like, "Hey, a racist guy, say the line, Nick!" It's not funny. It's not haha funny. It's not haha cute interesting. It only serves the purpose of seeing how everybody here reacts. To which Cinnamon Spice is already shaking her head like, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And I'm pretty sure everybody else is literally just eating the shit the fuck up and living in the moment. Even Gretch. You see, fucking Myron and Fresh. Fresh is fucking laughing. Myron's got his phone out recording the moment. Ignorance. This is ignorance.
It's not fun. It's just not.
It's really not funny.
I love how she's like starting to realize, oh yeah, these niggas are immature. Oh shit.
Yeah. Like, the distress on her face. The Fraulein that is beginning to weave itself in between her fucking brow. She is so fucking annoyed in this moment. And all she can do is shake her head and be like, "I can't believe you motherfuckers are doing this."
You know, Nick sounds like an unironic, edgy teenager here. Yeah, like he sounds like he hasn't aged past like 14.
Maturity-wise, no. Why would he? He can be paid for being ignorant on the internet.
Like this sounds like something that happens in middle school.
I mean, people do this all the way up to high school, but the context there is that, like, it's like if you were to be invited to a Spanish party and everybody is yelling at you with expletives and words and you're letting them roll off you because you know you're not allowed to respond. But when you're like, for example, if you're like a guy that's dating a Spanish girl who happens to be one of the popular girls at the party, and they're like, hey, don't fuck with my man, fucking cholo, and you look over at your girl and it's like, no, it's okay. And it's like, no, fuck that puta. Come on, say it. Say fuck that puta. Say puta. Come on, say puta. Say puta, baby. Come on, say puta. Puta. Say puta. It's like that.
And also fuck that pendija.
Like, it's much different, but in the context of African Americans, whites, we know the reason why it's explicitly only in specific scenarios like this, where you can have a group of people egg somebody on, say the word, and there is no problem with it because they wanted to egg them on because, come on, you would say it anyways in private. Just say it here. It's no problem. We ain't gonna slap you. The energy is different, but it's still fucking ignorant. And she's fucking laughing and yucking it up while she's over there like, I thought you would have been with me on this shit. What the fuck's wrong with you? But now that we know that she actually has turned it up from the 99 and 2000s and had a child born in 1994. I'm fucking around because she'd be older than me because that's my year of birth. It'd be more like I don't know, what, fucking 2003. This is a bit different. And then you've got this motherfucker with the fucking air horn. Like, any joy that could have been had from the moment is just sucked right out the orb when you're like, oh yeah, this is being fun up for content. Which is
this
really
sounds like This sounds like a 2016 video.
Well, not really. It's just the joy of whatever could be had in this moment of niggas transference can't happen because you got two ignorant ass niggas that just spent like 3 fucking hours of an after hours podcast trying to irritate people for fucking content before they got annoyed and finally went on to the comments. And we're having more fun with the comments than we were with the entire discussion because two ignorant ass niggas just try to justify to an audience of people who don't have very large dating experience that, yeah, you can just go up to people and just bowl them right in the fucking booty hole. And like, there's going to be absolutely no consequences to your love life, your dating life, your opportunities, your experiences, or your expectations of people that you're interacting with. And it's fucking insane that he would say that and then act like he can just speed past the shit like, alright, whatever, bro. Let's just go to the comments. Like, no. With any guy in the room who's not gonna fucking let that shit up, they're gonna fucking argue to death on that and they're gonna fight you for it.
Yo, it's amazing to me how a word can get everybody so fucking mad, bro. Wait, hold on. Yo, we asked for it.
We didn't ask for it. You guys asked for it. I definitely want to know what's on your top because you gonna definitely know what's on mine.
Okay, good one.
You want to wipe your kids in the picture?
We got up next.
You say that on your YouTube channel often?
Yeah.
Oh god.
No.
Madam, please introduce them Thomas Sowell. They're sowing this roots nonsense that's been debunked. Alex Haley admitted it's a lie. He wants his black Africans.
That's such broken fucking English.
How do you use it though? No, I agree with free speech, so then you can hang out with him.
Damn.
Okay.
It was used.
No, free speech is important, so you know who not to hang out with.
It's a word.
Yeah, why are you to degrade us? But I feel like it's okay if I call you a cracker, right?
No, well, here's the difference. I'm not saying you can't. Well, are you gonna listen?
Okay.
I'm not saying you can't utter the word, but that's how it is. I mean, there are words that I won't utter. Like I'll say GD instead of goddamn because I believe that's blasphemy. But I think it's foolish to say the N word. If you're talking about a neutral way, I mean, it's kind of juvenile. But I'm not talking about like, hey,
God damn
I'm saying like, if you're gonna refer to the word, you can utter the word. I don't think it makes you a bad person.
Like in what context you're reading?
How you saying it? Being booked, are we talking about like casually?
Yeah, how you saying it?
Like I
said, you're saying it's neutral. Like, how would you say it? Just say it.
He already did. I don't want to fucking hear it again.
Okay.
He said it twice.
Right.
We got it.
Like I said, there's a big difference between people get canceled for uttering the word versus directing it at somebody in a hateful way.
Why you look at her when you say
that? You people are so sensitive.
You people are self-sensitive.
It hits not at all.
What do you mean?
After what we just went through.
This retard.
You asked for it and gave it to you.
Oh my god. What is the point, Myron? What is the point?
This is not shocking. This is not new. There's an entire bit that we already went on a different fucking on a different versus chat. He like anybody who already knows this is what was addressed by fucking Aberrant Preach in their video calling it out because he went on to Sneako's stream and did this whole fucking song and dance routine.
Yeah.
Like it's not, this hood is not surprising. I'm just fucking annoyed at this point. I want it to be over.
It's not funny.
Do you get it? Clan. It's funny because clan mask.
What's the point, Myri?
Listen, man.
What's the point? What is the point?
What's the point? Hey, man, I think somebody say the magic word, bro. Yeah,
It's funny.
Yeah. It's super funny.
You're disrespecting your All right, where we at?
I'm literally pissing myself laughing.
Actually, I can't really read this shit. I know, I can't.
Well, they succeeded in pissing off Cinnamon Spice enough that she left the table.
That's what you say to that fucking host.
You being Africa, what are you lying right now? We didn't bring you here. Well, you're welcome. Give the $50 to Fred.
Yeah,
Brandon, $50. You'd be in Africa 1v1ing a lion right now if we didn't bring you.
Wow.
I'm not finishing that! Oh!
Brandon, you'd be in Africa 1-on-1 a lion right now if we didn't bring you here.
They're trying to get a reaction.
Bro.
Shout out to you, bro.
Calling it now. This podcast's gonna end up on World Star by the end of the show.
Section 8 behavior says, calling it now. This podcast is going to end up on World Star.
This is actual cringe.
I'm not gonna come out for me.
No, she came back. She got more drink because she knows she needs to be drunker for this shit.
Oh my god. Fresh's Ball says, name one red flag that turns you on. Fresh, I want Kiki. Nick can have the others.
Name one red flag. Why do you have to name your account Fresh's Balls? Name one flag that turns you on. Fresh,
the flag Switzerland.
I want Kiki. I forget who Kiki was. Nick can have the others. Kiki looks like she can do the gawk 10,000, and I want it done to me. Shout out to my dog, Migmo.
Kiki looks like she can do the gawk 1,000. 10,000. And I want it done to me. Shout out to my dog, Migmo. Okay.
Oh, it's my Fresh's Balls.
Justin Bird says,
where is that?
Don't mind that. Genetic differences are innate. Everything else aside, why do we always omit the black family structure from this conversation? Blacks sold other blacks in slavery, and they were black slave owners.
We already said that.
Yeah, we did. Ridiculous. Race mixing is fine.
I don't know.
Race mixing is fine as long as you got that.
So you've spent $200 on this fucking ignorance. Why do you keep giving stupid people money?
Well, now all we know is for you to get on Fresh or Fit.
They would not want me on there, bro. I can tell you right now, they would not want me on there, bro. If you think what I'm saying here is fucking wild, if Carl really wanted to be the full clout chaser that people have tried desperately and failed to prove that I'm supposed to be and believe to be, if I wanted to do some shit for some attention, I would be a fucking monster. But if I was like that, I wouldn't have graced here. And I would rather have black queens in my audience who can play off of me than to be rich but have no women.
Aww. We must send Carl to the Fresh and Fit stream.
That's like the worst hellscape you can send me to. It's like, Carl, you're allowed, you are being submitted to go to Fresh and Fit. Oh, word? That ass. But you are not allowed to do your routine. Nigga, come on! You must sit there and take everything that's being said and never react and never make it funny. But nigga, that's like half my routine! It is your punishment. Why? Because you bowling balled a woman when you were 16. Damn it. I knew I couldn't get away with it. And then afterwards, you will be pegged by Michelle Obama. With no lube. Oh!
And an ass cube. Also ass cube up your butt.
It goes up. More education funding will not cure the ails of the underclass. Go look up the Kansas City experiment in the 90s. They threw more money per pupil than anywhere else in the country and had bad outcomes. Fan values first and foremost.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm getting confused. She's on the phone with somebody. Carl misses Nick Fuentes. I'm not sure if it would be a versus Nick Fuentes. More than likely, it'd end up being some other fucking breadtuber.
Not more funding.
Who would be more hard to talk to? Empty Signifier or Nick?
It's actually not a hard problem, but they would cause different issues. The problem with talking to Nick is that because I am a political figure and a public figure that has come up after Gamergate, the first conversation, because there'd probably be more conversations I'd be brought on, because once more people started seeing me on a larger platform, be like, hey, yo, this motherfucker resembles the old years. Who did he learn the YouTube art from? What would end up happening is he'd try to suss out my views to see how stupid I was, and once he realizes I'm not fucking stupid, he wouldn't have fun in a conversation with me. Signifier is different because in the world of Siggy D, me being educated and intelligent to him as a member of that intelligent diaspora that the leftist mob was talking about that we were able to get through the video of on the first part one stream, he would call me a coon because I don't agree with every single viewpoint that he has. And I also think that the personal shit that he started doing as his rhetoric has started to ratchet up over the years, as he became more and more audience captured, would lead him to claim that I should be someone that no one listens to because I am not speaking the real truth. But then when he finds out that he and I live in the same fucking state, I would say to him, okay, you think that's how that works? Let's go to a Change My Mind event. You pay for everything. Pick the city, pick the town, pick the state, and we will have the discussion. And I can promise you, on the viewpoints that you're arguing for, there is more than likely going to be more people who will agree with me on the internet if they hear you say this shit, and there will be more content creators that will hear and speak to me about than you about things on this shit with this topic, where I will probably be able to have that debate that you never got to have with Destiny, because I'm not gonna bitch out and run away from the discussion and say, you need to pay me $50 million, you need to pay me $500,000 in order to have a discussion, because I'm not fucking retarded enough to think that I'm someone who has the ability to argue for that. And let alone two, I have the ability to understand that no matter what the fuck it is that you believe in, as long as I use you of the optics of saying what I should not do, and whatever you think you should do, I do the opposite of that, especially if it's dumb as shit, I know I'll probably be successful, more often than not. Because in my opinion, Signifier is going to be a flash in the pan, where he will end up just like the rest of the people, especially like that of Lindsay Ellis, where his audience is eventually going to turn on him, because he'll bite off more than the fuck he can chew, and when Ole Renati, the woman there, when Olay eventually turns on him, the way that she turned on Anna Kasparian, because she's not bigger than him. He's probably one of the bigger figures she's probably ever had on her show. Only by the network concept of him platforming dumbass ideas through the form of his content style. The second that he does something that the black diaspora of CornbreadTube, as they call themselves, or are called by other people, address him on the shit that he says and does, he's not gonna have any of the shit, and he's gonna get mad as fuck, and he's gonna do the same thing that every single fucking cornball does whenever they get pushed back against, which is exactly what we saw with fucking Cloud Shark. They're going to get mad that actually, not only do I have on tape where you lied about me, not only do I know you only tried to invite me in so you could try to create drama about it, not only can I be able to reference to it on the spot and retail the details correctly in the correct order, because I never deleted the tweets, I never deleted the evidence, I never ran away from the situation, I confronted you head on, he's gonna get mad and try to find ways to shut me down, but because I don't have any real controversies to my name, there's nothing that he's gonna be able to embarrass or insult me with that he's going to be able to use as an optics. So he's going to do the same thing that all breadtubers do when they want to try to deplatform someone who they think is too small to be bigger than them in traction. They're going to try to make up some shit about me and then never mention me in the context except to make fun of that shit. So if I dog walk him in a conversation and he's mad enough, he's going to say, nah, you should listen to that content creator. He's a coon, he's a coon, he's a coon, he's a coon. He don't really know anything. He don't really know anything. And the more that he does it, the bigger I will grow, because people in his audience will repeat those words. I will see or hear them. I will then call them out on the stream. I will then call them into the fucking live stream on a VsChat, and I will challenge them to a debate. I will give over control on the microphone to one of my fucking moderators on my server, and they will moderate said debate. And I will not have the ability to run away. I will not have the ability to hide. I will not have the ability to cut a microphone. I will not have the ability to turn off my microphone, with the explicit understanding that I will tell them that I am not allowed to run away from this. And if they have to actually confront somebody who does what they claim they think they do better than them, they're not going to be fucking happy about it. They're going to be pissed off. Because they're not going to understand how to function, because they have never operated under standard where they don't have control of the button in their watered down version of Bloodsport. Because realistically, we're like 2 steps away here with what Fresh and Fitter's doing from being Bloodsport. The only difference is that there's no hostility really being had except from the hosts to the guests. Because in order for it to be true Bloodsports, you'd need to have two people showing up in what's supposed to be a neutral ground, where they are then having these back and forths of these insults for which Nikki the Knife would be known for, right? But because it'd be two figures, one who has come with intentions of having discussion and the other one who would have the intention of trying to control the other, it would become very clear who's got ethics and standards and who's specifically baiting for new drama, for new clout to farm. And if I had to play that game, I would win. Flat out. Because it's not hard to do. Anybody can do it. That being said, I mean, they haven't turned on them already because, you know, there's no reason to. They're ignorant. They know.
Yeah, lack of nuclear families. Because if you look at Asians and like Nigerians, people who are successful, they have the nuclear family. But the black community does not have a nuclear family a lot of times.
All right.
Okay.
Why does the African American family not have a nuclear family? Is there some kind of social factor, possibly something to do with the government and the concept of the Department of Family and Social Security, that is responsible for that particular effect on the populace? Is there a reason why that would be the case, Fresh? He's probably not going to say that.
There are whites and Chinese slaves in America. There were more white slaves in Africa than black ones in North America. Slaves are everywhere. Does every slave in the world deserve reparations? Nope. I'm a black man. I'm not a victim. Get over it. Anybody have a response to that? He's saying that reparations are like, you don't deserve
We don't deserve it.
No,
Because everybody was slaves besides us. We weren't the only slaves.
I think having the mentality of getting through your struggles is better than looking at them as unsurmountable
It's called
obstacles.
healing.
What do we have here? Black women that date out. Oh, red flag. Brad can keep that. When I see a black chick with a white dude, I'd be happy. Like, all right, that's good. More white girls for me. Why is Nick surrounded by the bane of his existence? Ladies, be honest. Have you ever told a man it was his pussy while you were giving it to another man? If so, why? If not, what made you dedicate it to that one man, bro? Come on, Nick.
Wait a second. I'm not surrounded by Jews.
I mean,
I'm hearing my name called again.
I'm clapping. I'm peeing.
I'm hearing my name called again.
I'm literally LOLing. I'm kecking. I'm literally laughing right now. Ha ha, Jew, ha ha, Jew, ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha, Jew, ha ha, Jew. Ha ha, Jewy, Jew, Jew. Ha ha, Jew, ha ha, Jew, ha ha, Jewy, Jew, Jew. It's funny because Nick said Jew. Do you get the joke?
Why is no one laughing?
Need to prepare dinner real quick.
Think
amongst yourselves.
I would, but what could I say that hasn't been said already?
But did you know Jew? Cue laugh track.
It's also tiresome.
Dude, Nick is so fucking funny. This Nick guy is so fucking funny. I'm literally gonna start beating people up because in laughter.
I think we get it.
Okay. Okay. If you do an IQ test from 1930 and then NEEF from 2022, you will score. Will you score the same if a Ugandan develop an IQ test? Would Russians score the same as Italians on that test? Tests have a design flaw as depend on the tester's definition of intelligence.
I can't go with any of them. And Love's Eater vid on this 2 days ago. There was a pic of him getting a kiss on the cheek from the one in the sweater.
Wee.
Oh. Honestly, I don't know.
Booty 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 bop. Skip babadi boo.
I'm a scat man. Skip it, you do
I mean, if he did, props to him, I guess.
I'm gonna shit my pants.
Swam in the dark sea. He went to the dark side.
So, this stream though, my brain's melting from it. I'm too good for your love. No. Hey, hey.
Like I'm about to beat up, about to boot up.
Mother, can you really trust the government? Like fucking Samson. Giggity niggity 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 ner. Niggity noo.
Okay, I return. Still slightly having to cook some things. Did I miss anything spicy in the conversation?
Not really.
That's a joke. I'm kidding.
If you do an IQ test from 1930 and then do one from 2022, you'll score the same. If a Ugandan developed an IQ test, would Russians score the same as Italians on that test? Tests have a design flaw as depends on the tester's definition of intelligence.
It's not true.
And that's from Come On.
Why?
Well, that would obviously be true, just based on the context. Because if I have a specific viewpoint of what I deem to be intelligence, and I had the caveat of saying, but blacks can never be considered intelligent because they're not an intelligent species, because they don't have a soul. Because when a African American ejaculates, they have to actually reach a point of ecstasy and arousal to be considered fully an orgasm. Because if you orgasm and ejaculate into a woman to create a child through pregnancy, that child is not ensouled if that woman did not orgasm herself. And if I believed that it's impossible for an African American to do, again, this is a fucking hypothetical. This is hypothetical. If I believed that the African American could not bring a woman to true spiritual, emotional, mental fruition, to the point that every African American is not ensouled, and that when they die, their soul is simply destroyed upon death, they do not go to a form of heaven or hell, would that not be a smorgasbord of theoretical and theologian bullshit that you could wipe the floor with somebody with? Because if you said that was how IQ should be defined, and you produced some kind of test, I could dog walk you for saying that. That's just me. My personal opinion.
They're not true.
Because with IQ tests, they do it so there's no cultural bias. Like there's some IQ tests they administer, there's not even words or letters.
It's all like pattern recognition and stuff like that. So even if you don't speak the language, you'll be able to.
And the questions that are rated the most culturally biased have the least disparity between the races on them. In other words, so even if you were to say, oh, it's culturally biased, the respondents rate the questions that are most culturally biased. There's not even a difference between the black and white scores.
What's the lowest IQ race?
It's probably Aboriginals in Australia.
Oh wow.
Poor black. Anyway, okay, we got Eli from Jersey says, "Check in the blue. Black people have been here. Black people have been here in America before slavery." Christopher Columbus said that.
I also talked about how Christopher Columbus came over here and took these Native Americans' land as well. Dumbass nigga.
Mercy never heard of it. Watch it. Watch Idiocracy. Okay. Is that a movie or some shit? Oh, it's like a picture of Phantom said I am dumb. Oh shit. He goes. That's kind of funny though. That's funny as shit. Yeah, he made a whole account and put I am dumb. I know. I love it. In 2010, a study was done on variability of frontal temporal brain structure. The conclusion showed differences in multiple sectors of the brain based on race. Studies have been done on this.
What do the differences mean?
You said it.
What is the interpretation of the differences?
Thank you for putting all that work. I appreciate you. Shout out to that.
No, nothing. That's just a statement. If I can speak about.
No, he literally cited what the study was in 2010. Study done on.
Yeah. It was what it was on, but not where it was from. He just. I don't know who is writing this, but the title of this frontotemporal. So we have the front and we have the temporal region of our brain. If they're saying like black people have a bigger or like white people have a smaller, whatever, what is the outcome of those differences? You didn't really say that. You just said they have differences of structure. Does the structure inherently mean intelligence? I don't get what you're trying to get at with that.
I mean, if you Google this, Google
I'll Google it.
In 2010, it'll probably come up.
I just noticed they took a picture of Miss Titties and they used that as their profile picture. That's petty.
Also that username, I am dumb.
That's petty. You paid money for that? That's petty. Give her half. Give her 60%.
How many studies probably done on that? Where else we got here? OI, no, where we at? OI, the premise is misleading. You are complaining hard work and IQ. Nigerians, etc., who come here are successful because they are hardworking, like the African Americans who are hardworking are also successful. Okay. I'm tired of the black African American blaming all the issues on others. I'm African born who came in the US 1 year ago from a French speaking country making 6 figures. The difference between us is that you see yourself as a victim, but I see myself as a conqueror. Debating what he's arguing here because you're saying that you don't have opportunities like that.
We all have opportunities.
Yeah, and go ahead, Goldie.
All right. Professor Runa goes, lady next to mine regurgitated how to analyze and review validity of a study. Useless and wasn't helpful. You need to upgrade on your programming. Anyway, Nick, can your genes change over time? And over time is a time frame, let's say 150 years. Thanks, G.
Yeah, they can.
All right.
To think that I could give you a lecture on how to analyze the validity of a study and overtake the podcast, I'm not going to do that.
All right.
First of all, these people weren't even at some smart
Greg Canberra with a picture of a chimpanzee, which is funny. The Euro-African slave trade didn't start until the 1500s. By then, Europe had...
That picture is trifling. That's a trifling ass profile picture.
Castles and the printing press, while sub-Saharan Africans lived in huts. If systematic racism is the root issue, why are blacks...
This feeling intentionally tense and grapping.
We weren't talking about systematic racism in the 1500s and or in Africa. We're talking about it being a basic point. I know.
God, the air
really speak to anything that we talked about because I'm talking about African American history and culture, not before we got here. What happened before we got here?
Okay.
I don't know much about the 1500s.
That's what I'm saying. Like, who knows? I'm talking about things that I know of as a black woman.
No, I think he's going back to the IQ thing is what he's saying. He's saying that the IQ isn't a thing between the races, and why is it that the whites had the printing press and they had all these developments, meanwhile in Africa they had huts? That's what he's saying.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh, I understand what you're saying.
There wasn't white intervention at that point. Why were they still so...
Oh, why were they in huts?
Yeah, why were they in huts?
Yeah.
Whereas the Caucasians had all these things.
I think there was a documentary maybe called Guns and Germs and Steel that kind of touched on isolated populations of groups and how it's like the access to resources.
But not everybody in Africa lives in huts.
One of the most resource-rich...
And especially back then at that point, like everybody was going to Africa to get their resources in there, all that.
So yeah. What? Education, everything.
Well, to be fair, if they're aliens, I mean, they'll get outside help, you know?
That's why I remember. Oh, yeah. Is that what it was? They had the...
I mean, white people also don't have history, so that's insane.
Well, somebody was going to say it eventually. They waited until 3 hours, 28 minutes.
I mean, they stole a lot of shit. So
they did that too.
But they got a history.
What did they steal specifically?
My people.
This is my country. Your land.
What country did they steal?
I mean, I didn't come here willingly. My parents didn't come here willingly.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Facts.
Were your parents slaves?
I mean, I didn't say they were. I said my family didn't come here willingly.
It's your parents.
Well, I'm sorry, I mistakenly.
Okay, cool.
Thank you, Nick. Or whoever.
Was she always wearing a fleece? I don't think Cinnamon Spice was always wearing a fleece. Where did this white fleece come from? Or am I just fucking stupid?
Well, if I stand next to Myron, we bring to the table is that everyone has a soul, everybody's equal before God, and I agree.
No, she was always wearing it. I'm retarded. Ignore me, I'm ignorant.
It's freaking... I don't even know. It's like what do you and your friends talk about? You know, like, it's everything. Like, the topic is brought up. And
I can go ahead and...
course.
Literally.
No.
These are 20-year-olds y'all want. Y'all say she in a prime. She in a prime. Y'all never think it's 20. She in a prime.
Let me tell you something. Y'all
For
world.
sex cat.
How are you? 20.
She's 20. For sex cat. Get the fuck out of here. Y'all better marry her tomorrow. For sex cat. That's what y'all said.
Hey man, we're doomed. All right, she's that's your answer.
Of course. That's my girl.
Andrew, let's assume real quick. Let's assume that you weren't here on this podcast. What would you two be talking about?
Probably this.
We talk about everything. Like it doesn't matter. We just talk about everything.
What? Give us an example.
Yeah.
Probably boys.
Freaking. I don't even know. It's like what you and your friends talk about. You know, like just everything. Like the topic is brought up.
I mean, I can go ahead and right away.
Boys, girls, ass, conquest, niggatry, palace niggatry, exceptionally stupid niggatry, righteously indignation Twitter niggatry, art, sciences, ass, men's ass.
It is.
I actually don't care about talking about titties. Titties are titties. They are fun bags designed to feed my children. It don't matter how big they are, just as long as the child can suckle on them. Blum, blum, blum.
Geopolitics, girls, making money, success.
Yeah, we talk about
the gym.
athletics, like geography. We talk a lot about like the ocean and stuff.
Can you name 3 countries?
Oh yeah, of course.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Wait, I practice this. Germany, Italy, and Canada.
Wait, I'm telling you practice. No,
I was reading all the questions. I was reading the questions earlier. No, don't judge me.
All right.
I was reading the
What do you guys talk about the most? You two.
You funny.
I'm hard name country. She didn't name countries.
Boys or smoking?
Boys.
Or smoke.
I surely did.
Marijuana conversation.
They're like, no, I even have this conversation when I'm completely sober.
Wait, mine. And she's been on the show before.
I have. I just never talked.
She's been on the show before. Wow.
I just had a headache because I was smoking. I had a headache that day. I didn't talk at all.
All right.
I'm pretty sure she was sitting right next to you.
Yeah.
Would you agree that women can find a mate even if their IQ is low?
Yeah.
I feel like men like dumb women.
Smoke
Because they
weed.
get killed from
Don't use everything she's dumb and stuff. She's not actually like.
No,
She may say stuff that's like, okay, what is your like thought process? But she's not dumb. Like she's a smart girl. She has shit to back up her like facts and stuff. You can't call her dumb.
I don't know, bro. I'm kind of questioning that after the white people are aliens comment. Just saying.
On everyone's thinking, which are not
Watch her say something off the top of her head. Like sometimes she just be talking, you know.
That makes you you don't say things that pop in your head and you don't think twice before you think.
It's not that I don't think about it.
Not all the time. It's not all the time. Like, okay, do you think about every single thing that you say? Like, if she says something, you're like, oh, I thought about that, and then you said it.
Like, no, because here's the thing. I listen to it, I understand it, and then I'm like, wow, that was dumb. And then I'm like, this is an appropriate response. This is dumb.
Yes. I'm just saying she's not a dumb person.
I just believe there's other stuff in the world, and you can keep laughing.
I know, like there's safe space and everything else like that, but on this podcast we tend to be very honest. And the reality is you're pretty dumb.
Do I think that Nick got with any of the girls on the podcast? In the Lotus Eater video on this a few days ago, there was a pic of him getting a kiss on the cheek from the one in the sweater. I don't know. I don't cock watch Nick Fuentes as a living. I don't know a single person who should cock watch somebody. I'd be a little concerned if somebody was trying to cock watch me. And yes, it is because they want him to draw views, Ebony. It is as simple as that. Or maybe this is their long-handed way of being like, Nick Fuentes, you've been so good to us, being able to help us pull views. We will bring a room full of women who are down for a white 10. Actually, no, I don't know. I did not count.
In reality, you use females as a platform to get money, right?
No.
I'm telling you, you bring us on a platform and talk to women on
money.
Yeah, not talking.
No.
And you go back over our head. That are ready for a 1v1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 way gangbang with you as the star, Nick. Let's go, Nick, let's go. You're gonna pipe down each and every one of them equally. I don't think that should be a thing somebody does. That sounds weird. It sounds weird like I want to be on their pipe, and I do not want them anywhere nearby me. Not a single bit of their sexual organs.
She may say something every single thing that you say. Like, if she says something like,
that was dumb. And
okay, yes.
This is dumb.
Yes. I'm just saying she's not a dumb person.
I just believe there's other stuff in the world, and you can keep laughing.
I know, like there's safe space and everything else like that, but on this podcast we tend to be very honest. And the reality is
Carl X.
What?
I was trying to say Carl X Nick when.
Never. Half past never.
Platform to get money, correct? In reality, you use females as a platform to get money, right?
No.
I'm telling you, you bring us on a platform and talk badly, or not badly in your voice. This is a good, in your voice, you're doing what's good for men, but you get paid for having women on the show to talk badly. That's
I think what you're trying to say is that without women, you wouldn't have no money. Is what you're saying? Because you need the women to be on the show.
I mean, where do you get your most views on?
We make money with or without you guys here.
You call her dumb, but she's you call her dumb, but she's smart enough to understand how your system works. What do you mean, no graced? Was that even graced? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that was me. No, as in Myron, don't deny it. She's right.
Are any of your fucking roommates home? What do they have to say about this?
Oh, I'm on break.
Okay.
Because you guys got to understand that the watch time's actually longer on daytime shows, which that makes money as well.
Okay.
So then I'm also roasting investor, blah, blah, blah.
You still get a portion, right? That's what I'm saying.
But that doesn't refute why I said that you're dumb.
I'm not dumb. My values, my personality does not rely on you.
You can say that her opinions are dumb, but she's not stupid as a person. Because again, she's smart enough to see through the crypts. Nobody who's able to see through the mechanics that are at work here is dumb. Especially when you subjected them to that entire fucking hour and 15-minute tirade to try and get one of them upset enough to get booed out.
So whatever you're saying,
Did you say your reality?
My reality. I don't live. I keep telling you I'm just residing here.
Okay, if you don't live in reality, then you are by definition dumb.
No,
Yes.
this is thinking by the world, not by the word.
Yeah, Mark.
I keep telling you that.
You know, if I was a guy and I thought the way that you did, I would never make it through life.
Well, this world is brainwashed. That's all I'm just
The
telling
world
you.
is brainwashed?
Yes.
Did you ever just think that you're dumb?
I'm not.
No, Mark.
I'm not gonna get mad because you called me dumb. So let me calm down.
No, but you are dumb. Look, see, here's the difference between men and women,
You
right?
think she's dumb?
You are dumb. Duh. No, you are dumb.
You can always tell when he's about to go into the spiel because he always says the insult and then he goes into, this is the difference between men and women.
No. I think we got 40,000 people watching that will probably think she was dumb.
Yeah,
My thing is this.
However, I would have to say, if a woman was to say to me, I live by the word, not by the world, and I'm not dumb, sometimes I can say dumb things, I could think in my head, you are so cute, you are so dumb, and I'm going to have fun taking you on this ice cream gate, because as soon as I give you this rocky road, I'm giving you this dark chocolate. You may insult me, McGrace.
With extra mint.
Ew, I hate mint. Mint and chocolate is not good, okay? They're confusing flavors.
I personally don't like the taste of mint at all, really.
Whoever invented mint chocolate, I'm gonna fight you. And that is not.
Is it worse? It's worse than white chocolate.
Well, the problem with mint and chocolate together is that the mint needs to overpower the chocolate because the chocolate is supposed to be the highlight flavor. And the way that most creameries make their mint chocolate is fucking disgusting.
Ladies, right? You gotta understand that the world operates a certain way, okay? And you don't really judge your intelligence or your success or whatever. Other people typically judge that, right? So if you say stupid shit and other people are like, damn, in majority, you're dumb, then that's just what it is. You're dumb. Objectively speaking, because a majority of people think that you're dumb. You're not able to...
That's not an objective position. That's a subjective position. Because if I say...
That's not what the word objective means, you retard.
If I say, objectively, you are dumb, because all the people here have always seen you do something stupid, but then the stupid person is the one who's able to figure their way out of a situation that all the smart people couldn't think their way out of. And not because book smarts versus street smarts, but because they did the shit. You cannot say that they are dumb. You can say that they are unwise. Because if they're just dumb to the point that they can't function, then they would be somebody who'd be completely lost without somebody else holding them by the hand. And that's not true. She might think crazy shit, but there's still good coochie in there.
So articulate your arguments. You don't make sense. You said that white people are UFOs. Like,
I said it.
Nigga, come on. She said white people were aliens. Don't try to trigger her like that.
Okay, Myron, you can go back in the video because I didn't say they were aliens. I said in theory.
No.
I keep
Stop giving it to him.
repeatedly saying that.
In theory, my
I watched. That was supported by
you made that
facts.
statement because
That was supported by
adopted that theory
facts.
then.
I understood it enough to bring it up.
But you stated it, which means you adopted it to a degree. But theory, it might not be.
Stating the opinion does not mean she adopted the position. It means she's repeating what she heard, and even if she doesn't believe it, she even prompted it by saying, "This is what I saw, bro."
But you adopted it, so therefore.
Myron, you don't want to make this South Dallas of me. That's all I'm just saying.
Okay, that's a bit wild, girl. That's a bit wild, girl. See, me and butterfly elbow thought the same fucking thing. That's wild, girl. That's fucking wild. Absolutely, butterfly elbow. Let me just go over here and look the fuck down and not even say a word.
Look, I don't care where you're from or whatever you're saying. The reality is objectively speaking, not only me, but I think the chat here also thinks that you are dumb.
Okay, they didn't
Okay.
say that before you said something.
No, I'm saying you're dumb. And the chat
that's fine.
Like, I'm saying you're dumb, and the chat's gonna agree with me because the chat agrees with me all the time.
You can agree that I'm dumb.
We need to go back to like telling people when they're fucking up. You're dumb. You need to change the way you.
Oh, we need to tell people when they're fucking up, Myron? You sure? Dead ass, homie? That what we need to do? No problem. I'm gonna see you in Miami in 2 weeks.
So I could go and say you're ugly. Stupid. And it would be fine. I'm gonna say, okay, you say I'm dumb, I don't care.
No, but I can objectively say that you're dumb.
I can objectively say that you're ugly.
I think they're both opinions.
They're both opinions.
They're both opinions.
I can't say that.
All right, so, but, I mean,
you can say that, but, like, then we'll kick you out, so, like...
No, I mean, it's pretty objective. You're dumb.
It's pretty objective.
There's a bunch of women that find attractive, but
I'm sorry.
I would say a bunch
Anyone
of
at this
women
table finds them attractive?
I don't want to go there.
Oh, okay.
I think it's pretty handsome. We're not digging.
So you will go.
No, let's not get crazy. It's not digging.
Okay.
I don't think he's.
But I'm not. No offense. I'm not even saying anything offensive because I'm a nice ass person. Like in general, I have a good ass energy. So
And she's not dumb.
Like I'm not. But you
There's a
just.
difference between men and women. Like, bro, if I say stupid shit like this, y'all would tell me I'm dumb. You'd be like, nigga, what?
Somebody please say something.
No, I've heard. Actually, this came from a nigga's point of view. So
he's dumb too then. Yo.
I feel like you could say that she said something dumb. To like overall say that she's a dumb person, like that's wild.
She's dumb. She's dumb, dude.
But you don't know
She just says half things sometimes. No, you're not a whole dumb ass person.
Stop.
And the entire time this is happening, Nick is still not saying a fucking word. He is playing his position.
You wanna know how I know she's dumb? She smoked pot before coming on a podcast.
We did too.
Hold on, right? Knowing, I probably won't be able to have a coherent conversation here. I'm probably gonna say things that.
You act as though you don't fucking do a party lifestyle, bro.
Don't make sense at all. Not gonna be statistically sound. I'm not gonna be able to speak properly. I'm gonna slur my sentences. Like, dude, that is stupid for you to put yourself on a platform like that, knowing that there's gonna be other people watching. But that's dumb. Everything about you is dumb.
One, I have anxiety. Y'all brought up the topic. I started crying on. Y'all didn't see it.
You've been here before.
I have, and I was quiet. And I was.
That means she's
anxiety,
not stupid.
bro.
I mean, she's not stupid. She's capable of understanding where she should conduct herself.
Fine.
So
I have anxiety, which is medicated.
Which is
medicated.
Just hold the L. Nobody cares.
Oh, I do. Thank you.
Just hold the L. Nobody cares. Just hold the L. Come on, get angry. Get angry. We need some agency. You've been driving 3 hours and 39 minutes. Come on. Get bad.
I'm trying to here. Yeah, please.
I mean, bro, if you have anxiety, that doesn't change that you're still dumb with anxiety.
Wait. So, holy.
Well, they got one. God damn it, I was hoping they could all remain strong.
You're calling her dumb though, like.
Bro, if y'all were better friends, y'all would tell her she's dumb.
I'm a very good friend to her. If she says some dumb things, I'll be like, hey, Steph, that was like out of pocket. I'm gonna let her speak.
You are single, right? And your sister has been single for what, 2 weeks, like prior?
What's happening with anything?
Hey, listen, everything. Why? Chris, this is the difference between men and women. Like, bro, if I was bringing my buddy on a podcast and I knew that, yo, this is gonna be mad people watching, all this other shit, I'm like, bro, you probably shouldn't smoke pot. You sound retarded when you talk. I want to bring him up, like, whatever. Or I'm like, yo, don't smoke, whatever. Like, men tell each other the truth. Women don't. Like, yo, you're.
Men are bros to bros. As though motherfuckers have not been known to try and prank other motherfuckers and make them look dumb.
Oh, dude, bruh. Oh.
It's not even stoners that just do that. Niggas do that. Frequently. Especially if they think they can sabotage a motherfucker so they look better, so they have a better opportunity at whatever the fuck they're doing at the function.
Your friend is a retard. I'm not gonna stop.
Now that she's stormed out, you're gonna start calling her a retard. Bold moves, Myron. Bold moves.
She's dumb, bro. You better cry, man. Chill, man. No. Because if you were told that prior, you're fucking dumb. You need to fix yourself. She would fix herself and not embarrass herself in almost 50,000 people.
If she was dumb, she would understand that she should just listen to me. I'm right, she's wrong, and she should just correct herself. Because I'm a man. I lead women.
Men are smarter than women.
That's your opinion.
All right, you know what, chat? Give me ones in the chat if y'all.
Who cares what the chat says either? It's so sad. I'm saying, like, you're saying you're calling her dumb. Obviously, she's not fucking dumb. She's not.
So, yo, Mark, can I unleash my personal?
No, man, just no, because yo, this is fucking comedy.
You're not just gonna sing one because of our hive mind.
That's not what I'm concerned with. Listen to what was just said.
Who cares
what the chat says either? I'm saying, like, you're saying you're calling her dumb. Obviously, she's not fucking dumb. She's not.
So, yo, Mark, can I unleash my personal?
No, man, just no, because yo, this is fucking comedy. Like, yo,
this is fucking comedy. Bro, I'm just abusing women verbally on a fucking podcast that I fucking run and own, bro. This is humor. This is just comedy. Meanwhile, Carl in the getting fucked in the ass by Michelle Obama story.
If y'all were honest, look at this. Yo, I can't even see. Like, yo, come on, man. 36K people watching this live right now. 36K.
I'm just saying.
Listen,
36K people will agree with us. You ain't gonna call your friend dumb?
No.
Or y'all don't. Y'all just seen clips of her.
You're single.
She's not dumb.
No, she's not.
What does single have to do with the interaction that you just forced on a woman?
Anything. What does being single have to do with anything?
Because you're single.
So I'm single for a reason. It's a choice.
Hold on.
Because I don't want a man. I don't think nobody deserves me right now. Thank you.
Wait. Your friend is dumb, right?
No, I don't think so.
Stop. Why are you arguing? Why are you arguing?
Okay,
Thank you.
stop.
Thank you. God damn.
Why is she arguing? Because you're insulting a woman for the purposes of trying to piss the fuck off, and any person who sees that happen in front of them is not going to be okay with that, especially when they know you're doing it specifically for views. When you try to bring shit up to try to irritate them so you can try to do the same shit at them, they're going to question what integrity you're moving with, which for them, you should have figured out they don't have any integrity. But even in the moment, even if shit is seated, they're going to still try to understand and get you to understand, like, listen, you can say that her opinion is dumb, but stop calling her a dumb fucking person. Because you know you're doing that just to inflammate her. Why can't you lay off? And then when you say, well, that's comedy, bro, but this is comedy, bro, come on, this is comedy. That's fucking weird.
Carl, you're a rapist. That's comedy, bro. That's comedy.
I mean, it's funny when I fucking miss the whole 16 billion fucking times in the dark while they say I'm just the smoothest fucking operator in existence, because it sounds like a great fucking slapstick joke. Imagine if you could, please, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody tries to assault you in the middle of the night, right? Come up behind you, whole works, knife, everything. Straight out of rape play. But he keeps accidentally putting it in your belly button. Right? Like, it's dark. You can't see nothing. It's like, yeah, you gonna carry my kid. And all you just hear is a wet slap that hits the payment from the front of your chest. Like, nigga, did you just nut in my belly? Like, yeah, I did. Like, no, nigga, you got it all over my fucking navel. How'd you get that past my fucking navel ring?
And the worst part is, it was an Audi.
They just sits there frozen in the dark like, and then he runs down the street with his pants around his fucking legs. That's comedy. I'm not sure I can repeat the word of what I actually think this is, but I'm going to continue to say that that is ignorance of the worst kind. Verboten ignorance.
Very ignorant.
I mean to her, she isn't. So I'm just saying. Wait, no. She knows deep down her friend is dumb. She doesn't want to acknowledge it publicly. She doesn't want to be a bad friend in public. But if you had been a better friend in the beginning, told you, listen, baby, you're dumb. You need to fix yourself. She would be in a situation. She would have 40,000 people watching.
Can we move on? Because when it's agree to disagree situation, sit here and talk shit about her.
Listen, it's a podcast. Fuck what you think.
I understand that. I'm just.
It's our podcast. Fuck what you think. Grace, I'm gonna ask you a question. Are you still on break? I think she's probably back to work now.
Hello?
Okay.
Yeah?
I'm gonna ask you a question. Imagine I did half the shit these motherfuckers did, right? And you tried to speak to on behalf to protect somebody else that I happened to fucking be affected with, right? And I said, it's my podcast, what you think? This shit's comedy. Would you not feel possessed that the next time or the first time ever that you heard me have a MagFest, that you will hold on to that clip and wait for the opportunity to get right in my face? I'm talking real trolling iDubbbz on Tana Mojo level of shit. And you bring like 50 guys to like surprise me. Like just to surprise me on the back end. And like, you be like, hey Carl, yeah, you remember that one podcast that you did on the 13th of July in 2023? Oh yeah, what about it? And you just produced a fucking taser and you shot me in the chest before 15 hung black dudes just beat the shit out of me with a fucking fireman's pole? And then you turn to the camera and it's like, hey y'all don't worry. This is comedy.
It's all podcast. It's comedy.
And the whole time Carl's crying like, please don't hurt me.
That would not be what I'd be saying. I would probably be doing some fucking goofy interlay of like Tex Avery pain sounds like ooh, hey, watch where the pole's going.
Hey, don't put that paw in my butthole.
Because I swear to fucking Christ, they will not have that same kind of energy if somebody were to do this to them on a podcast. I can't imagine that if they could ever be invited there, that they were to try to go on the Destiny stream, or they would try to go on to the whatever podcast, or any other sister podcast and broadcast that they could have their views be seen. And they would act like this, and there would not be a group of motherfuckers that would just start challenging them the next time they're seen in public and be like, we're just on the whatever podcast, weren't you? I got some words for you, fam. It's called a knuckle sandwich. I don't think they would have that same energy. I don't think they would have that same energy at all.
Not at all.
Saying like you don't have to.
Hey, sorry, Mark. No, I'm just saying, bro. This is crazy. Hey, he's talking a lot, bro. This is crazy. Let's fresh. Of course you don't. Yeah. TJ King. Some women would come to release someone that they become born again clown world. Yeah. All right, next one, Chris. Oh my goodness, bro. Fresh. Come on, man.
You done fucked up the energy so bad that you can't even read the fucking comments anymore.
Good job.
Fresh fit so freaking real for this. Classy ladies tonight.
There is nothing realer than harassing women and getting paid to do it in front of a fucking live audience. It's just content, bro. It's content.
It's comedy, bro.
You are nice, I'm not, alright? I will tell these girls the truth, because at the end of the day, they come here, they sound stupid as fuck. Okay. Alright, cool.
They come here and they sound stupid as fuck. You know, one of them was smart enough to take notes, another one of them is educated enough to have the experience that comes with being a learned negra, that they are able to fucking debate with you back and forth, and even while you try to push her buttons the way you push her buttons, she doesn't crack, she doesn't bend, she doesn't fold, she even gets up, regulates herself, and is smart enough to do that shit. You're not saying that shit to her. You ain't saying that shit to her. You're not saying that shit to Cinnamon Spice. She's sitting closer to you than she is. You're not gonna keep pushing on her because I think you realize you capped some hands to the face because she was not having it with you.
You're within slap distance, sir. You ain't trying that shit.
Again, how is it that the white supremacist looks better than the two of you fucking clowns right now? Oh, fuck.
You can't be saying Jewy clowns.
I will call them clowns. I did not call them Jewy clowns. I still don't understand how the white supremacist looks better than the two of them right now. They're gonna fuck around and end up giving him a career revival. I swear to fucking God. I swear to fucking God, man.
You invited them, bro. Yo, first you're right. Sorry, I got it. Oh my God. Question fair, so freaking real for this. Class ladies tonight. Cheers.
Oh, cheers.
Goodness, bro.
I think she takes the award.
Yeah, she does.
Dumbest girl we've had on the show.
Facts.
I'm gonna give her a down.
Why are putting Africa in one box? Somalia was never enslaved, 100% Muslim. We don't have victim mindset. Europe depend on Africa. Nice talk about foreign aid, and anti-pan Africa. If you're a black Christian, you have a real short memory. Chris Rock.
Can you not read them, please?
All right.
Somalia was never enslaved, 100% Muslim. We don't have victim mindset. Europe depends on Africa. They talk about foreign aid, anti-pan Africa. If you're a black Christian, you have a real short-term memory. Chris Rock.
Well, I mean, Somalia is just a dump right now. If anybody wants to go to Somalia, I don't know if anybody's really signing up for that these days. And as far as blacks and Christianity, I mean, Christianity is the truth, whether you're black, white, red, brown, and Jesus belongs to all of us, not just whites or blacks for that matter.
Right, key chaser. Black and white are social statuses in the eyes of the U.S. corporations. First class, second class citizens. Human beings are not colors. They come from nations and have nationalities. And then the last one here, Chris. No. Proverbs. Actually, you know what? You should read this one. It's a Bible verse.
Me? Yeah. Warnings of an adulterous woman. She is unruly, defiant. Her feet never stay at home. Stop calling men insecure. For you being adulterous, the difference between adulterous women and wives is evident on this panel.
Like we said earlier, why you going to the club if you got a man at home?
Okay.
And the last one's here?
They're still going to go to the club. They're still going to go to the club. They're going to say their friend is smart, which is retarded. They don't go fuck about what we say. Trump is too dumb to be compared to Hitler. At least Hitler had a military mind. Also, your Hitler theories are trash. Please get me on to debate this. Y'all are sitting in some BS echo chamber.
It's not true. Trump's a genius.
Okay. Wait. The 6 Gorillion don't deny the Holobunga.
talk about it.
I'm always amazed how not just the continent still exists in 2023. I think it's how regular people need to find a final solution for this problem.
Yeah, let's exterminate them.
Chris, we gonna figure it out, man. Yep. Okay. Well, I don't know. Alien girl is stupid. Whites are not alien.
Alien girl.
Yeah, you know what? Stop. I'm telling you, she know it.
I'm laughing at his response, not the first part. Stop.
She know it.
I'm laughing because these comments are stupid.
Man, because your friend is stupid. Yo, she's more logically sound, bro. Yo, I'm telling you, she doesn't want to make her look
Call her stupid?
Bro, come on.
Yeah, that's my Carl.
What's that trick song? No new friends. No new friends. Okay. No, how's thing go? When you got friends like that, who needs enemies? Triangle M. Love Nick and FNF. In the first part of Hitler's reign, he was successful, but what Hitler did is literally what abortion is today, except at a younger stage. His
I saw that Creator Clash 2 one.
Younger stage.
Bender, $50. Some women will use retroactive consent after one night stand if they ever regret the next day.
Yeah, that's true.
That can be problematic.
Destiny Curtin says, we never debated that. What's that thought? Okay, white boy, now for the history lesson. 33-year-old Smurf, if you're not married yet, when would you like to be? And Sally, time is ticking, mama. I wish you the best of luck. Hard life, up, Myron, and fresh God bless Mo.
Is he talking to me? They so dumb. Y'all realize there's 3 of us on this panel. There's 33 stupid motherfuckers. Everybody's like I'm only 33 sitting here.
Blackest Panther. Are ladies also going to acknowledge the atrocities committed by Japan during World War II, which we were arguably as bad as Hitler, i.e. Nanking?
Nah, we don't give a fuck because we ain't hear about it in school. Next.
I mean, we bombed Japan. I don't know anything about it.
No idea.
Lashing Iceman says Hitler was on meth most of the time. Has Nick named 3 good things he contributed to Hitler directly during the rise of Germany. Then fact check dude's a total clown. Don't fall for it all.
You named a bunch actually.
Okay, HK says the whole next to Myron is so triggered when Myron and Nick talk about her Jew-ass boyfriend. Haha, again, big Simo.
Oh, wow.
You want to take that from him?
His little history lesson.
Take that from him. Capricorn says Fred Lucher, a gas chamber execution expert, investigated the camps and said no mass gassings took place. German Rudolph, a chemist, took forensic samples and came to the same conclusion. Yeah. All right. Through Robert Kelly. To woman in blue, if you can change your gender, then by your own logic, you can change your race. Myron asked them if you can change your race. Gender is biological, race is a social construct.
Anything for...
That is true. Race is a social construct. Because it's enough to be able to justify how a person could not claim that they could change a race if they have multiple races to claim to. But the difference is that even though race is a social construct, the genetic ethnic origins that is tied to your genetic background is not. There's a genetic difference between a person who was born and raised in California versus somebody who was born and raised in Hawaii but moved around the world to the point that they have acclimated themselves to living in multiple climates and in conditions, the same as somebody who comes from the genetic background of being a nomadic tribe that just decided to just start living in Milwaukee. We can't be able to have that discussion though until people are able to agree about that being true. Because there are people who will use it as an opportunity to take benefits and examples and opportunities away from others if they are able to play that internal game of who's the bigger victim. Because there are so many people who are prepared to fuck up and fuck around with the concept of gender is not biological, race is not a social construct, but it is a social construct in this way, that until we are able to say gender is a biological truth that cannot be ignored and cannot be denied, this is settled. Race is a social construct, and even though race is a social construct, where you genetically come from and how you originally descend from those that you are a descendant from, and how those who are your ancestors have influenced you, is not something that you can debate. This is a settled science. Until we get there, you will never be able to have the discussion about transgenderism in a means in terms of science. Because too many people use the scientific argument to try and justify their viewpoint, and when the science doesn't work, or if somebody's smart enough to understand what they need to talk about the science, they then move to emotion-based information and emotion-based attacks, as well as emotion-based argumentation. And that does not work if we don't want to talk about science and helping people. Because just like earlier in the broadcast at the start, when I asked Wheezy what I asked about transgender sports, I did not ask just because I'm flippant and I wanted to go to an expert that's in my audience. I, having been in the field of sports as a competitor and then also as a fucking supervisor in my own fucking way, because when I spent time in esports, one of the hardest things you need to be able to teach somebody, on top of dexterity, is not something you just pick up, you sit down and it's like, oh, anybody can play the game. You need to learn the muscle memory to be able to do the shit in the first place, so you can do it without having to look at your fucking hands. there's the other side of it, which comes with what basically happens all the time if you're a broadcaster. The mental exhaustion of, hey, every single day I'm broadcasting, every single day at the same time I'm streaming, every single day I'm doing the same shit. I'm working at this, I'm doing that, I'm spending time on this, I'm editing this, I'm editing the clips myself, then handing them off to an editor. I'm handling the clips, the videos, the uploads, the downloads, and the editing for something all of myself alone. There is a mental exhaustion that comes with that, and nobody's going to teach you how to be able to handle that mental exhaustion. So you have to have the understanding on how you're going to be able to pace yourself and how you're going to create the system of what allows that to work for you. Something like that cannot be done by one person alone if you're talking about an entire industry worth of effort that then makes it possible for somebody to justify something like crunch time. Because that's not just common in YouTube, that's common everywhere in the fucking world. And I think there is no place where that would be more obvious than the fucking politics that go around sports. Because they don't just have to contend with the fucking dumbass shit that comes from the mouths of activists. They also have to contend with all of the people who have nothing to do with sports, who have never competed ever, trying to have an opinion on a place that they have absolutely no room to speak on. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't take up for trainees. I don't give a fuck. Like, again, my disposition is I'm for equal rights. I think that everybody should have the same rights and do the same things. However, they need their own category, and I'll stand on that.
Okay. 20 bands. Thank you, Evan, for all the value you bring to men. You guys are inspiration to me. 100. Keep doing what you do, like the damn video. Thank you, bro.
Cap.
TC Top Cat says this behavior has been observed in nature, where an animal behaves like the opposite gender, even trying to mate. So it's natural in that sense, Nick. Y'all should get some smart people with opinion of views on. Okay. Now 2.0 says people with anorexia believe and see themselves as fat, even though they're skinny and starve themselves. Transgenderism is the same. In mental illness, yet we enable trans but not anorexics. Shang Afong says, name your countries before puking, then boys brainwashing, please.
Name the countries. North Korea, Afghanistan, Cuba.
Wait, what?
Okay. 3 countries.
Hey, y'all made my friend leave. I want her to name 3 countries.
That would be funny.
Italy, France, China.
Okay.
Oh, we're all naming 3 countries.
That's it. Yep.
Oh my god.
You got this. What, Green?
Germany, Bolivia, and Nicaragua.
Okay.
Let's go Turkey, Paraguay, and Uganda.
All right.
Brazil, Chad, and Nigeria. Mexico, Haiti, Dominican Republic.
Simple.
Damn, if we had that girl there, we would have been
hilarious.
Man, I kept trying to get y'all to go to Lord. I kept trying to tell y'all answer.
Don't play her.
Dang, man, I know. That's what she was going to say, man.
She would have said bars.
Yeah, Mars.
I know it's going to be good.
Nick Fuentes is the most uninteresting, unintelligent, degenerate, low IQ guest FNF ever had. He's not as smart as he thinks he is. He's a troll that no one should take seriously. Hey,
He's like us, bro.
It's you too.
Probably. He sounds like a trail spinning faggot.
Why are you so comfortable saying that? The first 2 times I would have expected it was like, I'm doing this for attention because I want to get some real hard cuts there because I know they're trying to fuck with me. And then you repeated it again on the same one, but you're way too comfortable. You're way too comfortable.
TJ Sotomayor, shout out to you, bro. Stop letting pro-black women on or women who wear other people's hair on their head talk. I need to be there, bro. Tommy Sotomayor. Shout out to you, Tommy Mac. You should have been here, bro.
Oh, that's Tommy Mac, the one that homegirl stole up on?
Yeah.
Tommy Mac, I gotta smack in your mouth, bro.
No, please don't.
Don't fucking play with me, bro.
He gonna make fun of you, bro.
I don't give a fuck.
Oh, shit.
And we can definitely sit next to each other.
No. He hit back, though.
Hey, y'all know something crazy when that whole thing happened? Y'all know, even though y'all tell y'all all the time, like, my guy friend was like, hate y'all and shit like that. Everybody thought it was me. Because that's when I first started coming. Like, it was like, yo, like, you got to a nigga hit you, da-da-da. Like, no, like, it was like, oh, we just heard that. A nigga got to a fight with a black girl on that show. We just thought it was you. Pull us. And no, y'all. Anybody play with me like that. I don't know what the hell going on, man. Nobody play with me like that.
Those guy friends, you bang them?
No.
No, so you got a bunch of Sims that write for you.
Yeah, and it will come with the blickies, so don't play. I got some people that don't play about me.
Yeah, defending this. I'm willing to go to jail for a chick that don't do something dick, man. That shit crazy.
Hey.
Yo, okay, not.
I love my life. And Chris, fuck you.
All right.
If someone conquers you, you have no rights or freedom. The black should be grateful that we are free because the U.S. didn't have to.
What?
But if you don't have power, who cares? If it is.
Wow.
Wow. These niggas, man.
Wow.
Shout out to Rumble, man. Because some tell the black lady next to Myra that the Lord did not want Israel to ever mix with another nation because of all the confusion. Look at where we are now. You want to say that?
Wouldn't that be in the Old Testament or the New Testament?
I think that's the Old Testament.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Nick will know.
True, Old Testament.
You don't play with me, bitch. I'm on my Bible.
We're almost done there. What we got here? We got, speaking of redlining, I'm in mortgage and most of the people I help are non-white. I've had 3 people in the last month tell me they don't work with me because I'm white. Feels bad, man. W show, much love. Damn. Okay, bro. Can someone tell me can someone tell the lady next to Myra that the Lord did not, oh, we got that one before. I think you said it twice. You just want to remind you now. The ironic part of racists would have resolved all of these issues via simple segregation. Unfortunately, them boys have other plans and they didn't include racial harmony. You have anything you want to say to that?
Mm-hmm. True.
Yeah, okay. No 2 brains are the same. Numerous studies have shown they are similar fingerprints in a sense. No one is the same. MRIs prove this. Look up the Zurich study in 2018.
Therefore, 2 things can be right.
I was like, nobody said that.
Whittler goes, doesn't this panel prove the difference in IQ between blacks and whites? Nick, the realest nigga in the game. All right. Dog shit poster 69 goes, question for ladies. If I got kicked out of 109 bars, am I the problem or all 109 bars the problem? Let me ask that question.
You are.
What's the problem if you got kicked out of 109 bars?
You are my friend.
What about you?
I mean, 109 bars is crazy, but I would say you're probably the problem.
Okay. What about you?
Definitely the problem.
All right. What about you?
He's clearly the problem.
All right.
The problem. He's a problem.
You guys are all anti-Semites.
What? No, that's not
They discriminated against him.
Not the Jews were kicked out of 109 countries, bro.
Oh, damn, that was good.
Part of IQ difference is culture. That might get kicked off Rumble too now. A study more in 1986 compared the IQs of black children raised by white parents versus black parents. Black children raised by white parents had an IQ 13 points higher.
Wait, what, really? Well, what they do is they do twin studies, and they find that black children raised by whites do have a significantly higher IQ than black children raised by black parents, but they regress to almost exactly the mean when they become adults.
Oh,
really? Which is what you find a lot, yeah.
Damn. White power for real. All right. El Chris, why do you pick fat chicks? Surely you have an abundance to choose from.
What?
Y'all have any things that you want to say back to that guy?
No, he's on fat. I don't know who fed him.
Wait, so all of you are in fantastic shape?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh no.
I gained
Actually, thank you very much.
Fucking fantastic, actually.
Shit, I gained weight and I love it.
Who?
No.
What are you gonna say, Chris?
No.
Man, keep it moving, Chris.
All right.
He is, bro.
Question for all: do you think you can be born a gay, or something that's pushed onto you,
Yes.
or is it both?
I think it's both.
You think you guys were born that way?
I think it can be both.
I don't think you can be born a gay.
I think that something might.
If all things remain equal and a person is unmolested to induce some kind of deep soul's discovery at the age of adolescence, growing into adulthood, and they discover their sexuality on their own time as they go through puberty and discover that they are not interested in the opposite sex, it is possible for a person to come to the discovery of their desire and their likes, but not specifically if it is just something that you believe can only be endured into somebody because it is pushed onto them. If you push it onto them and you present it the way that homosexuality has been presented by the current age lobbyist, where you have somebody constantly trying to get them to basically wear the dress, and then when they wear the dress, it's like, oh my god, you look so cute as a boy, or oh my god, you look so cute as a girl, and you keep trying to push them in that direction as you try to egg crack them. That is going to be probably the biggest deciding factor, because if you have somebody constantly trying to crack your egg, then you can never be able to find out if it's because they were born gay or if because they were grown by somebody into a culture and a society. It's very, very hard to tell once you've Desmond Napled somebody, okay? However, is it both? You can definitely have a person who gets Desmond Napled. You can have a person who comes to realize their sexuality. I would say the actual deciding factor that wasn't asked there is if a person becomes gay or discovers that they are gay, would they become flamboyantly loud and extra with their homosexuality? And I believe that's the more important question. Because you could have somebody who's on the internet like Shining Nathan, a well-known homosexual, who is a TikTok star, probably one of the more popular ones because of him being a homosexual male who has a flamboyant nature that makes him basically look like somebody's southern white granny. Basically has the humor and speaking pattern of somebody's southern white granny. Sassy. You know, as the gays love to be. If you were to compare him to Christian Walker, another openly gay man, there is an inherent difference between those two and like a closeted gay from the South or North or West or East, and how they behave in Cercia with common political parlance. Because you have one that pushes back, you'll have one that's apolitical, but still does have a liberal slant, if not a little bit of progressive values as well. And then what you usually see from the weirdos that would be subjected in front of the wider world because of Twitter, you can clearly see that there's a sheer difference in that attitude and behavior amongst those individuals. And it usually has to do with the political and ideological capture that could happen throughout their lives, especially if they're specifically only saying these takes so they can get ass-pat opinions from other people on the internet.
I don't think everybody is born gay, but I think majority is just. At one point, I thought it was just a trend. You know what I'm saying? It's something to jump on. You know what I'm saying? Because I have a transgender niece, meaning that my nephew is now a woman.
How old?
My nephew has graduated college and is 26.
Okay, bro.
Well, my niece. I'm sorry, pronouns. My niece.
Hold on, what?
It was her nephew, but now it's her niece. Right. So now my niece, my nephew, now niece. She's been gay and now transgender since I've known.
Why do you think I'm always talking about transgender stuff?
Because everybody has their own opinion about it, and I can't. My thing is, I ride for my niece. You get what I'm saying? I ain't.
So not like for the whole
yeah, like
situation.
my. I can't really. To me, I really can't
speak on it because whether I like it or not, that's your lifestyle. That's how you want to live. That's on you. So I don't really have much to say about it because it's in my family. You get what I'm saying? And
it's very hard to have an opinion about somebody else's sexuality because while you would want to have an opinion, the buffer of familial ties gets in the way, and you can't make that distinction unless you have just decided to cut them off completely, familiar-wise in your mind, you know? I can't decide. Let's use the hypothetical here. Let's say I'm a raging homophobe in secret, but then I have a child, or a partner I get involved with already has a child, and that child is discovered to be homosexual. If I care about the well-being of said child, and I also care about the relationship and the well-being of the upheaval that would be caused if I were to try to reject said child with my partner, I will probably resent, but not say anything. However, if over time I am allowed to see them go through struggle, you're going to eventually get to a point where you're going to have to decide what's more important, my loathing hatred for their lifestyle choice, or my desire to be involved in their life and to see them grow throughout their circumstances and how they handle that lifestyle choice they have chosen to make. There are way too many factors that would prevent somebody from doing that. The only thing that would get over that is if they were to go past the pale or to do something that went past the pale. That means that they could never be forgiven until that person was to approach and do the proper therapy and healing to allow for that rift to be mended. I'll use the example of my family. My brother is an abusive person, period. The worst shit a person can do to somebody in their life has been done to me. And then he went further beyond that to try to take advantage of our family's goodwill when he was on hardships that he inflicted himself with who he chose to get involved with. Then he started harassing my family to the point where I had to leave jobs, or had now difficulty dealing with working at jobs, because the way things worked in our household, somebody needed to be able to take care of mom. I ended up as the youngest, who had literally had nothing else going for them other than my Fed shit, which, while it was a lot of money, still required a lot of attention, to need to take time out to ensure help with that. If I did not want to be involved with that, I could have cut my ties with my family years ago, and I could be in a drastically different situation from where I am now. But that's not what happened. I'm where I am right now in this moment. And in this moment, it's going to be harder to be able to make a passing judgment on that scenario than to say it is what it is and leave it there. Because I don't know what Carl, who didn't deal with that, would have done. But I know what I did, and what I did is I made a decision and I said, do I want to leave and be on my own? And possibly at the time when it was presented to me as an option, do I want to move in with my father? Or do I would rather I just deal with what I have in front of me, with the family that I have, rather than the family that has not shown any care about me, other than trying to use me to get back at my mother, and just simply deal with what I got here, and whatever happens, happens. The choice I went with was to deal with the family that I had. It was probably the best choice I could have made, because if I thought so stupidly to myself that, oh, she doesn't let me eat ice cream at midnight, she won't let me stay up and play my video games, because I'm gonna make it, who could have known what the fuck could have happened to me? And then to know what my father chose to do to us, to try and take me out of a house that I was responsible with helping fucking pay for, helping fucking upkeep, and try to regulate while all crazy shit happening in the life went down, I would have felt fucking upset that you put my family in the street because you were so petty that you didn't get what you wanted, that you tried to lie your way into trying to put us into destitution. And then from there, who fucking knows what could have happened next? I could have a bunch of crazy ass opinions, but I'm not there, I'm here. And I'm gonna shut up and take a bite of my cheese.
It is what it is. We'll move on here. Shut up, Hey, Martin. I already hit the sound effect, man. Though, right? Yeah, I already hit the sound effect, man. Hey, how much do you drink, though? Early.
The bottle?
Yeah, probably the bottle. The answer is yes. Okay, well, next chat, man. Wow. Sky Chris is lit. W stream, appreciate that. We need to check if she has a real master's degree.
You have a master's degree?
Yes.
Pull up a pic of Leah Thomas next to the second and third place winners.
We don't have to do that. We belabor that.
All right.
And I don't know who Leah Thomas is.
Is that the transgender?
All right, girls, fresh?
Last thoughts or disagreements?
No, fresh? No, last thoughts fresh? Hey, don't tell me, it's for them.
Yeah. That's what I just said. All right, ladies, last thoughts or disagreements on the show? Or how much you hate Nick?
My friend's fine.
Yeah, I don't appreciate Nick saying the N-word. Just because, like, no, because I don't even say it like that. I don't even say it like that. I don't say it like that. And me personally, like, I don't think that's just cool. Like, if you want to say it, go ahead and say it, but you're going to get your ass beat at the end of the day. Like, that's just how it is. Like, you're going to say it to the wrong person one day, but it's okay.
First of all, Nick is smart enough to know that he can only say N-word in certain settings.
Yeah, I don't think he's
I get that you guys are in your feelings right now. But you got to understand that we live in the United States, and free speech is a thing. And I think that's very...
Motherfucker, are you serious? 39:23, and you're still trying it all the way this close to the end? Are you dead ass? Are you dead ass, man?
That's what sets us apart from other countries. And yeah,
you know the part about free speech that people love to disregard?
Freedom of consequences.
Yeah, the consequences. I know, because everything we always say.
So attacking him.
No, he definitely knows, like, to not. He's not walking down the street saying the N-word.
No, but here's the thing. Wouldn't it be ridiculous for you to physically attack someone because they say something?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
Yeah,
absolutely. I agree.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But
so, if somebody feels like attacking you because you disrespected them, they also have the right to do that as well, whether it's right or wrong.
No, because they're going to go to jail.
Yeah,
he has the right to say whatever he wants, but the thing is that if he says it, he should be attacked for it physically.
He should not, but if that's the consequences that come with it, just like if I went and robbed the bank and I didn't.
I always hate when this discussion's had. In my content, whenever I write something that's scripted, like I did at the beginning of the Witcher video, there is a particular section that I put into my content. Right now I have eaten too much cheese and I feel like I would start coughing in the middle of saying it, so I'll simply just go to the video in question and pull it up. Don't laugh at me. I know my limitations. Won't even give me a fucking section to get to a fucking search bar. Here we go. Witcher.
You laugh at your limitations, Carl.
I laugh at my limitations, bitch. Let's stop the background music for a second.
Oh wow, that was a year ago.
Mm-hmm. Right around season 2.
Yeah.
Harassment isn't criticism. You need to open a textbook or a notepad file and need you to write down the following words. Do so with black and then red ink. Okay? It goes like this. Criticism isn't harassment, comma, switch to red, or switch back to black, large file type, italics, underline, 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 or incitement. Criticism isn't harassment or incitement. Criticism isn't harassment or incitement. Meaning, if I choose to talk about something, I'm bringing these back in now. If I choose to talk about something, that does not mean it gives you the permission to then pile on. So, I have an opinion. I say a wild ass take. I say that wild ass take on my platform, the platform that I built. People in the audience laugh along, they might even repeat it. But just because I said it does not mean you get to go further past what I said. A joke that I have with my guests or with my audience does not mean somebody randomly in the audience can decide to say something, and then if they get accosted about it, saying, "Why did you say that?" They say, "Come on, SinglePlayerCarl said it. What? You gonna talk back to me? You disagreeing with me? You just playing with Carl, bruh. You ain't gonna disagree with Carl. I swear you won't." Because if I pull you to the side and I say, "Okay, you said that to them, right? Say it to me. Say it to me. What happened? I thought you repeat everything I say, right? You were so happy to say it when you were saying it to other people, and you said if they're saying it, if they have a problem with you saying it, that they should take it up with me. I have a problem with you saying it. Say it now." Now it changes. Because you were willing to say it when you believed you wouldn't have been accosted for it. This is where people would get that idea of criticism for actions would elicit that you have the freedom of response, not the freedom of reaction. You have the freedom to say whatever you want, but you still have the freedom of the consequences. This is bullshit consequence culture from people who love to call consequence culture and consequence culture from the actual thing which it is, which is persecution. I'm not down with, I am not cool with, and I will never be cool with someone using my actions, my words, my thoughts, my ideas, and my positions to justify harassment, haranguement, and continued abuse. Verbal, physical, emotional, mental, political, or otherwise, in any state of duress, because they liked something I said, so they stole it, but they didn't understand the framework behind it, let alone the options, the actions, the discussion, the narrative, or the rhetoric that it could be attached to, or the specific situation-based argument it is from, to then go further beyond an example that a person could say, like, Carl could have the opinion of saying, "Hey yo, white women are great, and white women can do a lot of things that are nice, but they're not like black women. Some things white women do, they're just not as good as blacks. Black women are better. But some things white women can do, they can only do, and the black women can't do it. And in these regards, the white women are better. But, you know, it is what it is. And someone takes that statement, nonsensical as it is, it makes sense in context, but out of context, it hasn't. You have no clue what I'm talking about. By purpose. And they were to say, hey, yo, Carl said white women ain't shit, but black queens would be good at, like, you know, sucking a tit and ride ahead, but, like, if you need to get, like, a down payment on your car insurance, you gotta date a white girl, bruh. If somebody were to repeat that verbatim, and then tried that shit, and then I accost them, and I challenge them, live in front of a camera or just in private, and they start saying, but like, bro, I thought it was cool, I would then say to them, you're fucking stupid, and you should probably stop trying to use my arguments, because you're not smart enough to understand what the fuck I'm saying. If you think that you can be so fucking ignorant, and so blasphemous with your ignorance, so loud in the cadence in which you choose to be stupid, not that you are stupid, but that you're being stupid, that you can take my words and then try to bullshit them and malaprop them into something that you will repeat uncritically, you should not be speaking about it. Listen with the words and actually hear and understand. Don't just wait to talk and repeat the words somewhere else you can hear them. That's what that means. Because there are too many people who will say shit, and then, when the consequences of the actions come to find them, they will try to pass the buck on to someone else to say, oh, no, you shouldn't be angry at me, you should be angry at him. No, you shouldn't be angry at me, bro, you should be angry at him, that's where I got it from. Nah, bro, because I got it from him. What do you mean you got it from him? He got it from me. But he got it from you, who got it from him, who got it from him, who got it from me, who got it from that nigga from the out on the street, who got it from the nigga from that over the block, who got it from one nigga from College Park. But the nigga from College Park didn't even get it from, so what we talking about? It's an entire game of telephone, and the responsibility of the consequences of the telephone being constantly played. That's why activists came up with the concept of the struggle session. It doesn't matter who took responsibility for it, who being the source. We're gonna take you down for it because you did it. I don't believe in that. But I do believe that if you incite something and you live by the principle of something, that if you're not willing to follow through with that action, you're really not about that life. You should shut your fucking mouth, because you know for a fact that you're not about that life. And if you're not willing to take the consequences of the actions that come with what you believe with, which is to say, to translate from the Ebonics, the African American black vernacular upon which I am speaking, if you will not stand, as she said, 10 toes behind the shit you say and do, you don't really believe the shit that you say and do. Which is the key term definition most of us understand a grifter to be. Because somebody who's repeating my words, but doesn't actually understand my arguments, let alone the understanding and deep intrinsic ways that can flow from one section into another of a topic, seamlessly as I choose to weave them, you cannot speak using my words and not understand my argument, or the reason why I say them. It is fundamental to communication at that point. Hence, criticism is not harassment or incitement. Because if you're not willing to stand right next to me when they come find me, motherfucker, don't say it or repeat it. Period. Period. Good? Everybody understand? Yeah.
I'm going to just say mum.
I get caught. Well, there's a difference. One's protected by the First Amendment, the other one isn't. Right, again, it...
You fucking retarded ass. Play that again from the top, Myron.
Yeah,
he has the right to say whatever he wants, but the thing is that if he says it, he should be attacked for it physically. Like, he should not, but if that's...
If a person chooses to say something, no, they should probably not be physically assaulted for saying it. But, unfortunately, there are certain things that fall under the purview of fighting words. I don't think somebody exclaiming an expletive, regardless of it being a slur or not, towards another person out of context should be enough for fighting words. Because there is a difference in what we constitute as fighting words, and where it's just somebody choosing to attack somebody and punish them for the crime of what they believe is, oh, you think you're gonna get away with saying that in front of me? Because that is them choosing to incite violence upon someone, which is the reason why most neo-Nazis, if they ever do things in public, usually are not going to be the ones who take case and catch a charge. Because even though freedom of speech exists, yes, odious religious and political speech such as somebody ranting malapromptedly about your race to you and calling you an Untermensch and an octoroon and whatever other insult a neo-Nazi could come up with on the spot is not the same as you then deciding from the incitement of those words to then invite violence upon yourself and them by engaging them in fisticuffs. Because you would be taken to the court prosecutor and they would arraign you. Pure ass, because there'd be more than enough evidence to show that even though they might have incited you to violence, if they did not swing, this is the way it works in the law, if they did not swing, they're not going to be the defendant. They will be the plaintiff represented by the prosecution. Period. It is wild. This is something I can agree with. It is wild that you're gonna let somebody use words and incite you to action. Because you have no idea if that person's got something waiting for you. Fuck around with the wrong person and they're gonna have a mystery mouse Cthulhu waiting for you in the tool belt. And when you get pieced up and mixed the fuck up, what are you gonna do after that? Look at you on the ground. Look at you. I'm gonna use a Frieza voice. Look at you. You stupid monkey. You couldn't have just let it go. You had to do something stupid. And now you're looking down on the ground, looking like a dumbass Saiyan. Stupid ass Saiyan monkey. Stupid sensu bean eating monkey. Go ahead and work that one off. See if King Kai can save you. Does not matter. You fuck around and catch a death beam to the chest because you wanted to say you bald ass, like you bald head looking ass fucking mushroom looking like a shiitake that just got out of the ground on a Sunday eating before you get eaten by a fucking Japanese family looking like ikaremaste looking ass motherfucker. Go ahead and roast him, Daquan. Go ahead and roast him. See what happens. Go ahead and roast him. Make fun of the intergalactic tyrant who can change from a light skin to a dark skin in 3 phases. Go ahead and do it. You got it, bro. You got it. Oh, shit. Did he put a hole through your chest? Ah, somebody gotta go home and tell your wife, Linda. Don't worry, it's gonna be me. I'm gonna give her 3 pumps before I nut, too. Like, it's simple. It's a simple concept. Everybody understands it. Some people like to play the game because they believe they have the racial right to do so. Carl, what do you mean by the racial right? The racial right to attack somebody because of an anger of a slight upon their race. We see it all the time. In fact, the invocation of Jews in the conversation made it clear that the reason why most people would hate something like the kite word is because we know that it's a slur intended for them. The same way that we can learn that the words like quadroon and octoroon would be a slur invited upon people of my complexion. The same with the F slur, the same with the B slur, the same with the C slur, or any other slur that you could think of that could be used by a race, specifically on a member of the outgroup. People feel that because you used a word specifically intended to insult them and theirs, that means, oh, you gonna say it? Alright! We got a word tax around here, buddy! We got a word tax around here, good buddy! You finna get pieced up with this 3-piece! Keep playing! And they use that as a justification to be angry. And that's probably the easiest way people get tricked into violent situations. Like, you don't get in a fight over words, that's already crazy. But you're gonna let somebody who you know has an agenda use words to provoke you into a situation you don't see all the variables in, thus putting yourself in risk, and now, if something happens to you, putting the people who depend on you in risk. That's crazy! That's crazy! And I talk about it like this, in this way, for this length of time, because that's probably one of the most important things you have to actually learn to understand, which is why criticism does not equal harassment or incitement. Because realistically, they are harassing you, and they want you to do something. So you shouldn't give it to them on the sheer fact that, yeah, you might not like the fact you don't get to have, quote, justice in the moment, but that's not how it's gonna work out for you. Because they might not be held accountable for anything that they say and do, because it doesn't matter what incited the event, just the outcome of what they wanted. He says words to you to piss you off, so you decide to put yourself at risk to try and fight them. They might piece you the fuck up or deke you the fuck out with whatever weapon they have on them, but from the world's perspective, all they might end up seeing, literally if somebody records it, all they might end up seeing is what you chose to do after you chose to incite it. They might say a word, but they didn't capture the word in the moment. They're probably not going to be bold enough to repeat it again, or they're going to be smart enough not to repeat it again, especially if they think they're being recorded. So now, all they have to see is what you choose to do. This is probably the easiest fucking thing that everybody understands, because it's the oldest trick in the fucking book, especially if you're dealing with an unironic racist. They say something to trigger you. They have somebody on their side recording something. They leave out the part where they incited you, but they leave behind what you chose to do in response to that. They then go to the police and say, oh my god, I just got a hate crime, look! And now they've got a tape of you doing mixing somebody up randomly for no other reason, but then you come back and it's like, bro, he called me the N-word. What are you fucking talking about? And you show your version, but because the lie travels faster than the truth has the time to get his pants on, you're already fucked, bro. And we have seen this happen so many times that so many people who are dishonest have learned how to do that the other way around. They try to find a way to put somebody in the context of looking like they are a racist, or look like they're somebody who is a menace to society, when really there's somebody who is usually a reasonable person who's pushed to an unreasonable standard. Which we've seen here, with fucking Myron and Fresh constantly egging on the fucking panel, with Nick assisting while being a troll. We know Nick's a troll, so they're not reacting to Nick as a troll. They're finding ways to have interesting, deep, thought-provoking discussions without the fucking assistance of the goddamn hosts who are too busy trying to drile them up for fucking super chat money. That they are able to have a full context explanation that if you were to make Gretch, and you made Cinnamon Slice the host for this one, there'd probably be no goddamn problems! Deadass! But because these two ignorant motherfuckers are over here trying to push this shit for super chat money, you instead have what happened. And somebody gets fucking annoyed and pissed off the panel because they literally didn't get what they want the first time, so they did it again a second time, a third time, a fourth time, a fifth time, a sixth time, constantly trying to agitate and get that response that they usually are able to get out of people, thus demonstrating that even though you might say she's dumb, she's smart enough to understand how the shit that fucking works, and even if she's upset about it, she still has enough integrity in herself to be like, I don't need this, I don't fucking care what the fuck you're gonna say, I'm done with this, I'm no longer interested, I don't want to be a part of it, bye. And that takes a certain level of self-intelligence. Because some people will be stupid enough to still sit there and still give them views off of themselves. But if you're able to get something out of it, then I suppose it's worth it. For the girls, if they were to get some portion of the money, we know that they fucking don't, that'd be great. Not unless they're like, OnlyFans models. For the OnlyFans models that usually go onto these shows, they go onto them all the time because they know they're going to benefit from it. But somebody like myself, I could not be fucking bothered unless I'm able to make a whole bunch of money off an appearance. Which is why I said, if I was to be ignorant as fuck and specifically go there to get my own fucking buzz up, you would not like the person I become. I would be worse than them. Because I know what their limit is. I know where they would stop. I would not stop. I would push their fucking boundaries. And since nobody likes Fresh and Fit, it would benefit me because they'd be like, hey yo, that Carl motherfucker, he's pushing their shit in, bruh. But let me stop. Let me calm down. Let's finish this and move on to the last topic.
Consequences that come with it. Just like if I went to rob the bank and I didn't get caught, I didn't get caught.
Well, there's a difference. One's protected by the First Amendment, the other one isn't.
Right. No, I understand what you're saying. And again, he can absolutely say what he wants.
It's 100% lawful for him to say that, but it's not 100% lawful for someone to attack him.
But a consequence is a consequence, honey.
Okay, and that person's going to
This
is a nigga mentality. He's not breaking the law, but you guys immediately say, well, it's okay to break the law, even though he's not breaking the law.
What I said was, it's okay for him to do what he wants, but it's also okay if somebody wants to attack him.
No, it's not okay because it's illegal.
It is okay because that doesn't what they want to do.
It's not okay in the legal sense. It's only okay in the social, unironically, in the social justice sense. This is why, if a person was to invoke this argument, the way that you handle it is that you visit a social consequence upon the person that does not have to involve violence. But unfortunately, because we have so many fucking evil people in society, what should be instead just basic shame, like, hey yo, this man thinks it's funny to just drop the N-word on random people because they think it's a prank, bro. Like, haha, it's like the Mizzy guy. Breaking into people's houses, pretending like he's gonna steal somebody's dog, causing mass panic, hysteria, and fear amongst a mass that literally just want to go about their days, but they're being heckled by a menace to society who believes it's funny and it's just a meme, it's just a trend, it's just a vibe, it's just a prank. The way that you would get your comeback, the way that you get the get back against somebody like that is you prank them like that. You annoy the piss out of them like that. And then when they start getting to the point where they get irritated enough that they want to swing, you'd be like, hey, yo, little buddy, what happened? I thought this was funny. It's jokes, right? It's just jokes. It's just a prank. It's just a prank, bro, right? Remember? It was just a prank. And that's how you handle it. There are too many people in society who have become so comfortable with using persecution culture and calling it just holding people accountable and accountability culture that you've gotten people who do not understand when something is right and when something is foul. There are too many foul-ass people who've gotten away with using these tactics to build a brand for themselves that they become addicted to the tools like a cursed scepter. And the best way to deal with this weapon is to start using the weapon on them, and then once you're done with the weapon, it's like, you see my point? This shit's broken, right? We're gonna throw this shit away, and you're gonna watch me burn it. We're gonna stand here together and watch me destroy the tool you used. And when you ain't got nothing left, I'ma laugh at you dumbass. Again, let me calm down.
No, this is what I mean when I say people are so stupid. He has a First Amendment right, not a privilege, a right to say what he wants. You do not have a right to attack someone for speaking freely.
I agree. I'm not saying that it's right at all. I'm just saying people, we all have the right to do what the fuck we want.
So
we don't. He has the right to do that. It's legal. If I want to do anything that I want to do, I can do it. Whether it's legal or illegal, I still have the right.
But you understand the consequences.
Life is about choices. I'm not saying tell me that just because I choose to do something illegal that it's wrong. I mean, it's wrong, but I didn't say it was right.
I am born and raised.
I didn't say it was right. I didn't say it was right. If I did, I misspoke. I promise. I didn't mean that it was right. But if somebody decides to attack him because what he said, then that's okay.
I said what I said.
So ultimately, he can say whatever he wants to say. But if someone attacks him, that's a prerogative, but it's still wrong.
Yes, that's literally what I'm saying.
But it's not wrong for him to say what he wants.
Yeah, he can say whatever he wants.
I said he can say what he wants. I said that.
You're trying to conflate a First Amendment right to someone being an idiot and breaking the law in response to him exercising his right.
Again, Myron, I didn't say it was the same, but again, if they choose
I'm about to fast forward through this.
to do that, they just quit.
I'm bringing it up.
Consequences to your actions. That's literally the point.
I didn't say it was right.
Well, we are near the end, so...
Right here.
I want to see if there's anything else they have.
It's in the way of content. If he said,
I'm not explaining yourself to support. Literally vote by the
Triggered. I just didn't like it.
All right. Okay, who's next? Yeah. Shit. Wow. So yeah, you were triggered by him saying that word.
I wasn't triggered. I just didn't like it. I just didn't like it, and I'm just saying I didn't like it. That's it. I'm not triggered. I'm not like acting out or anything. I just didn't like it. Like I don't like that shit. I don't like people say that shit around me.
So she wrong for not liking that he said
I just don't like that he said that.
That's fine.
He can say what he wants. So I'm just all I said was I don't like that he said that. Like that's it. Especially with the hard R. Like that's weird as fuck. But cool. You can say what you want to say.
I mean, the first time he said it was hard R. The second time he said it, it was like an A.
Yeah, because she said you're a nigga. And I was like, yeah, hell yeah.
So, man, as a human being, you are 100% in control of your emotions, and words are just words. And the fact that that's get triggered, I mean,
I'm not.
I mean,
he wasn't sure. Okay,
to bring it up an hour plus later.
My eyes are fucking rolling because, bro, why?
Myself, I've been able to share space, and I'm glad that I was able to share space with all you ladies. What was kind of triggering was the sheets over your face, but then I just kind of like, but that was it. That was it. I mean, yeah, because I'm an emotional being and you're not. You're more logical than I am, and that's okay. We have our differences, and that's fine.
All right.
Yeah, I'll say something. I thought it was good. I thought we had a good conversation, and
good conversation. Nah.
Like sisters.
I mean, there were conversations that could be had.
She was saying.
There were conversations that were had. I would not say that they were all productive.
I think Fresh went to the club.
More comments.
All right, the blonde must have been huffing space shrooms with what she was saying, bro. Yeah, that shit was crazy, man. What she doing shrooms men don't like?
No, she doesn't do. We literally just smoked a blunt before we on our way.
She was in her blunt.
It was the same one. They smoked it.
We all smoked the same thing. I rolled one wood, and we all three smoked it in the car.
All right.
No, we're cool.
No, she's.
I'll smoke all day, maybe.
All right.
Okay. On me. I don't care.
Nick's a geek, but we all know these bitches love him for crossing the line and would do anything for someone that confident. Hey, man, America first.
They love me because I'm cool.
Trans women athletes are required to have T-levels less.
The bitches love me because I'm sassy. Okay, Nick.
And 10 nanometers.
The bitches love me because I'm sassy. And a little bit unhinged. And a little bit unhinged. Maybe you know you love it.
I'm gonna say.
Fuck about these trans women. Fuck about these trans women, bro.
I'm gonna need a
fair enough, she was dumb.
fact check on that.
Woman. Oh, okay.
Man, that's wild. You paid $20 to call other women stupid while watching these stupid motherfuckers? God damn, that's wild, sis. Pick a struggle, that's tough.
Wow.
Pick a struggle, that's tough. That's tough.
Stupid surrounded by stupid friends.
Okay.
Everything you want to say back?
Woman. Oh,
chick saying that.
you know.
That's tough.
And neuroscience research, PubMed 2020, it is genetically environmentally influenced.
That is the same fucking thing they read before.
Cool. Hey, Nick Moonman here. Me and Zyklon Ben want to know what your favorite song of ours is.
It's a little before my time. I never got into that stuff. It's just like stupid, like meme culture from 10 years ago.
Oh, okay. So we are good to go.
We're good.
Yep.
All right.
Wow, that was so fucking unproductive.
Oh, finally that was done. Finally.
All right. The harsh reality of Creator Clash 2, the last piece of content that I had planned in the actual last part of fucking VsChat for this week's content. My God, it was such a slog to get here, but we're here. Okay, now I covered this.
What did we learn?
We learned that these two motherfuckers are ignorant, and if we had to actually put me in a fight against them, I would win verbally and physically.
Oh, it's iCucks here.
Okay, so I talked about this actually on Twitter. Ironically, all of us did. See if I can go find the tweet particular in question.
Oh no. Not me. And some people on YouTube covered this too. Specifically Turkey Tom there, and the bottom corner of the video there.
I am not giving clout to them. But it was the Yoko Ono tweet.
Guys, I gotta head out. Gotta head to work. I'll see you guys later.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Adios. Kisses, Bilky.
Huh?
Kisses, Bilky. Have you never heard an African American male call somebody else a Buki? It is a term.
No.
It is a term of endearment. It's another word for Pookie.
I thought it was a racial slur.
No! It's another word for Pookie!
That sounded like a racial slur.
It sounded like a racial slur because it came out of my mouth.
Yeah, exactly.
Wake up, babes. New trailer trash Yoko Ono dropped.
So,
Alright, see you guys.
Bye. After he dropped this information, there was a live stream where he was recapping the losses, as well as him being on there with his wife, where she was just absolutely shitting on him. I believe it's where we got the statement of him supposedly having shit pants, where she tried to play it off as supposedly a term of endearment. But then, Anissa, as she normally is known to do, did not shut the fuck up after that. And then decided to hit us with fucking hits and takes like this. You know, on Twitter page is the best argument that I have socialism or money after a point doesn't make you happier. That's why I agree with Hassan when he says socialism isn't the poverty cult. I became more socialist once me and Ian got comfortable, and it's partly why we made Creator Clash. That is a fucking lie that is documented on record, but that's not the part that's crazy about this.
Okay, Yoko 2.
What is crazy about this, as we will see and watch here. Listen and watch. This, I'll stop the background music for a second.
Hello everyone, I have some bad news to share with you. I really don't want to share it. I feel terrible. This year has been a rough one.
Then don't share it.
This is the path that I chose, so I think it's best to be transparent. For Creator Clash 2, you know, despite it being a fun event, and despite good fights, and a lot of creators sacrificing a lot of time, money, and energy, we lost $250,000 on the event. The way that this typically works for anyone who's unaware is that once
I thought he gave some to charity.
All the minimums and
They were never working for charity. They were working at profit and then giving away the net profit, something that was explained multiple times by multiple fighters, by Ian himself once the shit was dropped. It was something that was mentioned during Froggy Fresh's drama with the event, when they specifically were trying to hold out on Sam Hyde, and it was something that should have been made clear when you think about the concept of having an event like this for publishing and broadcasting and for sponsoring and holdings of monies and events in a venue. You cannot hold charity boxing and say that it's for charity when you have people who are taking out time of their physical schedules and you are telling people that you're giving them a fighter purse to get a gym and to get a trainer. That is not how a training regimen for boxing works. You go to a gym, you find a reputable gym, not just some fucking hole in the wall by some guy named Mike with a brother who has a fucking punching bag suspended on a rope that's halfway chewed out by rats. You go to a reputable gym who has a certified boxing trainer who is capable of not only giving you a proper training regimen and regular schedule upon to upkeep your boxing schedule, but are able to put you through the training to get you onto a fighter card for you to have your first fights, so that you can get an experience against people who would be in your weight class, as well as giving you the weight class treatment, setting you out, doing everything. So for those of you who basically saw the Creed films, that'd probably be the best case example of what you would be doing. You know, it wouldn't be a Creed 3 situation where your friend comes back after years of having been stuck in the system as a prisoner, and you give him a shot up on the leg. You would start out just like you're fucking playing Punch-Out. You're a Little Mac. You have to work your way through the fucking circuit and get the rights to actually take on better fights and bigger fighters. Prove yourself in your weight class and prove that you have the talent and the ability, let alone the acumen, to be able to take in the regimen, learn the courses, learn the techniques, and learn the training. Those of you who have watched Hajime no Ippo as an anime, that's probably the best case example of what it is, of what you do as a fighter. You wouldn't be necessarily going through the episodic format of learning things like the rope-a-dope, the Dempsey roll, the gazelle punch. You would be learning the shit, but it would take not weeks, but months, maybe years. At least 2 years before you get onto a fighter's card. Because you might do all the shit of training and boxing and sparring, but when a motherfucker wants to take your goddamn head off, that punch and that right hook and that left jab is gonna feel fucking different. It's gonna be fucking different. Any person who's ever taken a form of martial art is going to tell you that it is different to talk about the idea of taking a punch, fighting with a Sifu who's going to give you a punch, fighting with an instructor who's going to give you a punch and give you a kick and give you a block, give you a knee, sit you through the routines, give you a fucking regimen, be able to actually teach you the methodology of how you should move, how your body should be carried, and also while telling you that you should not be seeking to use this information to try and fight a street fight, because the best way to deal with a fight is to not be involved in them, because again, you don't know what other motherfuckers have. It is also the context that you're not going to be able to do in the situations, because when you start actually fighting in the ring for real, it's just like if you're fighting a street fight, but with the rules of regimen that they can't just simply punch you in the balls. But everything that they can do, it's different when you're in it. It's different when you're in it. Time slows down. Your perception starts to swing because you're no longer thinking like a normal person. You're thinking like a killer. Because you're not thinking, oh man, this man's just looking all free and open and shit. You're going to be looking at the position in his hands and saying, you know, he keeps using his right hand to search for jabs for connecting with the left and the right. So maybe I should try working his body so that he lets down his guard. So when he goes for a wild swing, he misses, I'm able to dodge out the way, and I start unloading on this man. We're talking Mike Tyson levels of boxing expertise. The kind of thing that you can only be able to understand and know if you actually been in a ring, been in a fight, or been in a dangerous situation where you didn't have the ability to have fight or flight. You had to fight your way the fuck out of it. But, back to the point. That is what is done for a fighter. And that costs time, effort, investment, and money. Not just investment from the person going to the gym, but investment from the trainers. Because if a pupil shows promise, but they don't keep up the work, I can't work with them. Period. I can't work with you if you won't put in the effort and the interest. And somebody who probably has absolutely no money to do that, fucking influencers? Yeah, they don't have the money for a fighter's purse. But if you give the money for a fighter's purse, and then you make back that money from the pay-per-views and the ticket sales for the event, then you could be able to reimburse that into the pot. And if the pot's able to grow big enough, because you have people paying money for the tickets, you have the fucking sales, you have the fucking influence, you have the fucking intrigue, you have the storylines between people who are fighting and who's not fighting, you have the storylines for the people who helped train them and who's fighting, which was basically literally the case behind Harley Bornston versus Aaron Hansen. When you have all that shit flowing together, the basis of how an event is now ran becomes everything just like the regular fucking card for a goddamn USC pay-per-view. Like, there is nothing fake about that world. Celebrity wrestling? Oh yeah, that's fake as fuck. Professional wrestling? That's fake as fuck. The stunts and acrobatics they're doing are real, and the real damage they're doing to them is real. But the events, the storylines, the drama, fake. All fake. Made up by a writer. If it's not literally written by fucking Vince McMahon, ever since his fucking daughter-in-law chose to leave the company as creative director. But real boxing, UFC shit, that shit's as real as it fucking gets. Kingpin, that's as real as it fucking gets. And they wanted to create an event that's supposed to be similar to Kingpin. But you don't have the skill to do that, and you don't have the experience running that, because you are not somebody who does that world of content. You've admitted it before when you were on podcasts and streams. This was literally suggested to you by Anissa Joma to be a form of content that she wanted to help make, so she could be right next to that shit when it was made, because you were her fucking you were her sugar daddy that gave her the opportunity to make the shit up and to do that shit for clout. She used your interest, your audience, and your time and your goodwill to fucking destroy your brand, and now you have nothing to show for it. You are that far in the fucking red that everybody's gonna question how you're gonna be up that shit the fuck back up. I don't know how the fuck you're gonna do it. It's gonna be real wild to be able to consider it, but you should have considered that before you decided to get that fucking bird printed across your chest, nigga. Let's continue.
Like, you know, broadcasting, the hotel, travel, all that sort of stuff. Once that's all paid off, then we can start paying the charities. Unfortunately, we didn't even reach the break-even point, right? We're $250,000 in the red. I foolishly thought that the success of last year should be a minimum, you know, a minimum for what we are able to do this year. And
that's not how live events work. Like, that is a way that a restaurant would view their sales tickets, right? The last sales that we did this time last year in this month of the year was this. So here's the target projections that we should be hitting today. Let's try to do even better than that. Hey, employees inside the business, let's even do that as a competition in business. Person who can make these many pizzas or is able to serve these many pizzas, deliver these many pizzas without having a call back for something needing to be brought, you'll get this much of a cash bonus. You'll be able to do this thing here and here for this kind of incentive. But the way that a live event works is you actually have to put time and interest in developing it, and then you have to work up to the event the next year even bigger with the sponsorship and deals that you do the next time. So, as a person who's ran a convention, specifically Nerdicon in Columbus, Georgia, when my sister invented that with her group of friends, it became the job of legacies like myself to make sure that it could be even bigger and even better. When I was in high school, I was helping with that event. When I became enrolled in at the college, I started helping with the event and being one of the biggest ardent supporters of it. When people would come through in town who knew that I was involved with it, and they would try to say, hey, Carl, can I do this, this, and this, and this here? It was my fucking job and responsibility, not only to ensure that they were safe at the event, but to also be like, hey, yeah, bring your friends, bring your kids. Because eventually, we're not going to be having these just at CSU. We're going to be having these at the fucking Ironworks downtown. And indeed, we were. We got big enough that we were able to have special guests come through and not only have speaking events and panels, but also be able to sign their own merch there. Funimation actors, solo group actors off the internet, well-known artists and manga sellers and artists, celebrity voice talents, individual voice talents, VA groups, like Something Winning Entertainment, maybe like one or two people from fucking, like the back scene or like the celebrity boyfriend and girlfriend people like that of Team 4-Star and other such people. Had it all. But the only way our event grew year after year was that we had an inside foster environment towards our group, the people who ran the student life government, as well as the people who were involved tangentially, who liked being around us because we brought the energy that we would then bring into the event. We were all about the fucking traditions at the fucking group. Everything that was established by her was carried on by me. That, like, after every single event, after every single Nerdicon, we would have a group event inside of a big ballroom where we have a big chain where we dance in a circle to Come On Eileen in all of our fucking cosplays. We also had the end of the event rave, which some years we didn't get to have a rave because, you know, teenagers and kids grinding up on sweaty ass adults in cosplays. You might have a sexual active moment when you see a woman who's dressed as Eno, but you gotta understand, motherfucker, that is a married woman! You can't grind on that! But we had traditions, and those traditions were because it was respect from where we started from and where we were going. You have no such traditions with Creator Clash. You just decided to start the shit up because you happen to be friends, air quote, friends with Aaron Hansen, who owns a sporting event company for being able to host such live events as this. And between you and him and Anissa trying to get that goodwill off your audience, use that as an opportunity to try and pivot away from the shit that you were being harassed about, which was your history with Content Cop. So you tried to bury the fucking lead on that. Alright, cool. Event goes well. Only because Sam Hyde was involved with the training of Mortensen. So now you say, oh, no, I can't have Sam Hyde here. He's a fucking brand risk. Let me spend all this money on the anti-Sam Hyde security force. But oh my god, bros, we spent this much on this, we spent this much on this, and we spent $250,000 on the anti-we hate Nick, don't you dare bring fucking Nick here event. We don't you dare bring Sam Hyde here event. Why didn't we make money, bros? Because you don't know how to write a storyline. You don't know how to play an event. You're just as stupid as everybody else talking about esports. Saying, oh man, people shouldn't be able to behave like this on the internet. What do you mean? I want them to shit talk them. I want people to show up to my tournament. What are you talking about? You do the same fucking thing, but worse, and on social media. And you did so as the position of, you can't talk like this because I'm bigger than you. I'm more relevant than you. You tried it, and it didn't work. And now, you're mad that you lost money on that? That's tough, bro. That's tough.
That wasn't true. There's a lot more to think about. I thought, okay, you know, we're bringing on more talent, we're bringing on more creators. That should translate to more pay-per-view buys. We're inviting more creator guests. I think that should translate to more pay-per-view buys. This is our second time doing the event, so more people are going to know about it. So I thought that would translate to pay-per-view buys. But we did half as well as we did the first year. 50,000 compared to 100,000 the first year. So it was wrong. And
because it was boring the first year. And so after people knew, this shit's mid, they turned the fuck out. Dumb.
I feel a lot of shame because a lot of people were trusting me and trusting our team to, you know, protect the event and protect the charities and protect just the whole thing. it feels particularly bad because this isn't like a regular business where it's all a personal loss and I can just be like, oh, okay, I suck at business, and I walk away from it. All the other fighters were, hoping that their charities got represented and got supported for all their hard work. But we didn't have any anti-piracy measures we weren't prepared to deal with, what ended up happening. I mean, I was just thinking, like, let's just avoid catastrophe. As long as there's, like, not, like, I don't know, like a bomb threat or, like, injuries or anything crazy, like, we should be fine. This should just be like the first year. I don't want it to be more complicated than the first year. It ended up being a lot more complicated. Amongst the 800 pirated streaming sites, there were between 1.3 and 3 million viewers. So even though there were around 50,000 pay-per-view buys, there were around 1.3 to 3 million viewers, people who actually watched the full broadcast. And that's a little bit reassuring. It makes me feel like, okay, people maybe do want to watch this. They just didn't, they just either couldn't.
They don't care to watch it by paying for it. They only care to see what's happening in it, so they can be up on the drama, so they can be able to include themselves in the drama on Twitter. That's pretty fucking clear.
Support it, or just didn't want to support what I had going on. If it's 1 or 2 steps to pirate it, but it's 3 or 4 steps to stream it legitimately, people are going to take the pirating option every time. I think we also had
no shit, genius, because they don't want to pay you money.
A big streamer audience. That's who we are appealing to. I really like the live stream audience. People want.
You shouldn't, because they're the reason why you're not going to make that money off of it. The only people who are going to be involved watching the event from the streamer side are going to be the people who are supporting their streamer who are going into a boxing ring. Nobody else is going to respect it for what it is, and that being 2 steps removed from lol cow bum fights. You might as well rename it into lol cow bum fights, because you literally hosted lol cow bum fights.
Want to watch these events live, and they watch things on Twitch and YouTube, and they get it all for free generally. So I think it was in a lot of ways bad to appeal to that crowd and not give away the stream for free. I think a lot of them felt like, well, this should be something that's free, especially if you have ads in it. Aside from the pirating, we did have higher expenses this year. It was a bigger arena. We went to the Amalie Arena, so it was twice as big. We paid more for broadcasting. So the broadcasting team did a lot more elaborate shit, and there was a lot more staff involved. We did a creator hotel, so we bought out a hotel to make sure all the creators had a safe place that they can stay. It actually ended up being good that we got the creator hotel because all the hotels shot up in price like a couple weeks after we locked in the creator hotel because Taylor Swift was coming to town. She announced her tour dates, and pretty much everything got booked up. If we didn't book the creator hotel when we did, I don't think we would have had nearly as many creators show up to show support, and our pay-per-view numbers actually could have been hurt by that. We also had events the day before the fight and the day after the fight so that fighters and friends and family could come together and process their trauma. That was sort of paramount for me because the first year we did the fight and then I went to bed. I got the shit kicked out of me by Dr. Mike, and then I went to bed, and then I woke up, the hotel was empty, and then I got on a flight and traveled.
And you were probably crying from that.
Swollen back to Seattle, and I was like, that was cool. That was so worth it. There was nothing. There's no processing my trauma. There was no talking to anyone and relating about.
How would you need to process trauma? When you're a boxer, you get your shit beaten out, and you're like, all right, get up, cocksucker. Let's go back to the gym. Hit the grind. Go back again. Hit harder next time.
Experience afterward, everyone was gone, and that shit felt awful. So yeah, some of these things that might seem extraneous, in my opinion, were entirely necessary, and I wouldn't change it for the world. As evidenced by the pay-per-view streams, it wouldn't have made a difference because we did half as many pay-per-view sales. So we also had to pay for more fighters this year. The first year it was 18. This year it was 24. I thought bringing in more fighters would just lead to more pay-per-view buys, but I think it just ended up costing us more. Because each fighter gets a $20,000 stipend, and for anyone confused about this or thought everyone was fighting for free, they pretty much are fighting for free. I think.
So thank you for confirming something that everybody was able to figure out by using money that you tried to deny wasn't happening by saying that fucking charity bullshit. So that now that everybody knows that you're not actually working for charity, you're specifically doing it to invest yourself. That's going to lead even worse sales in the future. Please try the line again for Creator Clash 3. I want to see you crash and burn twice in a row.
Fighters can attest to the fact that fighting Creator Clash is not a financial boon in any way. That $20,000 is eaten up in those 9 months that you're training. I would say that $20,000 is on the low end of what it should cost you to train in those 9 months. Because you have to pay for your trainer yourself, and you have to pay for all of the food, the equipment, the travel, whatever you're doing to make all this shit happen.
How the fuck are you paying for equipment? Food makes sense, but it is not that expensive to be able to fucking put somebody on a fucking fighter's diet. Unless you're trying to adhere to the vegan or keto perspective for these people. But even then, eating keto is actually fucking easy. Eating vegan is not. I want to see the breakdown of each fighter's fucking regimen, their equipment, and their food costs. Because I'm pretty sure they probably bullshitted away and spent some of that money on video games. Let's be honest.
Aside from putting your streaming career or your YouTube career or TikTok on hold while you're training.
You don't put that career on hold. You just simply start recording what you're doing while you're doing live streams and trains for the gym. It's not hard. Barbie actually did that the entire time she was preparing for her Kingpin fight, and she beat the shit out of her opponent. Her brother helped her, her family helped her supporters helped her. It's kind of like Ski Mask doing training regimens with lean beef patty. Like, it doesn't hurt you to fucking turn your camera on when you're in the fucking gym and do a live, bro. They're not even fucking streamers. They're TikTokers. They can do this! How can't you learn this?
It's not a huge reward. So I don't want anyone to think just because these fighters are getting $20,000 to basically, just be a little bit less in pain after going through all this torment and trauma. I don't want anyone to get shit for that, because that is a minimum of what these fighters should be getting. In my opinion, they should be getting much more, because it is a traumatizing event and it takes a lot of time and dedication. That is a cost of putting on the event, in my opinion. I think other boxing promotions would like disagree that fighters should be getting paid this amount, but to each their own. What do I know? We lost $250,000 on this event. Another thing I want to address is there's some people floating rumors around that we're pocketing money from Creator Clash, and that's extremely hurtful.
Literally, by design, by your admittance, you are pocketing money from Creator Clash, because you are taking the money, you are paying back to everybody, and you are then turning that money around to give to the profit of the charities. Instead of, you host a boxing tournament, and whoever is able to get to the win is able to get some stupid ass little randy fucking belt she made over 15 minutes to an hour worth of learning how to sew on YouTube, and then the money that you're able to raise from the event goes to a pot, and then that money directly goes to charity and is divvied up by the charity lawyers, who are then able to confirm that all that money specifically went to those places and sources and not a dime went into your pocketbooks. But because the books and the ledgers are closed behind doors, no one's going to trust you to tell the truth. And you already demonstrated that that was true when even Morrison himself admitted this shit during the reporting. Everybody knew that was obvious. When it was called out by Bo Blacks, you said he was bullshitting and lying and grifting. That was turned out to be false. When it was said by Vio and everybody was able to pull that out from Hardy's statements, you said that was a fucking lie. And we saw that that was bullshit. When you were confronted about it on Twitter, you tried to run away from that. And Anissa tried to run away from that while hiding behind you and behind her fucking burner account. And that was shown to be a lie. So who's telling the truth, Ian? Show us your books!
Then show us the titties.
Because it has been nothing but the opposite. I understand that some people out there don't like me. I'm okay with that, but the thing
You are very much not. You are very much not, and that's why you're having to make this video.
I'm not okay with is
you're clearly butthurt.
For the sake of like clicks. I mean, this is hard enough as it is. Like, I don't want to make this video telling people that we hate people, because it has been nothing but the opposite. I understand that some people out there don't like me. I'm okay with that, but the thing I'm not okay with is just lying to people and making up shit for the sake of like clicks. I mean, this is hard.
Lying to people and making up shit is when you do exactly what the fuck you did and then have to go in front of a camera with your tail between your legs and be like, yeah. Yeah. Fuck out of here.
As it is, like, I don't want to make this video telling people that we made half as much, or we sold half as many pay-per-views as we did last year.
Then
what
don't.
I don't need is people spreading rumors about us pocketing money. This has been a financial fucking catastrophe for me. We don't need that, and we don't need any of that shit for any of our other fighters, because this has been a huge sacrifice for all of them, financially, specifically financially. If you want to say that they're earning boatloads of clout for fighting, sure, whatever you want to say.
But not fraud fresh.
That's not how that works, Ian. If they get seen in their event, then they have threads made about them on livestream fails. If they're able to farm the clout of livestream fails, they can literally careen that into a successful career, which is the reason why people feel the way they do about Twitter, and that literally all of those streams and all of those individual situations and areas are only ever progressed and only ever taken advantage of by those, quote, communities of Twitch, because they do not give attention to the mid-level and smaller streamers unless something wild were to happen. So, for example, Ian, if I were to be involved in Creator Clash 3, right, and I decide, oh no, I'm gonna call a motherfucker out. Give me bitch-ass Clout Shark. Get your ass on stage. I'm gonna fucking work your ass from morning, noon, night. No pause. Resume. Every punch. Your chest, your face, and you'll be lucky if I don't aim for your nuts. I'm coming for your ass. If I were to say this shit on a live stream, unironically, with intention, and he was stupid enough to say, oh yeah, I'm gonna fight him, I'm gonna get easy money, I'm gonna knock him out. Whatever dumb shit he could say. I spent all that time, all those 9 months, eating, hustling, grinding, going to the gym, to the point that I resumed the weight that I was in high school at a weight class of 189, punching a weight difficulty of 300 and more. Hitting the rotation of the Mike Tyson special, that 8-punch combination that he was taught to use, that he used on the majority of people, the berserker style that he became known for. If I do that shit to there, and I say nothing else since that, we go to the weigh-in, we get them pictures, and I say fucking nothing. I have a muzzle on. I got a woman next to me who comes in and says, he has taken a vow of silence. He refuses to speak a single word until he is standing over a mangled Clout Shark on the mat. And I go over to that fucking weigh-in, and I'm staring daggers at this man while we do the fucking fist picture. And then when we come to the ring, that muzzle's taken off of me, but they realize that I am now wearing a specific kind of mouth gag for my mouth guard. I can still breathe normally through the nose, but my mouth is basically not going to open at any time until that shit's taken off with assistance.
Then I beat his ass, and supposedly, let's say I win. I knock his ass out. I'm like, remember that smart shit you were talking? Yeah, you ain't no gamer no more, boy. You ain't no gamer no more, boy. I'm gonna take that A card, too. If that were to happen, people were to document that entire process, that would become something that would reopen the drama that he started in the first place. Then that becomes a clout situation. Then that people see the fight. They see how I brutalize him. Now they got opinions about that, too. All the shit's gonna start coming. Clap after clap after clap. Event after event after event. Representing basically the threads upon the shit in which they're talking. Not just on YouTube, not just on Twitter, not just on Reddit, not just on fucking 4chan, not just on fucking... It probably might even get to the echelons of the farms. All of the lolcow websites involved. Might get to people's discords personally. It'd definitely be a talking point inside of my Discord. He might even have the gall to run to places like Hannah and Jake. You might even run to places like the fucking private discords of people like Signifier, begging, hoping, praying that somebody can help him find an excuse to get out of it. And then after he gets his ass whooped and he starts getting dog walked on the internet for it, anything to try to make the clout about that go away. But it never would. If I were to take that shit and I would be like, you see what hey, listen. You ain't got the ability to speak about me in an argument. You ain't got the ability to beat me in a debate. And you certainly can't beat my ass in a ring. So what the fuck you gonna do? I take that and I roll that into a fucking career to be able to build something off that for myself. Bro, I would be winning over fucking night. You do not understand. You do not understand. That would be insane. Because now there would be an open case example of somebody that they can be able to see in real time has discussed that, being able to show that happen in that way, that can literally help build somebody's career. It could still be something that I could do as a one and done, but they'd be like, bro, I have never seen somebody become so feral within 9 months and then go back to being happy, laughing, and jokey. It could become a joke inside of my own audience where it's like, don't wake up the giant and Carl. Like, you think it's all funny, and then all of a sudden he's like, I like men now. Ding, ding. It's like, fuck the women. I'm gonna fuck this man. Then I'm gonna fuck you, girl. Ding, ding. You're telling me that you don't understand how clout works anymore. That's what you're telling me. You've gotten so big that you've forgotten your roots, baby!
This has been a huge sacrifice. I try not to view any of the pirated live streams as malicious, because I think the majority of people, aren't malicious about it. I think there were 50,000 people out of 1 million plus who just said, Creator Clash live stream, and instantly a bunch of shit popped up, and it was just very easy for them to watch. And I really don't blame them for making that choice. All I'm trying to do right now, in making this video, is to remedy it. That's sort of what I've been grappling with over the past couple of months, is what the hell are we gonna do?
Oh, you ain't remedying this, boy.
We lost money, and there's no money for charity. So what are we gonna do to solve that? I don't have a good solution. The best solution that I've been able to come up with...
The best solution you should do is you should get a fucking job, and you should reimburse not just the fighters and the charities, but you should be not doing this event anymore until you learn how to run a business.
Is putting the full Creator Clash broadcast, Creator Clash 2 broadcast, on YouTube for free for everyone to watch, and just hoping and praying that people enjoy it and want to support it. I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are, but I want to post the full broadcast on YouTube, and I want to have a fundraising goal. I know YouTube has a fundraising thing, but right now, from what I've seen, YouTube doesn't allow multiple charities to be listed in the fundraiser. And there's not really very many good options for us to collect donations ourselves. So I think we're just going to have a singular charity represented in the video, and then we'll put all the other charities in the description. So if you want to donate to a specific charity, that's where you can do it. I want to make it right. I want to make it more right. I'm okay with us fucking up and taking a $250,000 loss. I'm not okay with charities not getting any money. I want to thank all the fighters and all the coaches and all the staff of the event and the fans who came to show support. It might feel like a big loss, but it was a lot of entertainment, and a lot of good came out of it. A lot of people had unforgettable experiences, and it will be a highlight of their lives.
But what about Froggy Fresh?
Where no money goes to charity at all, ever. There's not even the chance that it goes to charity. So I just want to thank everyone. It truly made a difference that you came and supported. I'm just disappointed that I let everyone down. I just made some strategically shitty decisions along the way, and all of those decisions, led to where we're at. I think it was dumb of me to say that we weren't going to make the broadcast available for free, like we did the previous year. I thought that would bring in more pay-per-view buys, because people would be like, oh, I'm not going to be able to watch it for free? Well, I'll definitely buy so I can tune in. But I don't know. It either didn't have an effect or it backfired, and I'm trying to learn from it.
Should have had the Candyman on.
And, I think my strategy going forward is to just be, completely candid with everything. Again, it's hard. I would normally keep all of this
as though opposed to what you should have been doing before, which is being candid at all times.
Myself, but I gotta express myself. I gotta tell you guys what's up. Otherwise, I'm gonna rot from the inside. But yeah, additionally, another thing that's been eating at me is that someone is trying to take over Creator Clash. I know that sounds like the plot of a video game or something, but it's real, and it's been taking up a lot of my time. So hopefully I don't have to talk about it in the future. But if I do, you guys are gonna hear about it on this channel. If you're just coming across this video and you have no idea what this Creator Clash shit is about, it's creator boxing, and it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of amateur boxers getting in there for the first time and giving it their all. And there's a lot of heart and a lot of soul and a lot of grit.
A lot of heart, a lot of soul. Just amateur boxers, just putting in the heart and the soul and the love, the craft. the love of the craft that I disrespected so much because I was willing to deplatform a fighter because they were boxing with a controversial trainer that I did not like, and I didn't want to be embarrassed, get my ass chewed out again by the Candyman.
On display, and I think it's very much a worthwhile watch. Donation links are also going to be in the description of this video as well. I'm trying to monetize as much as I can to make up for this loss, but yeah, it's hard.
I just looked down and I saw the first the first fucking comment. The sting of the cavity left by the sugars, like by the sweet sugar of the Candyman, is harsh. He might need some Novocaine for the trauma. Toothpicks and toothbrushes will not help. The cold sting will come tonight. Is there really anything else that could be said past this?
Probably not.
It's just sad. It's ultimately just sad.
Pathetic.
Well, pathetic is a little bit harsh because it's involving more people than just him. On terms of Anissa Joma and fucking Ian Joma, oh, absolutely, this is fucking embarrassing. You are more than done in fucking YouTube. You're probably never going to recover your career past this, not especially if you try to stick with it forever. But in terms of everybody fucking else who has to deal with this and the shit that you brought upon yourself, it is sad. It is sad that an opportunity for content, for attention, for positivity, even for a way to like tighten the internet together through a collective action of watching a bunch of fucking lolcows attack each other and fight each other, and people who have a purpose to probably get a platform to be able to grow their career further, are not only fucked out of an opportunity, as well as Froggy, who you fucked out of the opportunity specifically because you wanted to go through your beta transformation. But the sheer audacity that you let all of this happen because you let pussy control you, bro, that's tough. That's tough. Did anybody have anything they'd like to add?
Well, all I really know is that there was all that image on Twitter where Adams, he looked like a woman. He has lips puckered out, and he looked like a woman. So this whole thing with Leafy and blah, but no one gives a fuck about Leafy.
I would say Leafy's not relevant to YouTube commentary on anything because since he was banned off of YouTube, he can only really talk about drama that he gets involved with other people. But that requires people to watch what he's doing on Rumble, and I'm not looking at his Rumble. I don't even look at Rumble live streams. The only time I will specifically do that is because I am looking at the streams that are being simulcasted from places like YouTube for Destiny, which it's a purpose, it's a thing that it can exist. But it is also alternative media that people do not engage in. So even then, the engagement factor of the things that are probably being said on platforms that are not YouTube and Twitter are going to be important, but the relevance of what it is will be brought up by the audience of people involved inside the drama discussing it at the time at which it's discussed. For now, this is probably where the issue is going to rest and lie, upon my final opinion being Ian Joma, iDubbbz as a content creator, has completely felted. He is completely eternally felted. Especially with how he chose to fail this event, all on the word of listening to his wife. The wife that dislikes him so much that she cannot stop fucking embarrassing him while mocking him and his idea and wasting his money and time. His audience are going to probably find somebody else to attach onto, preferably people like me, to be a replacement for him. But my advice to those of you looking for basically a new home to go to now that you found out that the home that you've been living in is corrupt with scandal and misactivity, I would tell you that you should not be moving to find a content creator to repeat talking points that you want to hear, so you can produce and give money to them like you saw those dumbass ignorant people giving it to Fresh and Fit. But you should also not be going the opposite way, where you let somebody try to Trolls remorse himself into a position where he says, bro, I used to be edgy, but now I make people who are lolcows box on camera, and I'm so different. I've learned. I've changed. I'm not like I used to be. Because that shit's fucking cap. 100%, it's fucking cap. At the end of the fucking day, you knew what you wanted to do and you decided to go out through it. You didn't get what you wanted out of it, and because you didn't get what you wanted out of it, but you spent so much time mocking, attacking, and disseminating and insulting people's intelligence, you now get to suffer the consequences of not having the ability to discuss anything with anyone ever again in any context at any time until you have proven that you've learned your lesson about what happens when you try this kind of shit with people. Because it is not just embarrassing to yourself and to your audience, it's embarrassing to your mutuals. Because not even your mutuals can be able to save you from what's happening to you, Ian. You literally are responsible for yourself and your actions on your own, and no one can be able to bail you out. Aaron Hansen's not going to bail you out because he can barely protect himself. It's Pro DZ's not going to fucking bail you out because not only you're not a voice actor, but he only cares about himself. Fucking Joey the Anime Man's not going to help you. That motherfucker doesn't care about YouTube drama. He cares about Twitter drama. He cares about anime drama and being a fucking attention-seeking whore for attention and money from Crunchyroll so he can continue making money off of them the same way that you could in your investments. But really, the thing that's going to ultimately break you is the fact that the more that you continue to demonstrate that you've lost touch with your audience and you've lost touch with what people actually want to see and hear, people like myself will be afforded the opportunity to finally come up and replace you. And when they eventually take your place, you'll get upset and scream, how could you platform those people? They're insert bullshit here. And much like Doofus Goopus is going to learn, the more that he keeps trying to piss people off as he starts to become more and more political, to the point he's going to become Jaden Animations but female, you guys are going to learn that that some things should remain in containment. Some things should remain in containment. 100%.
Oh yeah, Doobus Goobus, the Confederacy thing.
We're not going to talk. Yeah, we're not going to talk about it because it's not interesting enough to talk about. It's just somebody deciding to take the shit out of an audience while being unaware of what is an information background to know the truth about that discussion. It was completely.
But Confederacy bad.
It's more than just the fucking Confederacy bad shit. It's the same thing that we've always seen YouTubers do when they start to get more political in their work, when they hit a certain level of popularity and stride. Shenaniganson did this, Sarah Anderson did this shit, Jaden Animation did this shit, Euroraptor did this shit. It's nothing new. It's nothing new. He's either gonna course correct after he's been censored like this by people critiquing him, or he's gonna keep going harder and he's gonna find a more progressive, wild audience that's gonna take him in. Maybe Vosh's audience will try and fucking say, I know you ain't never done it wrong. You know, you should start making more shit posts. You should try to challenge Stone Tossed. And he'll eventually burn himself out because he will realize that he won't be able to keep up with the demand of people who specifically hate other people out of spite and creating something based on that. It wouldn't be hard to do if you really had a creative personality, but unfortunately, he's not a creator or a maker of RuneScape, so he's not going to be able to introduce something like that into, like, RuneScape, for example, where you would have a ability to say, I did that in a video game. You make art on fucking YouTube. You might get an acknowledgement and a notice by other fucking artists, but unless those artists are willing to allow you to use them for those specific purposes to, like, I don't know, do something like a fucking crowdsourced game, you know? Come up with your own with your own terrain of actual expertise, like Chris Finazzi, before he finally got deplatformed for all that harassment he did against women sexually, before he became a full-fledged voice actor doing shit like Fire Emblem. You're gonna have the same shit come to you, and it's not gonna be fun when that happens. But, on terms of this topic, Ian Juma, eternally salted, your wife's gonna drive you into ruin. Rest in shitter. I don't care.
And now the last thing before we go, this apparently Colleen Ballinger is reportedly claiming
we've discussed it, but that was obvious to anybody who saw that. Why would you have an apology tied to a music track unless you were going to use your ability to get the song registered as a official copyright piece of material to deplatform people and remove their opinion? Just because you know your most ardent detractors are gonna mock you. So, what's the best way to get your one last fuck you over to them? Oh yeah, I don't want people talking about it, I'm gonna pull it out. I'm gonna DMCA every single one of them. I'm gonna have a lawyer of mine go through my account and issue those strikes through my account, and I'm gonna try to hold away the controversy itself and hopefully try to write it out, which is probably the stupidest thing you could have fucking done. It's not gonna work out for her, it's gonna be worse. In fact, I'm pretty sure Adam McIntyre probably has a response about it. I'm gonna look real quick before we leave.
So you better watch out, Carl. She might copyright claim your video.
Probably not. It wouldn't be intelligent if she tried to. Let's see here. So he has the response video. The response video is still up. So that's good. Disneylander video talking to Dear Trisha Paytas. Views in Los Angeles. Probably was a person who went to the Deaf Noodles situation, so that's wild. Trisha Paytas cancels Colleen Ballinger podcast. Need to let me see that, and more shit from what looks like just driving around Los Angeles in a fucking buggy. I'm not sure if that's something or other, but it doesn't seem to be that he has a response to it unless it's in this video, and I don't care to look because it looks like he's at a theme park. So ultimately, the most important place that we could have gotten the information from with this fucking 2.8 million viewed video as his response to the shit, across from the 1.1 million view video where he sees the response and mocks it himself. Yeah, I'm not seeing much of a reason to be concerned. And apparently he was doing a playthrough of fucking The Sims 3, so that's wild too. But hey yo, what do I know? What do I know?
All right, everybody. See you on the next VsChat, everybody.
Hello. Oh, that is the content for this week's VsChat. And with the end of the content, we come to the end of the stream. But I'm about to carry this shit the fuck over, and we are going to be going over to well, I'm not actually sure. I probably think we're going to send ourselves over to the YouTube chat for Short Fat Otaku, because Dave is currently on Game Boomers right now, streaming, and I'm going to send you over there to go see some love. However, I'm probably going to go live immediately after this as well, for the purpose of playing video games. I enjoy and appreciate each and every one of you who have come through to view the content with me. And we will see you again next time. Same Carl time. Same Carl channel. And remember that this is all made possible from viewers like you. So, if you wish to see nicketry like this happen abound, consider joining the live show. Consider showing your support. Go to the places at will. Show your best. And we, Mike, me, and you will together be able to smell the sweaty lowest particles. I'm your boy Carl. I will see you next time as I try to figure out how to use this fucking live stream button so I can send you over there. This stupid ass system is so fucking stupid on how it allows people to be able to send them over. Redirects. Let's see here. Will it let me search up his particular video right now because they're live right now? Ah, did he just end the stream? Oh, he just ended the stream. Fuck. Well, there goes that plan. Probably gonna go live in the next hour or so. So, thank you for coming to the stream. I will see you next time. Goodbye, everybody! Play me out, Jethro! Sponsors for SinglePlayerCarl and Radio Kun are provided by Sloppy Top, Cajun Crackle Seasoning, making motherfuckers mad on the internet, and viewers and haters like you. All of which is provided by the United Negro Carl Fund, because remember, a Carl is a terrible thing to waste. And if you'd like to support Carl, consider leaving a wonderful donation at Ko-fi.com, Subscribestar.com, YouTube.com, and Twitch.com/SinglePlayerCarl. Make sure to support your nicketry today, or you hate black people.